I think this sets up a nice play, right? Because the Cheshire Cat is going to easily take out, but with the Challenger 1 buff from the Madam Mim, the Cheshire Cat can take out one of the daisies, and the Cheshire Cat can also boost this 2 damage off of the Palace Guard, put it on the other daisy. There we go, Jake, turning us 90 degrees, and then it can be finished off by the Palace Guard, who is still hitting for 2. So we can easily clear up these 2 Daisy Ducks here. Not sure if we'll be able to deal with the Doc or Lilo or Doc. Both Docs.
Yeah. I think, but again, I think having that little challenger buff from the Madam Mim can help so much. We saw in the previous round, in the Ruby Amethyst deck, they played the Lumiere Fiery Friend, which gives your characters +1 strength. And I think just those little, there's several of these cards, and of course there's a brand new one which has a similar effect come out, the Snow Fort, which also gives your characters +1 strength. I just think and resist exactly during your opponent's turn. It's a crazy card, that one.
It's pretty
I will
good.
be excited if we see that this weekend, which I hope.
I think there's going to be some in the room.
We will.
Genuinely,
I
think Emerald Amethyst tempo with that card is pretty good.
Yeah, but I think just having those, even just those little buffs, can change so much.
Absolutely. Look at the work this Madam Mim has put in, right?
exactly.
Jake doing the maths here. We've already taken out 1 daisy courtesy of the Cheshire Cat. Again, we can deal with the other one. We can either send both the Palace Guard and the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary in it, because she does have Challenger 1 herself.
Yeah.
That would only be 3 damage, though. So, no, I think we need to utilize... Yeah, I think we need to boost this Cheshire Cat, take 2 damage off the Palace Guard, put it on the daisy. Then the Palace Guard can challenge and finish it off. But there's still 4 lore on board, so not quite lethal, not quite representing game, but close. Elsa's going to help.
Yep. Inking the Dumbo, though, which we never like to see, but I think sometimes it has to be done. But yeah, the Elsa, they're exerting the Lilo, going to try and get rid of it with multiple attacks, multiple challenges. Yeah, that's understandable, because I think she quests for 2, and you've already got that Daisy on board, and Andy's at 15 lore already to Jake's 0, I think.
And if you have to choose between 2 questers, at least the Daisy is theoretically going to give you another card.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
The lesser of 2 evils in that situation, I think. So understandable choice there to get rid of the Lilo, I think.
Chat letting us know that Snow Fort putting in a lot of work over Melbourne over the weekend.
Oh,
Will it be the same here at Axion Live CCQ here in Leicester at the Leicester City Football Club? We've got an incredible weekend of Lorcana. What a day it is to be an Illuminator.
It really is. We've got, I think, 234, 35 players here this
weekend.
Those
numbers.
I know, it's very, very exciting, and a lot on the line as we went through the pricing, which we will go through that pricing again at some point today, but we went through it earlier.
We will, and we'll hopefully have a metagame for you at some point during the day, guys. Again, no promises, but we're doing our best to try and get you that information. There's my Demona. I can't stop doing it that way, Jen. I have issues, but it's just stuck in my head. My Demona.
I love it. Cool. So we got decent board presence for both players here. We're seeing those 45-degree angles. First again.
Got to remove this Tiana though, Jen. Even if we can get the Daisy and the Doc off the board, which we probably can, this Tiana is threatening to close the restaurant, as it were. It's closing time, Jen.
Yeah.
She wants to go home.
Oh yeah.
Put her feet up.
She can be so powerful. Her ability, special reservation, can be so powerful whenever a character of yours is challenged while this character is exerted. The challenging character gets -3 strength this turn unless their player pays 3 ink. So it is really is a
tough character to get, a tricky one to get through. Again,
exactly.
Part of the reason that we saw Amber Steel doing so well in set 10 format, it was kind of Amber Steel that was beating the Blurpool deck, Blurpool that was beating the Amethyst Steel deck, and Amethyst Steel that was beating the Amber Steel. Traditionally, again, we saw that not happen sometimes, players teching and skill differences and stuff, but generally that's the way we expect it to go. Tiana not as relevant during set 11, but winter has come, and she's looking to make her name in the community again. There goes the Aurora. And there's the strength.
Yep. We knew it was coming. As I say, need to get that control. And he really has now, of course, because Andy being on 18 lore at this point, a clear board is very nice for Jake to see, I think.
You still gotta like keep him off of it, right? Because Jake's at 0 lore
Yeah.
here, right?
Yeah.
Andy just needs a 2-quester to stick once. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 lore on the board, maybe 6, depending on what that character is between Calhoun and Elsa. But my point being, Jake needs at the moment, I think, at least 3 turns to present a board state that could get him to game. That Angel's certainly going to help, going to let him discard a card to put some damage on this Lilo. Of course, she won't take it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. But then we're doing that. So we did the Cheshire Cat damage, didn't do anything, and then we do the Angel damage. Because I was thinking, yeah, there are a couple of ways you could do it. And Elsa would have been helpful as well, because of course, exert the Lilo. But I mean,
4, 6,
yeah, this is a really, really interesting situation to see. I mean, just that board and then just nothing.
And this is where you see like kind of the consequences of the daisy, right? But because it's because Andy has filled up Jake's can that he's been able to draw into these Elsas, these cats. He's found his strength of the Raging Fire. Obviously, Daisy wouldn't have given that to him, but she's helped to thin out his deck to find all these pieces, right? Here's a Lawrence, another 2-quester. Can it stick?
I mean, fingers crossed, we'll see.
This is what I mean. Like, look at all these cards.
So many cards in hand. It's crazy. I mean, if you were Andy, and I think he has a couple of cards in hand. I mean, if you were Andy, what would you be looking for in this situation?
I think you need to be able to put down like a stab. Like we've already had seen the 4 daisies though is the problem, right? So you need to put down like two cost characters that quest for 2, and hope that one of them can stick. Because Jake's about to go to at least 12 lore, I think, or 13 even because the Calhoun.
Like that, yeah, and yeah, just immediately getting, exerting that Lawrence with the Elsa 5th Spirit, and then getting rid of it, of course, because he has so much on board, and he also has a lot of damage. He's got Cheshire Cat still, of course, moving the damage. He's got the Angel dealing damage, so it's not a great situation for Andy.
It's a lot, yeah. And Jake going to 14, and he's got enough lore on board, looking to finish the story. Can Andy do anything to take down Jake, who otherwise will be 2-0ing this match here?
But I think, me and Steve were saying, when there's so much on the line with the prizing here, I don't blame Andy for just taking a moment there, seeing what he was going to draw.
Absolutely, you've got time. You've got time. It's a CCQ. You've travelled down here.
Exactly.
Make the most of the experience. But that being said, Jen, we said this not too long ago earlier. Purple Steel, Amethyst Steel, generally seen as quite favoured into the Amber Steel decks, right? And the reason for that being strength for a Raging Fire, you're just looking to curve out with Amethyst Steel, 1, 2, 3 sing strength to pop off these characters like the Tiana. And Jake was even playing cards like Tigger that could have bounced that Tiana as well. So Jake not lacking in answers for this Amber Steel deck. So pretty much playing it how I would expect.
Yeah, definitely. But I think both, obviously tried their best.
Absolutely.
Went very well. But I think Jake just had all the control there. And managed to maintain it, and that was really, really clearly difficult for Andy to deal with. But I mean, that Daisy Duck
lots of big prizes
was hilarious.
The thing is, like, the little kind of community sees that as a pretty broken opening, like Triple Daisy. Like we generally accept that we're going to lose to Triple Daisy, but in this instance, Purple Steel, the best equipped to deal with it, had the answers. Jake getting lots of big prizes from the Daisy, like Elsa's, etc. And Jake able to basically go from 0 to winning the game across 2-3 turns.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like there's a few different Amber Steel builds that I've seen whilst I've been kind of preparing for this weekend. I mean, have you been seeing many different types of builds, and what kind of things do you think are strongest in that kind of deck?
So a lot of Amber Steel predominantly because of one certain character, Jen. He controls the weather. His name is Pudge.
Oh, yes.
LD gave me a dirty look as I said the name Pudge there. He still is afraid. This new Pudge card came in Winter Spell. Oh, we're straight into another game. We'll talk about Pudge later, Jen. We're into a backup match here. We've got Matt Wallen versus CJ Pierce. I actually played against Matt last night. He beat me. Spoilers. Amber and Amethyst versus Blurpool. Are those names the wrong way round?
Yes. I know CJ personally, so I've just let our tech team know that the namings are.
But then I do know the colours are right though, because we can see
the colours are correct.
Board.
But yes, we're going into our backup match here. So we've got Amethyst Sapphire versus Amethyst Amber. So this is, and we haven't seen Amethyst Amber. Of course, we're only in round 2 today, so we haven't seen this yet. But
Lots
what
still
do
to
you
see
make of
today.
the Amethyst Amber deck?
Yeah,
I think it's fun.
so do I. I mean, like, this is a deck that started to gain popularity during set 11 meta. People like Zanzayed really popularizing the deck. Purple cards are good, Jen. I don't know if you know this. Purple
Yes.
cards are pretty good. You get genies, you get Dumbos, you get
Who
the
wouldn't
Monas.
think it?
Like, purple cards are just good, right? So generally people would say, I don't know, I would love to pair my purple cards with steel cards or with red cards. But now, Amber is a very reasonable ink to pair your purple cards with. We have access to the Horseman Strikes, which we just saw go into the inkwell there,
Yep.
which is one of the easiest ways, the most simplistic ways to answer these very powerful evasive characters that need to be answered. Genies that are questing for 2 every turn, Dumbos that are gaining you lore and drawing you extra cards, or even that Prince Philip, the Vanquisher of Foes in the
Yes.
Emerald deck. So Horseman Strike, if you play Amber, you get to run one of the most reliable answers to evasive. You also get to run World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which is another song I'm a big fan of, to banish characters with 5 strength or more, things like Demona. So you basically you get to play the purple package with all this cool support that Amber provides. What other Amber cards are you enjoying at the moment? Any in particular?
There's
Oh,
so
grandmother,
much.
you were talking
Yeah,
about earlier, weren't
and
you?
we
Yeah.
just speaking of,
There she
I
is.
was testing the other day and I was playing an Amber deck and I managed to get 2 on board and it felt
Pretty strong.
unfair that I could play things for, like, I had some four drop cards in hand and it felt unfair that I could play them basically half price. But yeah, so we see there so many cards just suddenly come down for CJ there. The Grandmother Willow, the Ursula Whisper, and the Elonwy there.
Yeah, I love this Ursula. Whisper of Vanessa. And it's foil as well.
I know.
These
The
Whisper
foil
foils are
whispers,
so good, mate.
they are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
And the Lenwy coming down, a nice simple 1-drop from the Black Cauldron. She's a 2-1, but has that support. We've seen this stat line do very well in the past. The Basil in Sapphire, exactly the same stat line. Support, can put in a lot of work, especially working with Elsas and things like that to take out genies.
And also with the World's Greatest Criminal Mind that you mentioned just a minute ago, supporting your opponent's character to buff their strength up and then get rid of them with that.
You're
with
cooking.
that card
Jen, you're cooking.
Yeah.
I like the way you think.
It's really fun. I think that's such an interesting way of playing. Like, it's just because it's just fun.
The different synergies that different cards can provide for each other. It's pretty cool.
Exactly.
This Ursula Whisper of Vanessa, when boosted, gets an extra lore and becomes evasive.
Very nice, very nice. We've got a lot on board for both players here. And of course we can see, Matt has that evasive Iago, which, I mean, of course, the Horseman Strikes is a very, very good way to get rid of an Iago like that, which of course is a very big body with a 4/6 stat line. It deals with a lot, so can be a bit of a tricky one, and you don't necessarily want to see that on your opponent's board.
You don't, but it's a hard choice, right? Because you're choosing between this Iago, who has got a big stat line, but only quests for 1, and the Genie, who also can have an annoying stat line, but this is like that 2 lore on the Genie is the difference maker, and CJ just, Matt, yeah, back to where we were. Matt overwhelming CJ with just a plethora of evasive characters.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, it's tricky to deal with, and as you say, if CJ were to draw into a Horseman Strikes right now, I mean, what would be your choice if you got a Horseman Strikes right now? Which evasive thing would you try and get rid of, do you think?
If I think I'm ahead in lore, then I think I'm getting rid of the Iago. And if I think I can win the race without caring about the genies, right, then I'm getting rid of the Iago, because the Iagos, the characters are going to help you to deal with the Madam Mim Elephant, the Demona. Obviously not in a one-shot, but combined with like a Basil with that support. So I'd be more inclined to get rid of the Iago. But there's 2 on the board, whereas if I think Matt's going to win the race otherwise, then you need to get rid of the Genie. So it all comes down to lore and board presence, right? With this context, I don't know if either really changes much for CJ, because Matt's got 2 of each.
Yeah,
Dumbo comes down. A second
Dumbo.
Another one.
My goodness.
Again, but you need this evasive keyword on your board to fight back a little bit.
And it doesn't really have that much. I mean, just the Dumbos are evasive.
Man cub Bogley. Going on a little quest, I do believe. We're going to ready, set, draw, as is the tradition in the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Oh, yes. I had to get very good at that because I play a lot of locations. I love locations.
You're a location
I'm a location
gal.
fan, so it's safe to say I really enjoyed this new set because there's a lot of location support.
Sure
but I had to get very good at that ready, set, draw
Mhm.
when you start your turn, because of course want to make sure I get that lore from my locations.
You looking to build a red purple Elsa location deck? You like the
I've
look of that?
I have thought about it. I
Yep,
haven't got
yep.
that far. The only one I've built so far is a ruby steel.
Oh, you love your
And
ruby steel.
I do.
You
I
do.
do. I think it's because I miss my original Ruby Steel. I
No,
miss
it's not. It's because you
my
beat me with
journey
it
in
at
it.
Set
Yeah,
Content
I
Creator
did.
Set
I
Championship.
did. I did. It was a good day. It was a good day.
Here's
No,
the
I love
Hades,
that.
the Infernal
I do.
Schemer, or shout out to Kim, who's in the room. Schemer, Schemer. Oh,
Oh, we got a bit of a.
a little immersive camera
Whoa!
action there. We're rotating. We're getting you involved. We're hypnotising you.
That's
The Cheshire
fun.
Cat was just summoned.
And
And
there we
back
go.
again. There we go.
That was really fun for a second there.
Just trying to
Really loved
immerse you in the world of Lorcana. Come out to the Great Illuminary. Have a good time. Bring the family.
that.
Bring the kids.
I love it. So Matt jumping up to 8 lore there. We're still seeing so much on both players' boards. It really is like so much going on here. But
Two opposing
CJ,
armies, the chat is
I
calling
know,
it, and I
yeah, it
agree.
really is.
I
It
agree.
really is.
An army of
There's
glimmers.
so many soldiers happening right now. It's wild. So CJ clearly having a think, trying to figure out what's the best kind of choice to make here, I think.
And I think this is a great example of like really seasoned play. We saw in the previous match, this round when we were watching Jake go win the game in essentially 2 turns of questing, just concentrating on building a board, winning the board state, getting rid of the most problematic characters, and then just go wide enough that you can just win across a couple of turns. And you kind of see examples of that here, right? There's a lot of characters on board, but both players really prioritizing wanting to keep control of the board, not wanting to give up any characters unnecessarily. So yeah, loving this play so far.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I think CJ clearly having a big think, really trying to figure out the best choice here. Putting down a lantern,
Bit late,
which
but
yeah,
better
I
late than
mean,
never.
but I mean, why not? You know, I guess tap it to pay 1 less for the next character you play this turn. Also, with a grandmother Willow, is that first character you play on in the turn is going to cost 2 less. So paying 2 less for a Cheshire Cat there, and that again, it's a foil whisper, which we love
It's
to
a
see.
beauty. And let's not forget as well, because we're playing Demona, you just want to empty your hand in general, right?
Yes,
So playing this
exactly.
out, I don't think CJ has a Demona in hand, but you want to allow for that, if you top it, you want to allow it to make the most of that Demona.
Exactly, and of course, if she exerts, you want to make sure that she can then ready again on your next turn, because she has that stone by day.
Oh, does she,
effect.
Jen? What does that do?
Well,
Well,
the
glad you
gargoyles
asked.
have it. If you have 3 or more cards in your hand at the start of your turn, then she cannot ready.
Oh dear.
And all the gargoyles have that, apart from actually a brand new one that came out on Winterspell, Angela, which is a steel gargoyle. I think it's Angela, and she removes
the stone by day ability.
Yeah, she's such an interesting
Stone
card.
no more.
I think she's really cool. So I'm keen to see if she'll appear this weekend. But
I love the theming of the Stone by
I
Day
know,
with the
I know,
gargoyles.
it's so cool.
The Ravensburger team, 10 out of 10 for theming. Like, lots of 10 out of 10s, really, to be honest. I love this game, if you couldn't tell. But theming always on form, Jen. Always.
Agreed. I think
Counting his law. Oh, here's Demona. And that's the other thing as well. We were just saying if CJ tops a Demona, he wants to be able to get advantage off of it. Not just that. If your opponent plays Demona, you want to try and gain advantage off of that. So yeah, Demona coming down. Ad Saxum Commute, forcing all opposing characters to exert. And then both players draw to 3. It's not optional as well, Jane. You must draw to 3.
you must do it. Yeah. So clearly Matt trying to figure out here, do I deal with some stuff? Do I just quest? I mean, we've got 8 and 8 lore here, so and big boards for both of them. So it's really we're in like a weird little balance here, and I'm keen to see which way it goes.
Which player is going to break the opposing board and just be able to start questing? Because sometimes it's just as simple as taking out one specific character, which was the problem, the thing that was threatening to like just clap back your board, and then you can just win the game. So
exactly.
Matt doing some maths here, working
Very
out
important.
what he can get to. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lore on board, but that Demona only came down this turn, so can quest up to 18 this turn if he so choose.
Which is pretty crazy. I mean, 10 lore in 1 turn if he chooses to do so is crazy. But I think
I think he wants to make some challenges.
Yeah, I think understandably wants to try and deal with some of CJ's board.
Yeah.
So getting rid of the a long way there, and then because also, I mean, I think support can often be underlooked, but actually leaving a support character on board can be quite damaging,
Absolutely.
of course. So understandable that.
Oh, lantern underneath the cat.
Fun. Already got a lantern on board, so not too concerned about that, I suppose.
Well, it's another interesting part of the boost mechanic, right? That if you can return these characters to your hand while they have cards under them, those cards also return to your hand. You play like a Cheshire Cat, boost it a couple of times, and then you use an Olaf or a Madam Mim Elephant, then that's card draw, baby.
Yeah, we saw that exact thing in the previous round with our Ruby Amethyst player who had a Cheshire Cat with a couple of cards and then bounced with an Olaf. We've got a Let It Go there. Popping that into the inkwell. Oh, and then into the unknown.
And this is what I was saying, Jen. You're just looking for that turn where you can break the opposing board enough that you now can kind of, I don't want to say turn your brain off, but turn your brain off. And just start turning sideways, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. And we had just a change round there. I think
getting rid of
decided to get rid of the Demona instead of the Dumbo. So the Dumbo came back there, but then has been, I think, challenged. They've both been challenged. So wow, absolute, just full
look at that
board wipe there from Matt.
Courtesy of the Demona, turning everything sideways, and then into the unknown, a Dual Link Blurple card that we've had for a few sets now, but a reprint of Let It Go coming in Winterspell. This was a staple since coming in the first chapter, Jen, and it was a top 128 prize for the first season of DLCs. You can get a non-full version of that promo at this season's DLCs, and of course we've got a new art version. But Matt playing the OG, I respect it.
Yeah, I respect that too. I always do that with the Captain Hook. Forceful Duelist.
Well, the original Forceful Duelist is the first Lorcana card I ever saw in my life. It's how I discovered Lorcana.
Wow.
And I think that art is just amazing. Again,
I agree.
I love the reprint. I love the new art. It's beautiful, but it's just there's a classic
something special about it.
There's something special.
I like it. I really like that OG artwork.
But yeah, absolutely broken the board as a result of those two songs, and a Demona able to play down a giant spectral parrot, but not a lot else. Matt can already set draw. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore on board. We've just played another genie. We can go to 19 this turn.
Tough position for CJ here. And 3 genies on board is a lot.
I don't know how Matt loses here if he just goes to 19, to be honest.
I mean,
with only 3 characters on board.
Because there's only so many that CJ can deal with, and then of course
you get rid of both genies,
away,
right?
So... yeah.
Because they both got damage counters on them, so your genie and your Iago and your Dumbo, whatever, can take out 2 genies. But
but then how do you get rid of the rest of them?
Even if just this Royal Guard sticks, it's over, right?
I know, yeah. Oh gosh.
I turned into a cow. Can I go home? You're excused. Anyone else? No, we're good. Sorry, I do that from time to time.
I love it. Yeah, so it's looking to be very much in Matt's favor here, which would then mean a 2-0 win for Matt. But we'll see.
Again, both of these cards utilizing Amethyst. We already talked about it. Fun fact, purple cards equal goods.
Yep.
CJ playing the amber cards to back that up. So you get things like Horseman Strikes, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, Lantern, Grandmother Willow. But Matt, with Sapphire, gets to ramp, which is kind of similar to what Yellow is doing, right? With Lanterns and Grandma Willow. You're
just playing
curving out faster.
It's its own way of ramping.
Exactly. But Matt, because he's playing Sapphire, has Hades, the premier removal in the game, and of course those 2 songs that we were just talking about, Let It Go and Into the Unknown. So I do think Blurple's favoured here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that Hades Infernal Schemer is just...
It's the premier removal of the game.
Yeah.
And it belongs to Sapphire. I have feelings, but I won't share them.
and then of course, we had that, the other Hades looking for a deal come out, which we haven't seen yet. We saw a lot of play in the previous meta.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Understandable. It was a really tricky situation for CJ there. I don't think there was much he could do.
Oh, there was the Hades look. If you were just talking about looking for a deal, there he is. It's interesting, right? Because it's a very powerful card. My justification for not playing it in Ruby I mean, I did, but I went down to a 2 count and then I took it out because, in my opinion, Red Purple specifically, you want to curve out and play Demona, right? And if you play Hades on turn 5, it kind of contradicts what Demona wants to do because you want to draw the cards off of her, right? Plus, with red purple, you could otherwise be playing an Elsa or a Headless Horseman. So I just think they're far more impactful 5-drops. Now, in other decks like Purple Steel, I think Hades is much more reasonable, where you don't necessarily curve out the same way. But yeah, it's interesting how favor of that card has dipped and gone up and down over the course since its release.
Yeah, we saw it so much in the previous set, the previous meta, and I mean, yeah, obviously we just got a slight glimpse of it there, but we haven't actually seen it played yet today. Of course, we're only in round 2, so there's still time.
There's plenty of Lorcana left to go.
But that Infernal Schemer, that Sapphire Hades is yeah, absolute staple. And
that turn, he was just able to Demona, Hades, one of you guys, let it go, one of you guys, into the unknown, one of you guys, cry.
Yeah, that's
crying is the
accurate.
optimal strategy when those sort of things happens.
Yeah, we'll go around the corner and see CJ just.
That was our first cast together, Jen. Love it, respect, bro.
Yeah,
Sis, awesome. Let the people know. Where are we? What we doing?
Where are we? We are at Leicester City Football Stadium, which is crazy. And we are here at the CCQ here in Winterspell.
A big prize up for grabs.
Big prize up for
looking
grabs.
to stamp that ticket to the European Championships in Disneyland Paris. What a prize. And of course, plenty more offering. I think there's bursaries that are being offered for first and second place to travel to Disney Lorcana Challenge events of that player's choice. We've got loads of boosters. We've got play mats. We've got everything. So it's bound to be a fantastic day. What a weekend for Lorcana fans.
I know. There is so much going on. And as you said, we also had the CCQ in Sydney, was it?
DLC.
The DLC
in Melbourne. In Melbourne.
Melbourne, my bad. I got both things wrong.
No, it's all good. They were in there. Yeah, Melbourne DLC happening across the course of the weekend. That's being streamed on JDZ Quest channel. What a delight. Great to see that. And great for you guys if you enjoy Lorcana and you've got a free weekend. You've got the Australia DLC. You've got us presenting CCQ. I'm sure there's other Lorcana events going on everywhere. Again, Winterspell only been out for a couple of weekends now. And this is going to be the first big data pool as we head towards Ghent. That's one of the most important things for me, I think, because the set was out last weekend. I'm kind of known for covering deck lists. You may have noticed if you follow my content. I haven't done that yet. It's because there weren't really a lot of events going on last weekend. Not big ones anyway. So I think Melbourne and here today is really going to set the standard going on. But Jen, I see a brand new panel asset on the board. What have we got here?
We have our deck representation for the weekend.
The metagame.
This is awesome. So we had a quick glance at this like this morning, but it wasn't fully complete because we were waiting for a few players to still register. But this is our current accurate metagame for the weekend. So I think going into this weekend, I was expecting these top 3. Were you feeling the same way that you were about that representation?
Pretty much. I'm a little disappointed at only 13 legends playing Ruby Amethyst, but I do understand it though. I think we were okay positioned in set 11. I'm not so convinced at the moment. I think maybe we have some adapting to do, but great to see 13 in the room. But looking at the top of it, Blurple coming out on top, no surprise at all. It's been that way for a long time. Amethyst Steel just chugging behind. Again, just a very consistent deck. Has the tools to beat most things. We do think Blurple is the worst matchup for Amethyst Steel, but it's still very winnable.
Yes.
And yeah, Amber Emerald, you were talking about dogs earlier. No surprise to see it out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am excited to see a decent representation for the Sapphire Steel deck option, because I feel like that's another one that's kind of
gain some position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, can you speak much to that? I mean, there are quite obviously Hades, Infernal Schemer we were just talking about, is a solid one in there, but of course loads of steel cards that are really good.
Absolutely.
But that's a really interesting deck, I think.
So Sapphire Steel, again, one of these decks like Emerald Sapphire that's benefiting from a card that came out in Whispers in the Well, the Cinderella Dream Come True. This unlocks the ability to go 2/4/6, and by that I mean you have your turn 1, and then on turn 2 you want to play Tipo or Sail the Azure at Sea. That allows you to put an extra card into your inkwell that's turn. That's if you're a newer player, by the way, and you hear us talk about ramping, that's what we mean. We mean putting extra ink into your inkwell across a turn. Every rules of the game, you can ink 1 inkable card from your hand per turn, but Sapphire has ways of doing more. Emerald has a couple of ways of doing it with cards like Hey, there's a free cost that can ramp you. But yeah, the blue deck's predominantly looking good to go 2/4/6. 2 or turn 2 you play Tipo or Sail. Turn 3, when you've got 4 ink, you play Cinderella Dream Come True. She will put another ink into your inkwell at the end of that turn, meaning on your next turn you can ink, and you can have 6 ink to play with. And that has a lot of very interesting characters like Goliath, another gargoyle. We've already talked about some gargoyles. Goliath, another very impactful one, 6 cost. At the end of your turn, you draw up to, if you've got more than 2 cards in your hand, then you discard 2/2, down to 2. And if you've got less, then you draw up to 2, which means that Sapphire can basically, hopefully, go big impactful character after big impactful character, just empty the hand and have the Goliath just refuel you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see it. No ruby steel representation.
Oh, you need to go have a word, Jen, mate. You need to get out there.
If
What's going on? Where's the ruby steel, Illumineers? You're all cowards. No one's playing ruby steel. Come on. I know you can hear me.
If only I was playing this weekend, we would see ruby steel and location
on the top tables.
Oh,
on the top tables.
Really not.
First seed all weekend. But yeah, just to finish off going through this meta game, Sapphire Steel, yeah, looking like it could do some very cool things and got new toys like that Angel card that we saw put in some work in the last game. Amber Sapphire, I think, is one of the decks to really keep your eye on, right?
Yeah.
We talked about Amber getting some new tools. We've talked about the ones that aggro are using, like the Grandmother Willow. But there's more, like there's the Ohana Means Family, Vin Diesel's favorite card that we talked about earlier. The Et Aku Amuti, which can work with Angel to, again, you're not ramping, but you're accelerating your curve. You're playing higher cost characters all the sooner. But of course, the main new addition to the Amber in combination, Jen, you know it's coming. Raging Storm. I want to see it. I want to see it, Jen.
I think we will.
I need to see it.
I think we will.
LD, go give me a Raging Storm. I need it.
I think we will see it, and I honestly think that the Amber Sapphire deck is highly likely the one that we will see it in, because of course, I mean,
Sapphire ramps you there.
Yeah, Raging Storm is a high ink cost of 8, but of course when you've got your Sapphire ramping your ink number, then it's much easier and quicker to get
you
there.
You can do it all the sooner.
So yeah, I'm
intrigued.
I'm intrigued to see if we're going to see that. I definitely
want to try and see if we can get some yellow-blue representation on the stream over the course of the weekend.
Me too.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how well that deck does overall this weekend. It's been it's talk of the community. A lot of very good players are saying, I think there might be something here. So hopefully across the weekend we will find out. We've also got Sapphire, Emerald, of course, 16 players. No surprise. Prince Philip, Malicious, Mean and Scary, Clarabelle, you're welcome. Some of the most broken things you can do in the Lorcana trading card game, right?
And we saw that in our round 1, and of course we've got Amber Steel, which we've just seen here in our round 2. So yeah, again, it's such a shift, I think, with some of these new Amber cards that Amber is coming back in a fierce way, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. And to a lot of players' pleasure, because I think there was a time in the past where Amber was maybe felt a little underpowered compared to other things.
Yeah.
Not so much in Infinity when you had Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation and Ariel and stuff. Very different conversation. But post-rotation, Amber seemed to just be lacking a little bit of oomph compared to these other rings. But it's time for Amber to grow, to step back into the spotlight, and I'm excited for it.
Agreed. And I think as well with the loss of the Rapunzel Gift of the Healing as well, that was such a staple Amber card for so long. Of course, losing that to set rotation, I think, hit a lot of people hard. But I feel like Ohana meets Family is almost like a...
It is. It's Rapunzel, but without the body, right? Now, generally, you would prefer the body, especially Rapunzel, who was questing for 2.
Of course.
So that was advancing your win condition. The balance is we don't get a body anymore, but there's a higher ceiling in the card draw, like Rapunzel capped out with 3, whereas Ohana Means Family can draw you a lot more. Yeah. I would make the argument that 3 is probably enough a lot of the time. And if I could have Rapunzel back, I would like that. But Ohana Means Family being an action means it can synergize with other things, right? Maybe action synergy overall. So it's good to have it in the format.
Yes, and then we have Amber Amethyst, which another one
we just saw.
It's just so fun. Like I said earlier, I think it's a really interesting color combination. And yes, purple card's good.
Purple card's equal good.
Purple card's good.
And then finally, what we know. 13 Ruby Amethyst. Again, I'm expecting most of them to be just a curve out deck. Maybe a few additions. There's a new 3-cost Whisper Genie, who whenever you boost him, he gains an extra lore. I know some players that are very much enjoying the idea of that genie. There's the new Christopher Robin, the underdog, which is a 2-drop, but can be a 1-drop if you go second. Largely, I think the curve it out red purple deck remains unchanged, but there might be a different build in the room, Jen, playing marching off to battle and maybe some more songs. And yeah, I'd be very interested to see what the red purple decks are doing across the day. But that being said, if you're just joining us, welcome to the CCQ here at Axion. I'm here with the wonderful Jen, our first time working together. What a pleasure for me, Jen. You're a star. I admire you. And we've got Steve LD in the room. Great to have him here. He'll be jumping on for the next round. I think it's about that time to go for a very short break.
Yes.
I'm going to powder my nose. I'll powder my nose, have a quick sip of water, and then I think you're going to go on a little break. Maybe you can scout the tables for a little bit, see if you can find us any interesting feature matches.
See what's going on. I haven't really been able to walk the room yet, so I am excited. I mean, obviously we know what the representation is. We've just seen it, but you
want to see it up close.
Yes.
Get right in their face, Jen. Be like, what's that card?
What are you playing? Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. We're going to go on a very, very quick break, but we'll be back very shortly with round 3 of Disney Lorcana. We'll see you soon.
See you in a bit.
Welcome back to the CCQ here at Axion now. We are in Leicester, Leicester City Football Club, and I am joined by a fantastic member of the community. We've got him, you love him. We've got LD here, Lorcana Decklist, Steve. Brother, what a pleasure to finally step into the booth. What an honour for me, my man.
Well, the honour is all mine. This is been a long time coming. I was just reminiscing before this event, actually, thinking we met for the first time at an Into the Inklands release event.
We did.
At which point you were quite new. Well, both game was new.
Yeah.
You said to me, I'd really like to cast for this game. I think I'm going to go out for casting this game. And I said, I think you should go for it. So your success is at least partially mine.
It's absolutely. Yeah. I would not be here if it wasn't for LD. So it's we're finishing the story part now by sharing a booth. But no, my brother, great to be here with you. I know you're excited for Lorcana Action.
Absolutely.
We want to get back into the gameplay, but very quickly before we do, we want to run you down the prizes that are available across the weekend. Challenge Championship qualifier prizes. First place, LD. First place will get a trophy and an invite to the Lorcana European Championships and £1,000 in travel bursary. Also an Elsa and Simba and Mulan promo. An event playmat. You can see that on the bottom left-hand side of the screen there. What a beauty that is. And some Illuminae Quest sleeves. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice package for the winner. But the good pricing goes all the way down to 16th. It's fantastic all the way down. Second place is also going to get himself a travel bursary. So if you miss the championship qualifier, you're still going to be able to have another go at a DLC. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's a great thing to offer second is, you know what? Didn't quite make it today. Have another go. Because you're obviously very, very good at the game.
And of course, the booster displays and the promos as you already mentioned. Third and fourth place will get a £250 travel bursary. I really like these bursaries, LD.
Yeah,
We're really promoting players to keep playing the game. Again, maybe it wasn't your day this time, but go along to another one. Keep playing Lorcana. Have some fun. Also, more booster displays, non-foil promos, event playmat, and IQ sleeves. 5th to 8th, we'll get some displays, some promos, and some IQ sleeves. And 9th to 16th, even if you just make top 16, you get to go home with a booster box.
Very, very nice indeed.
Not bad. I am pretty happy with that. But that's all for now. We'll come back and talk about the prizes a little bit later. We have Lorcana Action to show you. We know that's what you're here for. So let's throw it over to the game. And you may recognize the left-hand side of your screen. Who have we got, LD?
We have Adam Roper, known as Harlan Sweet. Absolutely one of the most recognized faces in the Sapphire Steel community. Popularized a number of different builds of this deck, so no major surprise for his deck choice this weekend.
And he's back on his colours.
He is. He's back home, and I think a lot of people would be very excited to see how Adam is able to do at this tournament with his signature colour pair.
Absolutely. So let's break this down. Obviously, the players actually started, took their first turn, and then we asked them to pause just until the stream could catch up. And we didn't see it, but clearly the first use of the underdog keyword here, LD.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was thinking we're here today in Leicester City Football Stadium, the home of one of the greatest underdog stories in football history. What better place to debut this underdog mechanic? And of these underdog cards, Christopher Robin, 1-3, Quest for 2. I think for me, it's the standout, most powerful option, specifically in this Amethyst Steel deck.
Yeah. So
good at getting you letting you build some early lore on early turns when you go second, which the deck can really struggle to do because it sort of freezes up a bit. Good when it's ahead, but can kind of struggle to quest early when it's not. This really helps.
Yeah, Amethyst has a lot of good questers, but a metaphorical 1-drop, which this Christopher Robin can be, questing for 2 with 1-3 stat line, is pretty bonkers. But over on the other side of the board, LD, we saw Adam start off with a 1-drop Jasmine to start things off, but on turn 2, not able to ramp, not able to shift that Jasmine. You've got to assume the shift line is in here, LD.
Yep.
Of course, the shifted Jasmine, she's a blue steel dual link card, and on quest, you look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put an ally into your hand. That would have been a perfectly reasonable turn 2 play.
Yep.
Adam didn't have it, could only follow up with a second copy of Jasmine.
Yeah.
Does that hurt his tempo in this matchup? Is that a really swingy turn?
Absolutely it is. Yeah, as you correctly point out, there are 2 things that Adam's deck wants to do on turn 2. It either wants to play a Tipo or Sail and ramp ahead, or it wants to shift this Jasmine, establish a 2/5 body, and start generating card advantage. It did neither, which puts him in a very tough spot. They're having to use a strength on his 3rd turn and challenge for the Jasmine, exposing one of the Jasmines to a Calhoun. So now Drew gets a great trade on the way back.
Yeah.
A very tough start for Adam.
just to get this Christopher Robin off the board, which again we've just singing his praises with that 2 lore, but you can't let it just sit there and quest turn after turn. But this Calhoun on the clapback, are we just going to scoop it up straight away?
Well, Adam clearly recognizing there that perhaps the tempo loss of not making either of his critical turn 2 plays just sets him back so far, and it's a tough decision to make in this. But if he recognizes that he's not going to get back in, sometimes it is better to conserve that mental energy and just get back in. Let's start anew. We'll try again.
Yeah, it's clock management, right? Which is a skill that, like, you like to think that we see the top tier, most experienced players really knowing how to use the clock, right? Knowing, okay, this game is over, but I feel like I can win the best of 3 overall. That being said, sometimes it's not even about thinking that you're not going to finish the game in the time. If Adam feels like he's lost that game is just always a loss.
Yeah.
It's breaks between rounds as well. Like sometimes just that 5, 10, up to 20 minutes, if you can finish your game early, go get a bite to eat, go get a drink of water, go step outside. That can be a really important process across these long days of Lorcana, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, even when you're in a position like that, there is a good argument for continuing to play just so you gain further information about your opponent's deck. But, you know, there's a trade-off. It can be a little bit of a struggle sometimes to just continue playing in a game that you feel you've lost. Yeah. You want to keep the confidence high as well as the energy. So Adam obviously understands where he sits on that range.
I guess, LD, though, the opposite side of that is like maybe you could play it out to get a bit more information, but by not playing out, you are denying your opponents extra information. So like you said, it is a bit of a two-way street.
Yep.
But going into game 2, Drew taking game 1, I don't want to... Is convincingly the right word? Like, I mean, yes, I guess so. But Adam going to be on the play this time round. I don't think... Is Drew altered yet? No, we're going to alter 2 card, 3, 4... Oh, it's going to be a 5-card alter.
Just seen a few cards from Adam's hand. He certainly has something to do on at least the second turn. I see more than one copy of Sail the Azurite Sea. Nice. It looks like we have another 1-cost Jasmine as well, which even if you don't immediately have the shift, you do represent the shift. That 1-cost body is always a concern to the opponent. Whenever they get a chance, they need to think about getting that off the board, or start to do things like, you know, just quest for a couple early on. Sometimes gets put in the inkwell by a Pleakley in this deck.
Yeah.
Even when you're not shifting, it can still be a very, very relevant body. As Adam inks a Pleakley on turn 1.
No 1-drop Jasmine this time, but not a huge problem. Again, if you play that Jasmine, you now can't ink it on a subsequent turn,
Absolutely.
right? And if Adam really is valuing the other cards in his hand, like Sails and things like that, then 1-drop really not that necessary in this particular matchup.
Yeah, totally. And what you say has completely played out there. Adam was holding one of those 1-cost Jasmine, opts not to ink it, which may appear as if it's a slightly strange choice, but like you say, you have to ink something. And he may even opt to, because he's going to ink twice, playing Sail the Azurite Sea on turn 2. If he wants to put it into play this turn, he can. Now that he's got something like a Goliath in hand, he might be thinking, right, how do we empty this hand as quickly as possible?
And you can see these big boss monsters in Adam's hand, the likes of Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy, a mainstay since the first chapter and then reprinted, and that big Vincenzo.
Absolutely, and this is what Sapphire Steel does. Likes to ramp ahead first couple of turns, and then every turn after that, you just start playing a very big and impactful character, whether it's Tinkerbell, Vincenzo, Hades, Goliath. These are all large bodies that quest for a lot and often have effects like removal, stapled to them, or
annoy
card draw.
Opponent.
Yes.
And Goliath is that card draw, right? Because again, Sapphire Steel really looking to play out its hand, really, and then you get to you go 2, 4, 6, hopefully in your ramp curve, and then you play this Goliath, and that Goliath is going to keep you refreshed. Okay, I'm going to drop to 2. I'm going to ink a player Hades. Give me 2 more cards. I'm going to ink a player Vincenzo. Give me 2 more cards. And you just keep that pressure up, turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, and Adam looking like he has the pieces of what is the strongest, one of the strongest openers for Sapphire Steel, which is turn 2 Sail, turn 3 Cinderella, turn 4, play a 6-cost character, whether it's Tinkerbell or Goliath, and sing Thunderbolt with Cinderella, as we see right here. So not only has Adam put a Tinkerbell into play, he's going to sing a Thunderbolt, immediately remove that Cheshire Cat. It's firmly in control of this game.
And that's the thing, that's like the singing mechanic's so incredible. You play the Cinderella, you get your use out of Cinderella the turn you play her.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, if you play more princesses on subsequent turns, then she can provide more value. But really, if you played your Cinderella, you ramped up, she's done her job. But no, she loves a sing-song. She will happily sing He Held His Thunderbolt or other 4-cost songs.
Yeah, she really, really does. And so when you get the chance to sing the subsequent turn with it, you really, really feel the strength of this card. And it fits so well into the Sapphire Steel curve. In many ways, Sapphire Steel, since rotation, has kind of built itself to make the most of that. As we see a second Tinkerbell Giant Fairy come down, that's going to remove the Captain Hook. 2 damage on Black Heron, 1 on Dumbo. Who now, You know, evasive on Dumbo is going to maybe enable a little bit of questing or card draw on Drew's side, but that Black Heron's going to struggle to do much at the moment now into 2 Tinkerbells.
Absolutely, and let's not forget, as well as the Rock the Boat ability, which is, as you just said, on play, Tinkerbell puts 1 damage on each opposing characters. We have the Puny Pirate, where if Tinkerbell banishes a character in a challenge, you can put 2 damage on another character. So while this Dumbo has evasive, and down comes a Genie to join in the evasive fun, if this Black Heron turns sideways, bye-bye Dumbo.
Yeah, absolutely. And a term you might hear a lot this weekend is Frozen, not the movie, or not to do with the actual cold of Winterspell, but Black Heron is effectively frozen right now. If Drew was to quest with Black Heron, like you say, it's an easy challenge for the Tinkerbell. The effect goes onto the Dumbo, removes that as well. It's a very, very tough spot to come back from. So Black Heron not able to do too much until maybe later on. We might be able to move some damage off with a Cheshire Cat.
Maybe even playing Bell. Yeah. Speaking of Frozen, that Elsa 5th Spirit is going to go into the Inkwell. Whenever I see an Elsa inked, I always think you must have a pretty good hand.
Yeah,
like, Elsas are so good.
Yeah, incredibly versatile card. Although in this matchup, it's maybe not quite as. I mean, it's still a phenomenal card. I don't ever.
Yeah, this is the matchup where it's probably not reaching its ceiling. Yeah. But it's still a pretty good card.
Because even if Drew was to play the Elsa here and exert a Tinkerbell, it doesn't create too many good challenges.
I suppose it would just be Elsa into Tinkerbell and then finish with Black Heron.
Absolutely.
Just to get 1 off the board. And of course, because your Elsa is evasive, the other Tinkerbell couldn't clap back. So that's probably the ceiling there. But I agree. Like, it's not this matchup where that card's going to shine the most. But down comes the Goliath. That may be a card that we want at Elsa just to get it off the board and stop it drawing cards for Adam.
Yes. So Goliath is happily going to just stand there, ready, drawing cards every turn as Adam sings Strength of a Raging Fire, last card in his hand, ending the turn with Goliath's effect and a draw 2.
Duck. Was that Scuttle as well, the warded Scuttle that he drew?
Ooh.
Was that a warded Scuttle? Am I?
It could well be.
I need to know. There's definitely a dock.
Which might be a Pleakley. I just
Pleakley is so reasonable, but finding a dock, that's going to help with card draw as well.
Dock is a brilliant draw from that Goliath there. Exactly the kind of card you want to see when you are low on cards in hand. Going to enable Adam to draw some at the start of turn, play them all out, and then draw some more at the end of turn.
There you go. You get a draw. I get a draw. Everyone gets a draw.
Everybody gets a draw with Goliath, apart from people that are already holding 2 or more cards.
And that's why, as a red-purple stan, I hate this Goliath LD because I like to draw cards. I drew them myself. Let me keep them. These are mine.
I tell you what, it doesn't happen too often where the Goliath is a mirrored effect, but it says if you have more than 2 cards, you discard down to it instead of drawing up to 2. It doesn't come up that often. There we go. As you see, Cheshire Cat come into play, move that damage, as we said, and challenge in to get rid of one of the Tinkerbells. But that is just 1 of 2.
Yeah, 1 of 2, and probably another 2 in the deck as well. I would expect to see 4 counts of these big boss monsters, the Goliaths, the Cinderellas, maybe even something like an Amari in here, that 5 cost that can help you just filter through the deck. And she can get, if you got a big discard pile, she's a big girl.
Yeah, we could well see the 5 cost.
It is a Scuttle. I was right.
A Scuttle. Fantastic.
I'm not washed, LD.
He's still got it. He's still got it.
I'm still trying to learn some of the Winter Spell sub names. I'm not quite there yet. I'm like, that's that's
how you seem to be doing pretty well.
That's a glimmer. That is a glimmer.
Yeah, no, this Scuttle is really, really interesting. This is one of those cards that's only recently come into favor in these decks. Just recognizing that, a lot of these. Ward is just an incredibly powerful keyword in this format. Can't be Elsed, can't be Hades or Into the Unknown or Let It Go.
And I think Let It Go is what is taken it over the edge, right? Because we've seen Ward be good and bad throughout the entirety of Lorcana. But now, with Hades and Into the Unknown and Let It Go, and a lot more players leaning into single target removal, Ward just gets all the more valuable.
Absolutely. And as we saw in our metagame breakdown, Sapphire, Amethyst, the most represented deck here, and Scuttle particularly good against that.
Here's an interesting interaction there, LD. If you're a newer player, you see that Cheshire Cat there, which was boosted, had a card underneath it, the Let It Go targeting the Cheshire Cat, putting it into the Inkwell, and that card underneath the Cheshire Cat travels with it. Goes into the Inkwell, or if you return it to your hand, then you would get that extra card. So just a nice niche. Here's an interesting niche. It happens quite a lot, really, but a nice important interaction to point out there. But that is going to be the end. The end is near.
That is the end.
End of Adam taking game 2, and we are going to get a game 3. I love a game 3. What do you think of these mats, LD? Well, we've got a moment to breathe.
They're really, really pretty. I'm a particular fan of the Dragonfire mat. This is one of my favorites we've had in a very, very long time, and it's the one that I'm currently using myself. Really, really like it, and we see. I think it's a fantastic change as well with these sets coming out. That it's not just all exciting new art like Dragonfire, but we're getting some callbacks to some key cards from previous sets.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? Like, I'm a big fan of rotation, but we got so many epic, like, awesome characters and songs and stuff in the first 4 sets. It's nice to know that they can come back through different art, and yeah, the future is bright for Lorcana. Just to point out here, Drew just counting out his deck. This is not actually shuffling. You may be thinking that's the purpose here, but absolutely not. It's important to count your cards. If you lost a card at some point in that game, and you don't want to shuffle up with a 59 card deck. So just a little count out of the deck there. But of course, 8 mass shuffles is generally seen as enough to sufficiently randomize.
Yeah, a common mistake that people kind of do that and assume randomization. But no, you're completely right. But it is good practice to do. Very, very easy to drop a card or something like that across the tournament.
We've seen it happen at DLCs. This is a big event, right?
Yeah.
Qualification for Euros on the line. So I respect it.
Got to keep these things in your head.
Moving into game number 3. Drew Coleman on Amethyst Steel will be on the play this time round. If you're just joining us, welcome to the CCQ here in Leicester. My name is Baker. I'm joined by the legendary Lorcana deck list, LD. Also, Jen in the room. This is round 3. Adam lost game 1 by scooping on turn 4 after having a very unimpactful turns 2 and 3. Was able to take game 2, and now we're going to get the decider who's going to progress on undefeated.
That's a very, very big alter from Adam there at the start.
What do we assume there?
I didn't quite catch if it was all 7, but when you see a Sapphire deck do something like that, the easy assumption is those 2-cost ramp effects, whether it's Celiaz or it's C or Tipo, we are digging for one of those because we absolutely need them. And looking at Adam's hand here, I didn't see one then.
Yeah, I think there's only one Sapphire deck that I think doesn't desperately dig for ramp, and that's Kiwi Bird. Because Kiwi Bird isn't a ramp deck, it's a play the curve out deck with warded characters and Alice Savvy Sailor. Again, a deck that Adam Roper, along with Justin Shadows, actually the grandfathers of that deck, the creators.
Absolutely.
But outside of that, every Sapphire deck wants to see that Tipo, wants to see that Sail, or it is already at such a tremendous disadvantage.
It is, as Adam still can't quite tell if he had a Tipo there, but here we go. 1-cost Jasmine, which was the card drawn off the top of the deck for Adam.
Oh, there's a Tipo.
There is a Tipo. Okay, so we have the option of Tipo. Fantastic. Everything is going according to plan for Adam, which for a moment it looks like it wouldn't. But he picks up the 1-cost Jasmine here. We see the 4-cost in hand, ready to shift whenever he likes.
And we have a choice on turn 2.
Got some options. Certainly more options than he had in game 1.
Absolutely, which is what we want to see. We're going to ink that My Demona and play down at Calhoun. The Marine Sergeant. I was saying to Jen, almost the original underdog card. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, what a fantastic assessment of the card. Much, much better on defense than offense, but can also be an instrumental part in this Amethyst Steel deck when it shifts gears, you know?
Absolutely.
Exert something with Elsa, find a good trade up with your Calhoun, gain 2 lore, quest with the rest of your things. Game's flipped around. Ooh.
Interesting. So we've got the Jasmine steady strategist or strategist? I don't know.
Strategist.
But steady strategist.
Let's go with that.
Shifts for 2. You've got 2/5, and as we said on quest, you're going to look at the top 3 and add an ally to your hand. In this instance, she's going to be heading down to karaoke night and singing Strength for a Raging Fire, only doing 1 damage to the Palace Guard, but courtesy of that vanish keyword shared by all illusion characters like Giant Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, if targeted by an action, instantly removed. So Adam just really seeing the value that this Palace Guard and the lore that it could get over the next few turns and saying, no, let's get rid of that straight away.
Yep. And Drew here with making a really, really interesting play of challenging the Jasmine for 3 with Calhoun. It's not going to banish it, and Calhoun is also going to survive that interaction. But just clearly saying to Adam, look, whatever you choose to do with this Jasmine, whether you choose to quest and try to gain some cards, or whether you choose to just challenge back to Calhoun, it's going to work in Drew's favor because that White Rose is going to very easily be able to clean it up. So opting to quest here, finding no allies.
Ooh, that is a shame. Cinderella is not an ally. She do be a princess and a hero, and of course the other 2 cards being songs. So no card gained off the Jasmine. She did gain a lore though.
Not what Adam wants to see there. That is unfortunate, but I mean, you know, there are only so many allies in the deck. They can't all be allies.
Yeah, I mean, we assume that if you're playing Jasmine, then there's a good bulk of your deck that has this classification, but doesn't mean you're going to hit it every time, especially when you are taking advantage of these fantastic songs and these fantastic actions. So sometimes you're just going to miss the Mulan Disguised Soldier coming down, draw a card, discard a card, filter through the deck, put for a very reasonable 1 drop with 2 strength, which can help with challenges. So but pretty low impact turn from Adam overall.
Yeah, really not exactly what he wants to be doing on that turn of the game. And, it all started there with the quest with Jasmine that didn't end up achieving too much for him, as White Rose comes and immediately cleans up the Jasmine. Now Adam finds himself very far behind on board, just the Mulan left remaining, and that Yzma must be answered quite quickly, or Drew is going to draw a lot of cards.
And Adam certainly seems to agree with you, just paying the hard ink cost to play that He Held His Thunderbolt, get that Conniving Chemist off the board, and then this Mulan going to trade nicely into the White Rose. But you're absolutely right. With that Conniving Chemist on the board, Drew would have been in a perfect position here to go ink something, play something, use the ability draw 2 cards, draw up to 3, and then that maybe just is a bit more than Adam could deal with an empty board and only 2 cards in hand. What ink's he at? 5?
He's at 5 now, and he's 2 cards in hand or 1 for Adam?
I think it's 2.
Yeah,
I think
at least
2.
one of them is a dock, so Adam has more cards in hand than it would appear in this position.
Yep, so hopefully he can go nice and wide here. And again, the lore total's still pretty low. Both players looking to control the boards. There's that dock. Jasmine going into the inkwell. We find a T-Pone. The growing sun. It's funny, like, how much your opinion on drawing a T-Pone changes between turn 1 and 2 and
Absolutely. Yeah. A T-Pone can make you feel a lot of different things depending on when in the game you draw it. When it's in your opening hand, you are elated. And later on, it's just about the worst thing you can draw. Typically, really not doing much to, especially
unless you're in the finals of DLC Richmond and you're Fungus and you win the game with it. Shout out to you, Fungus. I don't know if you're watching, but clip this, send it to him.
Well, this is what is commonly referenced as one of the hallmarks of very, very great players, is they will find a way to win with anything. So finding a way to win with multiple T-Pos in the late game is extremely commendable and what you would expect of a DLC winner.
Hey, that T-Po could be worth $100. Who knows?
Certainly could.
Drew taking his time here again. Lost that Conniving Chemist Yzma. Did result in quite a slow turn from Adam, but absolutely worth it. Drew deciding what he wants to do here. Playing down that Pete, which is not really for this matchup. It can provide value, obviously shutting down a Thunderbolt or a Strength or a Raging Fire. I think here more for the green-blue matchup more than anything.
Absolutely. So, Pete going to stop those very, very high impact board clear turns from green-blue, as you say, as we see Goliath come down Adam's side of the board. That's a very, very good draw for Adam. Pete also notably now, you might want to sing a song, for Raging Storm. Is another very, very impactful board clear, just the way that Pete used to be played to get around. Be prepared. Same
dude, I wasn't ready. Sorry,
I should give you a warning. Can I give you a warning before I say be prepared? But yeah, the theory still holds up where, play your Pete to prevent the board clear that turn. And
me and Jen were saying earlier, we're expecting yellow-blue to see some representation here. There's 16 of them in the room. If they're doing well, then you're going to be glad to have these Petes to shut off that board wipe turn.
Yep.
And of course, can just find use to get in the mirror to stop so you can strength before they can, things like that. So Pete fell off a little bit in set 10, 11, but starting to gain a bit of popularity now post Winter Spell.
Oh, as
Vincenzo Santorini going to put 3 damage. See, I blew him off the field. It took like 2 seconds.
And Goliath getting to sing "Let It Go." Yeah, a really nice turn for Adam there. This Goliath.
It was looking really bad a minute ago.
This Goliath is doing some heavy work, just drawing 2 cards at the end of each turn for Adam.
And that 6-5 stat line, not easy to deal with Drew's board state as it is. The Pete and the guard ain't gonna cut it, I'm afraid. This Goliath is gonna stick it out. Yep, let's ready our cards. Ready, set, draw, as is the tradition in the Disney Card Trading Card Game.
This is one of the things that Sapphire Steel does very well. As you correctly mentioned a few times, it plays a lot of these boss monsters. The only thing that Amethyst Steel has that sort of removes them efficiently is Strength or a Raging Fire. Of which you will need 5 characters in play to remove this Goliath. Well, everything that comes down after the Goliath, when it comes in, sort of removes 1 character. It keeps the character count low, so the strength damage stays low. And as a result, all these characters, they don't just remove things in Quest for a lot. They end up protecting one another as well.
Inexplicable double Cheshire Cat coming down. That's empty the had from Drew. These Cheshire Cats are pretty good, but not going to help us immediately answer this board. This big Vincenzo with a 2-8 stat line questing for 3. And the thing is, like, to really benefit from Cheshire Cat, you need something to challenge to leave damage, right? Like, there's that 1 damage that we just got there, which can be moved, but like if you wanted to move damage from one of your characters, you would. I suppose the Vincenzo, if that turns sideways, we can send something into that, get the 2 damage there.
Absolutely.
Will Adam recognise that and not turn it sideways for exactly that reason?
As the player that controls the Cheshire Cats, what you're really looking for is an exerted character with ideally 2 strength and very high willpower. Vincenzo is perfect.
Drew didn't draw to 2 because of Goliath. Did he? Did he draw to 2? Oh, he did. He did draw to 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, of course, again, we already mentioned at the end of your turn, if Goliath's on the board and you've got less than 2 cards in your hand, you draw up to 2. I thought that he'd forgotten for a moment, but no, he does have those cards, so that's good.
So Adam there, able to Thunderbolt one of the Cheshire Cats, which is actually very, very helpful in this and does enable him to do something with the Vincenzo.
Yep.
If there were 2 Cheshire Cats, then there would be open challenges on the table, 2 things to hit Vincenzo, then immediately both of them move their 2 damage off and onto the Goliath, and suddenly the game would change very much. But Adam finding the right answer for one of those Cheshire Cats.
Yeah, capped a little bit at just being... Unless he can play another Cheshire Cat on this turn, then there's probably a way to get rid of this Goliath. But then again, if you're Drew now, maybe you want this Goliath on the board just because it's like keeping you in the game, right?
Quite
like, that's that. I always find that a really interesting decision of like, is this Goliath hurting me more than it's helping?
Yes. Absolutely. So, yeah, very, very good observation. I think that often it ends up that there's kind of a bit of a truce around the Goliath of like, okay, both of us will allow this to continue to stay in play because let's
play the game, guys. Let's draw some cards. Let's have fun.
We're both getting something from this. Drew is opting to get rid of the Goliath. And sort of, as the Amethyst Steel player, you want to keep Goliath around just long enough for you to draw into something like one of your own docks, and then you kind of break the stalemate a bit, get rid of the Goliath, and then just get back to just you drawing the way you like it.
Just the way I like it. Draw for me, not for you. Elsa going to go into that Vincenzo. Another 2 damage placed and a 2 damage taken from the Explosives Expert. Giant Cobra going into the Inkwell. It's a fantastic dual link purple steel card. On play, you can discard a card and gain 2 lore, but we're going to opt to ink that down and play the dock instead.
Absolutely. And then Drew drawing exactly as we said he needs to, getting rid of that Goliath just in time to find the dock and get back to the primary Amethyst Steel game plan.
A tense game 3 so far. Like really game 1 and 2 were pretty heavy, one player or the other, really. Like Adam choosing to surrender on turn 4 of game 1. Game 2 just very much going Adam's way, curving out the way he likes and taking a quite convincing win. But here we are, game 3, 36.5 minutes left on the clock. Another Vincenzo's going to come down, a big boom, and the 5th Spirit is off to the storybook.
Absolutely, and that's... really good to be able to just remove that Elsa as well, because that was the thing carrying damage, which the Cheshire Cat might have been able to move over to the other side of the table. Very, very timely Vincenzo drawn there.
And it would be quite awkward for Adam to remove this Cheshire Cat here. Like, it's possible, but it would require double challenges. If you put your Cinderella into it, then you trade. And if you put your 2 Vincenzos into it, then one's going to trade out, and the other one now isn't questing. And Adam at 5 lore to Drew's 8. Drew is winning this race in terms of lore, but board state matters.
It absolutely does. And I'm really interested. I think that you could make a very good argument for both routes Adam could take here. Removing versus not removing. And excited to see which side he favours. Because like you say, we can't afford to just completely get rid of all of these, as Adam just opts to pass the turn, which is one of the options.
Some of the best turns I have ever seen in my career as a caster have been draw pass. Or ink pass.
Absolutely. Draw, ink, pass, and just recognizing, look, I'm ahead on board. I can't remove anything right now, but I know I'm ahead. Let's just continue. As 2 genies come down for Drew, and that is one of the cards that Sapphire Steel historically had a lot of problems answering. Be interested to see if Adam runs any ink runners. The 2-cost item has proven very, very good for helping Sapphire Steel effectively challenge evasive characters, closing one of the gaps in its strategy.
Blurpool certainly another deck that's taken advantage of that ink runner, draws you a card on play and gives the alert keyword to one of your characters. So meaning they can take on the evasives. Drew going nice and wide here with some extra lore. It's finding that turn where you can almost turn your brain off, right? And just start turning them sideways. And if you're a newer player, you may be thinking like, why didn't Adam do anything? He's got big characters here. Why would he not quest or anything? Again, it's about, if he just turns turns of sideways here, you give the opponent the opportunity to just remove them the most convincingly. Whereas if you can wait until a turn where you can maybe let it go, the thing that's like threatening to hit you on the clapback, or an Into the Unknown or another Vincenzo, find the turn where your quest gives your opponent the least room to optimally respond.
Absolutely. And yeah, you want to find that critical piece of removal for whatever thing it is that's kind of causing confusion in the combat math on board, which in most cases will be a Cheshire Cat. It is an incredibly confusing card often because it just completely changes like the knock-on impact of all of your challenges. Anything you leave sideways it's gonna open up incredible activations of Cheshire Cat, and it makes you think very, very hard about all of your challenging and questing decisions every turn, which is really, in terms of its overall impact on the game, one of the things it does most effectively.
And it's just one of the most, like, again, at least in the past when it was Bell, it was just like you would play around a card in hand. And like, have they got it? Have they got an empty hand? Whereas this Cheshire Cat, representing the ability to just recur it every single turn, you can never stop respecting it.
No.
Even if you get rid of the cat, you still have to respect whether they're going to draw another one and then have the 5 ink to play it and boost it. So it's been one of the most impactful cards to our game, for sure.
Really, really is. As both players kind of doing a bit of a count and looking how much can we quest for here. One of the things that Sapphire Steel does quite quietly is amasses a lot of lore on board. 2 Vincenzos, a Jasmine, a Scuttle. Adam with the option to quest for a lot, but just finding himself a turn behind Drew at the moment, who recognises now is the right time to quest with Christopher Robin and both Genies and move up within reaching distance of the game.
7. Yeah, 2-8 stat line on this Vincenzo, and then the Cheshire Cat's going to boost, remove the damage, and finish it off. Adam needs to remove not only all of the exerted characters here, LD, but if he can't touch the Yzma, it's game over anyway.
There are so many pressures being put on Adam there as he does concede before. So, you know, there you've got an Olaf that can challenge, potentially bouncing back a Doc. So Adam conceding there because he's challenged to remove a Cheshire Cat, remove a Doc, remove a readied Yzma, all in the same turn, as well as answering 2 Genies. No, not possible, I'm afraid.
And again, Adam being on the draw in this game overall. Again, game 1, his turn 1 was a Jasmine. His turn 2 was not the Shift Jasmine, just another 1-drop Jasmine. And then turn 3 was hard cast, the free cost strength for a Raging Fire. He surrendered the next turn, so it really didn't go his way. He was able to take game 2 quite convincingly, but on the draw against Purple Steel, on this occasion, Adam not able to get the job done. But a shout out to Adam, also very well known as Harlan Sweet. I'm sure you follow his content. A fantastic player, a fantastic member of the community, a huge advocate for Sapphire Steel, and I'm sure he's going to have a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. He will bounce back. He's been here many times before, and
he will be again.
Yeah, he certainly will. One of the really interesting things, going back to round 1 as well, where we saw Sapphire Emerald also had a reasonably difficult game 1. Oh, jumping straight into game 2.
Oh, goodness me. Here we go. Right, this is the Ruby Sapphire player. We've got Dan Butcher on the left-hand side for our backup match. Ruby Sapphire. And is that a time to go in the discard?
It looks like
What is going on? Going up against Amber Yo, goated match. Goated.
I tell you what, I could have a little guess at what's going on with this time to go.
Talk to me.
I reckon I know what he's trying to banish.
Talk to me,
I think Ruby Sapphire might be trying to banish its own Wreck-It Ralph, the new legendary Ralph from Winterspell.
The Raging Wrecker.
The Raging Wrecker to...
Not that
one. Clearly I didn't. Did we see one?
There might have been, but I think you're right. Yeah, this new Raging Wrecker, what's it do, LD? Tell us about
it. So it is a 3/4 that quests for 3, 7 cost character, and when it's banished, it is going to remove all other characters with the same strength as it or less, and it has boost 1 as well. Each boost giving it +1 strength. So often you're playing it, boosting it right away, and then in Dan Butcher's case, it looks banishing it yourself to just activate it immediately and create a full ball clear on your turn.
Yep, it's certainly a strategy I've seen a couple of players picking up recently, ways to self-banish your own Ralph. As you say, he's a 3/4, but if you boost him with his own ability, then he goes up to that 4 strength. Maybe Sigil Ruby, maybe you're playing Lumiere and things like that to boost him even higher. And yeah, has the capability to take out a wide board. We've got triple ladies on the board here, trip Cinderellas. Look at all this ink.
There's a lot of ink on both sides of the table here. And Ruby Sapphire able to build really nicely around this Ralph as well, where, you know, you want lots of nice high strength characters. So Pete, as we see it in play here. One of the new ones goes to Christmas Future. This is a fantastic addition to the deck, providing some much needed card draw for Ruby Sapphire. Other things like Maui Half Shark as well could be making an appearance. These are things that all naturally have high strength, so that when you have one of those combo turns with your Ralph, your board survives, and your opponent's board goes away.
Absolutely, I am a fan of this. Anything that can wipe a board, I'm a fan of. LD. This Pete going to boost again, so it now has 2 cards under it, meaning on quest, Dan can look at the top 2 cards of his deck, basically develop your brain.
Yeah, and it's really. It's amazing how quickly this Pete can run away with the game. It's just, you know, that first time you're sort of like, right, well, I take whatever card I'm given. The second time you get some choice. The third time, well, if it happens 3 times, you really start to feel like
absolutely like,
he earned his place in the deck.
Sure, if like we've seen cards like Vision of the Future, like obviously that digs 5, but just a dig of 3 or 4, like, and that big 5/5 stat line for the Ghost of Christmas Future as well, pretty good. And there's the Hercules. This is a 1-drop Whisper, 0/3, and for boost 2, he gains 3 strength, so become a 3/3. And down comes Pete, the Steamboat Rival. LD, what is happening?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful things are happening. So
yes, I'm impressed.
So this Pete, you know, when you have another Pete in play, as you now do in Sapphire with this, like the Ghost of Christmas Future we were just talking about, gives you a reason to go to your binder, find your Pete Steamboat Rivals,
find your super rare foil Steamboat Rivals,
and essentially you're getting a arguably better statted Maleficent Dragon for the cost of 7 ink. Fantastic proposition there.
Absolutely love it. I was about to say, actually, before that happened, like, oh, I wonder if we will see some Maleficent Monstrous Dragons in this Ruby Sapphire deck. But if you're playing these Petes, probably not a lot of reason to. And there's 4 of the Sapphire Pete. What other Petes could we be playing in this ink combination? There is a Ruby Pete. I think it's a 3-cost 5/2.
Yeah.
I'm not maybe.
Yeah,
just for an extra Pete, maybe.
There are some lower cost ones, yeah, certainly. And as we said, really, really interesting interaction there.
And it's gone.
yeah. I mean, it's really good. And then 2 Hades come into play, and, you know, that'll get rid of 2 Petes. But yeah, very, very interesting interaction there. We've talked a lot about some of these new boost cards, specifically the cards that boost for 1. It really is, you know, Hades and Let It Go and Into the Unknown as well are 3 of the top premium removal options in the format.
And it's in Sapphire.
And these cards that boost, they do actually punish those effects a little bit.
Sure.
You know, these decks are looking to build a large inkwell anyway, and when you've boosted your Pete a couple times, you're kind of...
They're going to Hades or Let It Go. Yeah, you're helping them
You
even
can't
more.
not Hades it, or it's going to keep generating cards, and then, you know, you end up giving them a lot of additional ink, which these decks can use.
Look at this hand. Okay, so there are Maleficent Monstrous Dragons. I'm keeping my voice down, chat, because as you saw 2 minutes ago, they can hear me at times, and I don't want to give too much away. There is a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon in hand. Also a couple of Spooky Sight. Again, not really the matchup that you're looking to take advantage of that, but good for dogs and the Purple Steel matchup, things like that. And there's also 2 locations here, LD. I think this is the graveyard of... It's the Christmas Graveyard. I can't remember the exact name. It's a brand new one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Yeah, no, I'm not too sure either. This is a really...
I tried to show
I know that mechanically it plays quite similarly to a Queen's Castle. That was one of the Amethyst locations that we saw. And here we go. It is the Graveyard of Christmas Future?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to say Graveyard Christmas Future, but I can't. I will be honest.
It's a 4-cost location. When a character moves to it, you get to put a card underneath it. Then at the start of your turn, you can banish it to draw all of the cards that are underneath it.
More great theming.
Yeah, but it's also a fantastic. You know, it has 8 willpower.
And 1 law.
Yeah, so it can just. You know, it's one of these things where if you do get in control of the board, you could just play a couple of these. The same way that Ruby Amethyst used to be very, very good at just clearing the board and then I mean,
the old Ed Chu.
I know that. I know that's one of your favourites as well. So I don't have to tell you. But yeah, it's again another really interesting way of drawing some extra cards.
Yeah.
The loss of Hiram Flavisham for Ruby Sapphire really took away its primary draw engine, which made the deck fall out of favour. But now it's finding some new ways to draw some cards.
And making your, like, I imagine there might be even Maui Sharks in this deck list. The locations are a great way to kind of get your opponents to turn sideways and let you get advantage of that Maui Shark. We don't run things like Elsa or Demona. We can't. We're not a purple deck, so we need to find other ways of turning them sideways.
Yep, we have to make it so that your opponent can't afford to just sit there and do nothing. They have to challenge, so then you get good trades back with Maui, and you can start to generate some card advantage that way.
Nice wide ink pool for Daniel as well. We didn't get much chance to talk about her, but that Moana who was on the board a little earlier, who can ink from the discard. I'm not gonna lie, like this is one of those abilities. Sometimes you read a card and you're like, that's bonkers. We have nothing like that.
Yep.
But sometimes that could
Black Cauldron.
The Black Cauldron entering play. What is happening? He's got a smile on his face. Show it off. I can't wait.
Oh, now this.
Cauldron control.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that just when it was initially printed, we just thought,
Nah.
this seems a bit. It's a very thematically cool card, but we thought seems a bit slow. Well, I tell you what it needed.
Yeah.
It needed to be in the same color as an unconditional board player and a deck full of Hades and Surface Stitches is what it needed.
Certainly does. This Black Cauldron, an amber 3-cost uninkable. We've got the Cauldron Calls. You must exert the Cauldron and pay an ink to put a character from your discard under this item face up. And we've got Rise and Join Me. You have to exert the Cauldron. So worth a note, you cannot do both of these things in the same turn with the same Cauldron, unless you have a way of re-readying items, which there aren't that many ways of doing.
No.
I think there was an old what's her name, the engineer from Atlantis.
Oh my goodness, Dan plays Ralph, boosts it, and Maleficent Dragons his own Ralph for a total investment of nearly 20 ink, clearing the entire board. Every Hades gone, Surfer Stitch gone, just Maleficent Dragon left in play. What a turnaround.
I tell you what that reminded me of, LD. Do you want to know? It reminded me of Be Prepared, but it's Wreck-It Ralph.
It's certainly about as close as a Be Prepared as you can get.
I'll take what I can get
yeah.
at this point, LD. And there's the Cauldron coming into use, turning, exerting, and putting an infernal schema underneath it, and a Lenwi for good measure.
Yeah, and that's what Black Cauldron is here to do. It's here to make sure that the Sapphire Amber deck doesn't just limit itself to playing 4 Hades in a game. It says, why not play 20?
That was my favourite turn so far of the day. I know we're only on round 3, but I think that's going to be a contender for my favourite turn of the weekend.
That was unbelievable.
That was sick, mate. Oh, you know what else I love? This promo version of Horseman Strikes with the black text box.
Yeah, very nice.
So I'm geeking out over the aesthetics, but I reserve the right to do that.
Yes, absolutely. Such is your right.
Ellen, we coming down, and now we have 2 characters on board, so we can play the Carefree Surfer Stitch, another Chapter 1 staple that was reprinted. If you've got 2 characters on board, you can draw 2 cards. A very spooky sight going to meet these Elenwis and put them into the inkwell.
Yeah, and Dan there really struggling to find something to do with those spooky sights, and 2 Elenwis, it's not ideal, but it's probably the best you're going to get against this deck.
Yeah, it's just a shame that Dan has run out of resources at this point, whereas Daniel, this is where you're going to really start to see the advantage of the Cauldron, right?
Yes.
The way it can just recur these incredible characters like Hades. There's, again, once this Stitch goes into the discard pile, that's going to be another great target for the Cauldron. We are going to play that Hades from underneath the Cauldron. No downside to this.
Nope. No, and then next turn we can look at putting another one underneath it again. So yeah, while Black Cauldron is certainly not fast, it does offer you inevitability. It's kind of, now while Dan on the left side of our screen is thinking very much about, what am I going to draw every turn? Daniel on the other side knows it's going to have relevant actions to take every single turn.
Love a draw there, a little look. Oh, I'll take a vision of the future. Let's look and see if I can find something. But it breaks my heart to say I think it might be a little bit too far gone. Daniel at 17 lore, 4 lore on board, and a Cauldron for good measure to help us make sure that we keep playing high impact characters, and that's going to be it.
That's it. Oof, what an amazing turn in that game, though.
I loved it. I was rabbiting on about other things, and suddenly Ralph came down, dragons came down. It was a whole thing, LD.
Yeah. It was one of the things I was looking out for this weekend, actually. That Ralph is it was on my radar as one of the sort of sleeper cards of the set.
I think so.
One of the more, it's not so widely discussed so far, but something that, again, offers Ruby a very creative way of clearing the board, and Dan's deck really showing the power of that there. Even if he didn't quite get there at the end and take the game, he did give us an incredible show.
Every single card that has the text "banish all characters" has seen play at some point.
Yes.
Okay, like Raging Storm, we know there's some in the room. We've just seen that Ralph putting in some work. Obviously, we know B-Prep. So, yeah, whenever a text can banish all characters, that's a card that you want to take seriously. But what a banger, LD. 2 fantastic matches there. We're going to see Harlan Sweet going up against an incredible player. Harlan not able to get the job done that time, but I'm sure he's got a lot more to prove over the course of the weekend. And then a banger game there, red-blue. Mate, I'm happy. We're seeing some Winter Spell spice.
Really, really good. Yeah,
Ice.
Absolutely. Especially
Sorry.
Ice. Okay, great.
Spit Ice. Sorry.
Especially our last match there, the backup match, the Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Sapphire.
Yep.
That was kind of like both players were asked, how many Winter Spell cards would you like in your deck?
They said
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I would.
I would like to try them all, sir. I'll have the lot. So that's awesome. If you're only just joining us, welcome to Axion. This is Lawfest, a CCQ. The winner this weekend will be punching their ticket, shining their name into the Great Illuminary and heading straight to the European Championships, where, again, for a lot of Lorcana players, it's just all about when's my next opportunity to play Lorcana.
Sure.
Of course, you want the prizes, whether it's a playmat or booster boxes and promos, but for a lot of players, it's like, what's next?
Yeah.
Okay, am I going to Nats? Am I going to Worlds? Am I doing this? Am I doing this? So that invitation is going to be fantastic. LD, give us another quick breakdown of these prizes for people that might have just joined us.
Starting at the bottom, 9th through 16th this weekend, are going to go home with 1 booster display and some really quite beautiful
promos.
Illuminator's Quest sleeves.
Oh, I love those Illuminator's Quest sleeve. That was from Deep Trouble. They are Ursula themed. Very, very cool. And some money up for grabs this weekend, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we get a bit further up the pricing, 3rd, 4th, 2nd and 1st are all going to receive different size travel bursaries, which, as you said, it's all about what's my next opportunity to play? I've had a great weekend. I've had fun with my friends. I've had a fantastic run through the tournament. What's next? Always on to the next thing. That travel bursary is going to help you get to wherever the next tournament is. Could be DLC in Ghent or Dortmund, our 2 upcoming European DLCs that I'm sure many players here would love to travel to.
Absolutely, and again, with a breaking records over 4,000 Illumineers over the course of that weekend, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, we're also going to be paying out all the way through to 16th with booster displays, more promos, more playmats, more IQ sleeves, and of course we have a fantastic prize wall here at Axion now. You can earn tickets throughout the main event, and there's going to be a secondary event happening for maybe it's not your day. Maybe this wasn't your event. Maybe you go 0-2, you want to drop out, you want to play some other events, win some prize tickets, go to the prize wall, and go in with some nice goodies over a fire.
Absolutely.
For the weekend.
One of the things I really love about these CCQ events is that they really are for everyone, which is that if you are a super competitive player, you want to come and, test yourself against the very best, try and punch your ticket to the European Championship, there's an opportunity to do that, which is fantastic. And also, if you're somebody who maybe isn't wanting to travel to DLCs for any reason or something like that, or it's not quite possible for you, there are fantastic DLC promos on offer here as well that you can just pick up at one of these tournaments, maybe a little closer to home. Great opportunities to come and get that too.
Maybe use that bursary to go to another CCQ in the country or something
absolutely.
like that. Again, there's lots planned. Generally speaking, like I think we've been maybe a hot take. Because I know, and I'm no problem saying if we could have tons more DLCs, that would be great. Of course, we would love as many as we can be given, but I think we've done pretty well in terms of there's the events happening across over the east, across the seas that have been happening over the last couple of weekends. Plenty of CCQs I've seen, a lot of them being streamed as well. So there is a lot of competitive Lorcana happening out there. It might not all be right on your doorstep, but hopefully it gets there soon, and I'm just glad that there's so many opportunities to play the game at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's, if you're just someone who doesn't want to travel too far, then you've got CCQs reasonably close by. If you're someone who's happy to sort of travel within the continent, there should be a few DLCs you can get to. And then, of course, we do know there are a few global travelers who will go to any and all DLCs, and they are really making some names for themselves.
Seasoned veterans.
On a truly global stage, which is really exciting to see.
Again, like for a lot of players, it's when do I get my next chance to play Lorcana? And of course, there'll be set championships happening later on in the set. We already know that. I actually got a sneak look at one. Ben from Ravensburger. He was in the room. I don't know if he's left now. He's a busy man, but he may have had that Tinkerbell playmat with him, just sort of teasing it, showing it off a little bit. And it is beautiful. I love the change that they've made to put the champion in the bottom left-hand corner. I love the original playmats. I think they're beautiful, but that is a very positive change in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think the design of this new one is super striking.
Beautiful.
Really like it in the corner there. I know that it was an interesting point of contention in the community of like, you either loved or didn't like the champion.
Yeah.
You either really want everyone to know you're a champion, or you kind of think, you know what, I'd rather just a bit of a more muted design.
Yeah.
I think
Humble.
absolutely. I think it's a perfect balance. So really nice balance
agree.
on this new one, and yeah, I'll certainly be going out and trying to win myself one.
Well, I won the last Content Creator Set Championship, so can I keep my streak alive? Not if he's in the room. We hope that you are enjoying the show so far. Again, plenty of Lorcana happening over the course of the weekend. DLC Melbourne took off yesterday. JDZ Quest streaming that on his Twitch, which is fantastic to see. And it kind of works out perfectly, right? Because right as that event finishes, we basically started. Again,
Yep.
I wouldn't advise staying up 24 hours straight to have a nap, but if you're enthusiastic and you want to see as much Lorcana as you can, we're here to provide, aren't we, LD?
We absolutely are, yeah. By all means, do sleep. But
Please,
if you don't want
have
to,
a rest.
if you don't want to, there's Lorcana to be watched.
Have a sleep, have a break, have a Kit Kat. But speaking of Kit Kats, I think I'm going to have a little bit of a break. I want to walk the floor, LD. I think we're going to go on a little break. We'll have Jen come back so you two can cook. I'm enjoying your work together. I'm loving what I'm seeing. And I want to walk around, have a little peruse, see what's in the room, see what's doing well, seeing what's at the top tables. Chat before I go and before we go into a break. Very quickly now, what deck is winning the CCQ here at Axion this weekend? Type it right now in chat. We'll take a look at that in a minute. We're going to go on a very short break. Don't go anywhere unless you want to go for a little rest. But if you don't go anywhere. We've got more Lorcana coming up very soon.
And welcome back to the CCQ here in Leicester. We are about to go into our round 4, I believe. And I mean, that previous matchup, though, that we went to our backup match on the feature table, and that was crazy.
A lot happened in our backup match. Well, a lot happened in the main match for the round as well, but that backup match really, really showing us 2 very, very different flavors of board clear from Winterspell, one of them being Raging Storm. You know, that's to be expected. We thought we would see Raging Storm clear a few boards this weekend. I don't think everyone expected that the new legendary Wreck-It Ralph would be banished with the player's own Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. Target the Ralph, clear the entire board. Probably wouldn't have had that on my my little bingo sheet for things I would see this weekend.
No, me neither. It was very, very fun to see, and yours and Baker's reaction to it was also incredibly fun to see. But I'm really excited to go into this 4th round and see what we've got. I don't know what's on the feature table that we're about to see. But I'm really, really excited. Oh, okay, we have we have some amethyst steel and a sapphire steel. Which I don't think we've seen sapphire steel yet today.
Oh, we did have. We had one just last round.
Yes, my bad.
There's a surprisingly high amount of sapphire steel in the room.
There is, yeah.
Seems to be a very popular choice for this weekend. It's kind of easy to understand why. There's early on in a format, people often tend to like to make sure they've got some very, very strong. Maybe it's not sapphire steel. It looks like it's
yes, okay, that's fine. I think we have the ink symbols incorrect there, but that's okay. But that was that was an enchanted Demona. That's crazy. You never want to ink an enchanted as well.
No, if you can get away with it. No, so sapphire amethyst on Sean's side of the table, and then Justice on the right hand side of the table. I think going to be on Amber Emerald, it looks like, leading off with a turn 1 Daisy, which is exactly what you want to see as that aggressive dog stack.
Yes, it is Amber Emerald indeed, and then we see that Grandmother Willow, which is a new Winterspell card that's had a lot of discussion. We've talked about it multiple times already today. Really, really excited to see that because it sparked a lot of conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also it had to be given an official ruling as well.
Yes, because this effect on Grandmother Willow reduces the cost of one character you play per turn by 1, meaning that you can do exactly what Justice just did, which is play it on your 2nd turn, then put a 1-cost character to play immediately. That has a huge impact on the game plan of this Amber Emerald deck, because it means instead of ending your 2nd turn with 2 characters in play, you end it with 3, plus it's going to apply a cost reducer itself. The end result is, on your 3rd turn, you can play the 7-cost Tramp a turn earlier than usual, and it's very, very hard to keep up with an opening like that. It's super, super tough. Enables you to start filtering through your deck, find exactly what it is, whether you need an Emerald Chromicon. As Justice does exactly that. There comes the Tramp on turn 3, really showing the ideal opening for this Amber Emerald deck.
Grandmother Willow has found its very, very comfortable spot in this Amber Emerald Chromadogs deck that we know so well, because it is just still such a fierce deck in going into this new meta still, and even fiercer, I think, actually, because of additions like Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, absolutely. Just accelerates the deck that little bit, just makes it play essentially a turn faster than it did before, which is a really, you can't really overstate quite the impact of just how important it is. It means that, if you were going to do something like try to play for Singing a Fast Under the Sea, you're doing that a turn earlier. If you're trying to play to just make sure that you're establishing a 5-character board and then playing a Chromicon behind it, everything happening ahead of schedule, and just, really, really hard to keep up with, especially going first.
Yeah, definitely. And so we've got our classic Blurple, another very, very fierce deck still in going into this new meta again. And we've seen it already, and I think there aren't that many changes, I think, to the Sapphire Amethyst deck in general. Maybe a couple of additions of new cards here and there, but not a huge amount. I mean, if you were playing that deck, would you be adding any of the new cards, do you think, from Winterspell?
Yeah, good question. I mean, it's one of those decks that felt so close to perfect already that, you know, where are you finding the space? As we see Nani, Stage Manager, played by Justice, going to have a look at the top 3. Try and find a
Another
card.
fierce new
Yeah,
card.
really hard to find the space for the new things, but I think, you know, we've got the reprint of Let It Go in Winterspell. That's a big pickup for Sapphire Amethyst. Just
Absolutely.
pushes their package of removal even further. Would certainly be interested in playing at least a couple of copies of that. There are some interesting new 4-cost characters that the deck might want to consider, like Tigger bouncing all the way.
Yep.
When you you essentially go straight from 2 ink to 4 with your Tipo and Sail, then play Tigger, return their 2-cost character to their hand. Really, really big tempo swing. And Sven as well, the Leaping Reindeer,
Yes.
the one with Rush. It means that you have access to more of these 4-cost characters that do something immediately. They're not just a genie that's like a very good, efficient body. They actually impact the board on the turn they're played.
Very much so. Yeah, great points there. And yes, we see that Nani Stage Manager down there, which, as we say, is a new Winterspell card that I think has also created a lot of conversation. Quite a powerful one with the That's Your Cue ability. When you play this character, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal a character card with cost 2 or less and put it into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom of your deck. So yeah, just another way of really trying to search for those characters, grab those cards that you need, like all of these cards in Justice had that we could just see there. Yeah, it's oh no, that was their discard, sorry. But yeah.
Yeah, play the last card Tramp there, which means that everything drawn by Tramp goes immediately to the discard. Well, when it's a Lilo that could come back into play from the discard, you don't mind too much, do you? As just see how quickly this Amber Emerald deck can start questing. Justice already up to 9 lore. And what's really interesting is, on Sean's side of the board, nothing's really gone wrong. It's not as if everything is happening on schedule. We've T-Po'd on turn 2, we've played a Genie. But when you have these high velocity openings going first with Amber Emerald and specifically a Grandmother Willow on turn 2, just look how quickly a huge board could be built.
Exactly. And I think against, it really, I think, matches up then much more equally when the Amber is playing against a Sapphire deck, because of course the Sapphire has such a high ink ramp.
Yeah.
But I think me and Baker were saying earlier, it's almost like with these new Amber cards like Grandmother Willow, it's like they have their own way of ramping.
Yeah.
So it is really and there's the Sven you were talking about there. With the Rush, Evasive, and Challenger.
Yeah, so that's
a 3-in-1.
Yeah, that's enabling Sean to take care of one of these Tramps at least, and then take care of the Willow as well. But yeah, you're completely right in what you say. It's in a matchup like this, the Sapphire player looks over at the Amber player and thinks, hey, it's me that's supposed to be playing a turn ahead of schedule, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I'm the one that's built my entire deck around skipping from 2 to 4. Meanwhile, the Amber Emerald deck goes incredibly wide and just starts to play a lot of Tramps. But one of the things that the deck really can struggle with is continuing to draw cards, maintain card advantage. Like we just saw, very, very high impact turn from Sean there. Starting to get a little bit back, still a good board for Justice, but Sean's starting to get a little bit back in control of this now, just keeping things under control, because after a really powerful high velocity opener like that, the tough thing now for Justice is like, how do I continue applying 2 cards to board per turn? Because just not really possible when you're just drawing 1 card a turn.
I know. I think, and also it's we've got that Escape Artist there, which Justice obviously chose not to play, but could still play on future turns. I think there's actually more than one in the discard I saw, so it has the option for it. But of course, then you do have to pay for it still, so you're down 2 ink for the rest of your turn. So I think it's really thinking about whether it's going to benefit you. If you're playing Stitches and Pudge, then things like that, then you definitely want that Lilo on board.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's not always going to be to your advantage.
Oh, as we see a 5-cost lady come into play, going to bring back 2 characters that cost 2 or less from the discard to Justice's hand. So we just remarking on the lack of card draw in the Amber Emerald deck. Well, this is a very, very good form of pseudo card draw. Going to bring back 2 really, really relevant characters, a Daisy Duck and a 2-cost Tramp. The Tramp going to enable some good trade backs for the deck if Justice wants it. And the Daisy Duck just going to continue to apply pressure as Justice confidently quests towards 16 and says, "Here's my board. Got an answer?"
How are you going to deal with it? Who knows? I mean, I am really interested to see how Sean might try and deal with this, but inking the Hades, looking for a deal there, which potentially could be an option, but in this scenario, it is tough.
Tough to think about exactly what Sean might need here. We don't have any, but I guess something like an Into the Unknown would be really, really good for just get rid of the tramp right away. There aren't very many good spots in this matchup for the Sapphire Amethyst deck to play Demona because it often is going to net so many cards for the more aggressive opponent. This spot wouldn't be too bad. It would just be +1 card for Justice. It would be 3 draw. No, it wouldn't. Sean's hand's too full. I was just thinking of how can we draw quite a few cards at once to try and get this Royal Guard on Sean's side of the board big enough to take a really, really good trade here. But the options are actually quite limited.
They really are. They really are.
Cheshire Cat's a good one.
Yeah, especially because we've already got that damage on board, of course.
Yep.
So try and move that, and we know that it's going, even just a small amount of damage can do a lot to a deck like Justice's, because a lot of those, like that lady family dog, for example, has a lower willpower. But
Sven going to challenge it to the tramp, and really, that's why Cheshire Cat is one of the cards that the Amber Emerald deck really doesn't want to see, because it just, look at what Sean did there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a scoop there from Sean. Yeah. So, but game 1 to Justice there with the Emerald Amber.
I was getting so caught up in thinking what were we activating the Cheshire Cat to do? All this Cheshire Cats are really, really bad for the Amber Emerald deck. Sort of took my mind off the fact that Justice still had enough characters in play to just end the game right away. So maybe too little too late for Sean. Might want to see that Cheshire Cat a bit earlier, and certainly going first won't hurt.
Definitely. Hopefully, I mean, Sean can get a bit more going this time. As you say, we'll be able to go first this game. So it will give a bit of an advantage. But of course, if Justice sees that Grandmother Willow, it's still going to be, a big and quick kind of ramp up from Justice there.
Absolutely. One of the really interesting things that I was thinking about Sapphire Amethyst recently is that it feels like they're 1-cost characters, like Basil, the 2-1 with support. They sort of feel like they can give the impression that they're just kind of filler cards so that you have something to do on turn 1. The games where they miss a 1-cost character are very, very different to the ones where they have one. Basil changes everything for every turn after that. It means that if you play a Tipo as your 2-cost ramp option, you're going to be able to challenge for 3 with your Tipo and take a good trade up, and you still have the Basil in play. If your Basil stays around till turn 4, when you can start playing your Elsas, it means that Elsa is immediately going to be able to effectively banish virtually anything that's played on that kind of curve. Really, really big difference. And that's the one thing we can point to in Sean's game 1 there, is that there was no 1-cost character. So whether it's Royal Guard, whether it's Basil, having one is really important. And there you can see at least a Royal Guard in Sean's hand. So something to do on turn 1 this time.
Good. We love to see it. We really do. But I agree. I think I said earlier, I do think support is one of those things, especially on smaller characters like that. I think it can be underestimated.
Yeah, totally.
But you're right that, something like a Tipo as well is a small body, a quest for 1, obviously has its when played effect. But once that's done, a Tipo is just kind of sitting there, can be used to quest. But if you can buff it and then get rid of something on their board that's a bit bigger, then it's really, really, it makes Tipo immediately more useful in that situation. So you're right. I think as you said, I think we will see a 1-drop from Sean this turn, which is great, of course. But I think it's really I don't think we saw any new Winterspell cards in Sean's deck so far, did we?
I haven't seen any.
The Genie Magical Reset.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those yet. I didn't see any Let It Goes. Oh, we saw Sven.
Yes, of course we did see Sven. That,
well. Yeah,
of course, immediately forgot that.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good showcase of kind of why Sven's stat line in particular is so strong in this Sapphire Amethyst deck. Is that most of these evasive, typically Sven is kind of answering something evasive, whether it's a Genie, whether it's an Elsa. Most of them have 2 strength. Sven going to be able to just cleanly take either of them out while holding 2 damage for a Cheshire Cat. yeah, super relevant, and not surprised to see some of these Sapphire Amethyst players picking that card up.
Definitely. Going into game 2, we saw the fist bump there. We love that. Good sportsmanship. Inking the Basil there for a Basil, as you said. Very good. Going to get that support and maybe hopefully get the T-Po on the second round. I can see the T-Po in hand actually, so we're probably going to see that little line that we were just talking about.
Yeah, and keep an eye on this Basil. Watch just how much this quite unassuming one-cost character ends up affecting the way that this game goes. Every single time I underestimate it, and then it ends up achieving an awful lot.
Absolutely. So we've got the Bobby there for Justice. When you play him, you can draw a card and then discard a card. So a nice little hand caterer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's a bit of it's a slower start, but it's, going second. Justice not wanting to just go super fast, but take that time to kind of sculpt the ideal hand, knowing that, you know what, there's a fair chance that Sean gets way ahead on board this game, is able to play much more relevant things earlier as a result of going first. And so actually we need to do some slightly different things, whether that's prioritize card draw, whether that's making sure we try to set up a really good under the sea or something like that.
And another Bobby.
Some more Bobby, this time for free off the Grandmother Willow.
Of course.
Which feels like, two not particularly scary cards on board, but it's just so incredibly efficient. If you just think about, you've just drawn and discarded again to try, every Lilo that you discard doesn't feel like discarding a card because it's ready to play later on. It's just, you're able to squeeze so much into these early turns with Amber Emerald now that it's not surprising to see this deck rising in popularity once again, as we see Dumbo.
Exactly. So yeah, we've got that Dumbo there. Questing with the T-Po, of course, unable to challenge because none of Justice's characters are exerted. So just get a nice little start on the question there.
Yeah.
See that Lilo that Justice discarded, of course,
Here
is now coming into play.
For a cost of 1, thanks to the...
Crazy. Yeah, thanks to the Grandmother Willow. You're so right that, of course, being able to cater the hand so much with Bobby and get that Lilo into the discard, it doesn't feel bad putting her there because you can get her back.
These are all game actions that feel like very small. It's just, well, I'm playing a 1/2, I'm drawing and discarding. Well, consider that you drew and discarded. Your discard didn't really set you back at all because you discarded a Lilo and you paid 0 ink for it off a Grandmother Willow, and suddenly you start to realize how these small advantages really snowball for the Amber Emerald deck.
Definitely. And we see the Bobby, 2 Bobbies there going in to get rid of the T-Po. I wonder if maybe Justice was thinking about what we were talking about. Support from the Basil means that T-Po can get rid of more. So just get rid of that problem. We'll get rid of that before it becomes a problem,
Yeah, and interesting to see what Sean's next turn really going to be wanting to find something like an Elsa.
Yeah, you definitely want, of course, you've got the Dumbo now, so you definitely want to try and find more evasive so you can really utilize Dumbo's secondary ability.
Absolutely.
But Justice having a think here. Got another lady there on board.
It's just a lot of setup going on both sides of the board. And I suppose on Sean's side, what we're really trying to move towards... there is Elsa.
There is. You called it. Get rid of that Grandmother Willow. I do not blame you.
No, got to get that one gone now because that's effectively going to sort of set Justice back a turn. Also going to take out the Lilo. And all of a sudden, this board that was quite scary feels very manageable. On Sean's side, we've also seen a Cheshire Cat in hand, which is potentially going to do something very relevant. And Sean maybe even thinking, you know what? Do I just trade my Basil in here for a Bobby? Am I happy doing that?
Thing is as well is that, of course, with the Cheshire Cat, it doesn't have to be moving the damage from your characters to their characters. You can move the damage that are on their characters to their other characters as well.
Absolutely.
So and I remember when Cheshire Cat first came out, I didn't even register that as a thing you could do at first, and I was like, that's crazy because you can really use their damage to get rid of something else. It's wild.
Yeah, it's really good. let's say your opponent has an exerted damage character in play and you think, well, I'm going to take this challenge, and whether it was damaged or not, my character's still going to banish theirs. Just move that damage over before you challenge, get a little extra out of the exchange. Yeah, ends up being very, very relevant.
Very much so. We can see that Nani there. He's choosing the lady for his hand. I love that Nani stage manager.
Yeah.
The artwork's so cute with all the girls in the background.
Yeah, we haven't seen any. Oh, I'm not sure actually whether you saw it in the game that you casted with Baker, but she's also very, very good in Amber Steel, where she excels at finding that much needed dock.
Oh yes, very much so. I feel like I've definitely seen some conversation around that's been like, Nani is the dock finder.
Yeah, that's a primary role in Amber Steel.
Definitely.
And we see, these turns are interesting for Justice. It's quite far behind in this game now. It's not that we're doing nothing, but it's we're in a bit of a stalemate, and unfortunately for Justice, Sean is much more comfortable in a stalemate situation because, well, then we're quite happy to just start activating Dumbo and drawing some cards, and very, very happy to stay up on resources.
Yeah, very much so. I must say, I have, what's the word I'm looking for? I have respect for people who choose to play decks like the Emerald Amber Chromadogs deck, because I don't think I could do it, because I feel too like not too like I don't have enough defense. It's more that I don't have enough attack.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think what you're describing is a feeling that a lot of people will relate to, which is that when you play one of these more proactive decks, and it's kind of like, look, my plan is to go fast. I'm going to try and end the game before you can stop me from doing that. You can really often feel without a plan B. What happens if I fall behind?
Yeah.
Suddenly, my whole game plan revolved around me achieving loads in the early game. Something went wrong and I didn't. Now what? And players like Justice are very, very good at finding good ways to navigate that. And really, a lot of the things that set apart a really exceptional player are just how well they navigate through those uncomfortable situations for their deck. Now that I'm in this situation where this is not plan A, what do I do to stay in this game? Because a lot of the situations that Justice doesn't want to happen in this game have happened. There is an active Cheshire Cat. There was an Elsa on turn 4. There is an active Dumbo. We have a board of split strength characters on Sean's side. So even if we wanted to play for an Under the Sea, it's not going to achieve very much. Yeah, it's tough. And finding a way through those situations is really difficult. And this is one of the things you can do, though. Start to bring some cards back to your hand with a 5-cost Lady.
Definitely. Lady Miss Park Avenue there getting shifted. But you're right. I think it's I just like to know that I have ways of dealing with the board if I need to,
I'm very much the same way. You need I favor tempo style decks that are really able to shift gears. If I get ahead, I can start to run away. If I'm behind, I've got tools to catch up.
Agreed. We've got the Go-Go Tamago coming down there and paying to get some lore, I think. From the, is it a 1 damage on there? Oh,
no, I don't think
it wasn't. I completely misconstrued that. My bad. We've got an Under the Sea there.
Yeah, and as I just said, he's not got much else to do with this Under the Sea. But when you've got a Dumbo and a Cheshire Cat in play that don't go away, and all you get is an Elsa, that's not a great Under the Sea. You really want to see more from that card.
Yeah.
So small decisions like Sean, for example, playing a Dumbo on his 3rd turn rather than a Genie in these matchups where they're often decided by how effective Under the Sea is, actually end up having a really, really big effect on the game. It looks like Justice playing some cards that can reduce strength, like Della's Moon Lullaby, to help make sure that those Under the Seas do achieve a lot, but none of those around right here as Sven challenges Lady.
That's Sven coming in there, little trade for the Lady with the Sven. And then we've got that damage there. Debating where to put it. Onto the Lady there. But yes, you're right. I realised when Justice played the Go-Go. It was because played the Go-Go and then turned the 2 ink. So I just got a bit confused there. But here we see the Lilo Escape Artist coming back into play from the discard.
And an Emerald Chromicon.
Oh, there it is.
This is one of the cards that can turn around a game that feels like it's very, very firmly in Sean's control. Now, Justice can simply start turning some cards sideways, and what you're going to see here is the sort of fantastic interaction between Emerald Chromicon and the 2-cost Lilo. So every single turn you're going to bring it back, every single turn they're going to challenge it again, and every single turn you're going to use your Chromicon activation to return whatever they play to their hand. And all of a sudden, you turn ink into your opponent's constrained resource. There's only so much they can do every turn, and you're just going to bounce at least a couple of things. Yeah, this is really a card that can flip things around. Will be interesting to see if Sean plays any item removal. Some versions of this deck do play Wasabi, the 4-cost character that banishes an item on play. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see if Sean has opted to run any of those this weekend.
Yes, I was going to ask you actually, because of course with the Emerald Chromicon, I feel like is, several sets ago we had items were very, very fierce with the Tamatoa and everything, but not so much now. However, there are a few like Emerald Chromicon which are being played a lot in the current meta, and I'm curious to know if you when you're building a deck for a tournament like this, would you specifically put in make sure you have some item removal for this exact reason?
It's a really, really good question with quite a complicated answer.
Yes.
But, the short answer is it's very difficult because there aren't a lot of relevant items in the metagame, which makes you think, okay, I won't need much item removal. But the items that there are, like Emerald Chromicon, can be virtually game winning. It's sort of an answer it or lose often is how it can feel if your opponent gets ahead and plays an Emerald Chromicon behind it, which really makes you think very, very carefully. It's a hard proposition to put item removal into your deck for a single card in a single matchup. That can feel a bit like you're over preparing, over tuning. But then if you play that matchup, you're going to really, really wish really wish you had it. What you really want, what I would be looking at a lot, are cards that are very playable on their own and also remove items. So I'm thinking about the 1-cost Clarabelle, for example. So if you play a deck like green-blue, you get to have the advantage of being a deck that runs 4 copies of item removal while also having that card be part of your core game plan. You didn't have to alter your deck building in any way to make a concession for the Chromicon decks.
Yes, I think you're exactly right. That was a perfect answer, because that's how I feel as well. It's hard because I've sometimes thought I need to put some item removal in here, but I think you're right that you have so few spaces to fill with the cards you really need and you really want, that it does feel like sometimes it's like, oh, it's just going to be a bit of a waste. So I do think cards like Wasabi, or cards like I have favored in the past, I've played a lot of Steel, I've favored Benja, which also removes an item, but because it's like Benja also quests for 2, so it doesn't feel bad if I play him and there's no item to remove. It's exactly, I think you're completely right. I think being aware, because Emerald Chromicon can, as you say, completely, it can mess you up so much.
And just look at the confusion it's already cast over the board of this game, which is that this appeared to be very firmly under Sean's control, and now it's still there are things that Justice can do as well. For example, just use the Emerald if Sean banishes something of Justice's, use the Emerald Chromicon activation to return his own nanny to his hand, replay it to draw more cards. Suddenly you've created yourself a little card advantage engine. We see Justice inking higher than this deck does quite often, perhaps for that exact reason. Is, after a while we're going to be able to just actually get a really nice little engine going here, where I'll just leave my nanny ready, I'll continue to play the Lilos and play them from the discard, you can keep banishing them, I'll keep bouncing my nannies, keep drawing cards, and eventually I will just play more cards per turn than you can.
You're right. Having a little look in Justice's discard there, perhaps to see how many Lilos, perhaps to see how many of other cards. Oh, having a little bit of a
having a shuffle,
a little moment there. And I was really enjoying. I'm really enjoying there being a Lilo and a Nani of your sisters,
very nice,
on board together, which is really, really cute. I really enjoyed a lot of the new cards, new artwork, of course, that have come out in Winterspell. Some really, really gorgeous cards.
Some especially very nice cards from Lilo and Stitch as an IP.
Yes.
Just lots of. I'm a massive fan of Lilo bundled up.
Me too.
Yeah, brilliant
She's
card.
So great.
Yeah.
She's so great. And you know what? Another one which are completely irrelevant right now because it's Ruby. Oh my gosh! Speaking of gorgeous cards.
Yeah. Now
An enchanted bell.
There's a gorgeous card that's also very, very board relevant at the moment as well.
It really is. Our Bell Accomplished Mystic.
Yeah.
That is what a crazy card to be able to play. And
Move
that
some damage.
enchanted is gorgeous.
Yeah, going to move the damage off and onto that Lilo, banishing it. And I think here Justice is thinking about what to do with the Chromicon activation. What are we going to be returning to which player's hand?
Yeah, not sure. Having a think. Very important decision, of course. But we are still on quite low lore counts here. We've got Justice at 1 and Sean at 5. So we are still. It feels like we've been in this game for a while, but it feels, in terms of lore count, it feels like early game.
Yes, and really that is Emerald Chromicon in action. It is a card that casts mass confusion over the board. It creates board states and game states as we see a second one played, which will make things even more confusing for both players.
You could see a little smirk there from Sean, like, oh no, why is there a second one?
Yeah, Sean, no doubt thinking about the level of mental exertion now required to consider the knock-on impacts of every single challenge that happens every single turn. With 2 Emerald Chromicons in play, of course, 2 Chromicons means 2 activations for every character of Justice's that's banished in Sean's turn, which means 2 things returned, which means a chance to maybe I return one of your things while returning my nanny. Oh, there's a lot of things that can happen.
Yeah, that is a rough. You do not want to see be against 1 Emerald Chromicon, let alone 2. But we see that Iago giant spectral parrot there come down, and which might be able to deal with some stuff.
Yeah, it looks like Sean has kind of recognised that, you know what? While I'm reasonably in control of the board and you have 2 active Chromicons, no more challenging for me. No. I'm going to start questing.
Just going to go wide, quest as much as possible and hope for the best.
Yeah, and this really is going to be quite an interesting race as these turns unfold. Justice opting to play both of the Lilos from the discard at the start of that turn. Obviously, one of them reducing cost by 1 thanks to the Willow. Still leaving 2 ink to hopefully play something else this turn. Yeah, I mean, Sean's board is pretty good, but everything except for the Bell quest for 1. Establishing a clock of a couple of turns at the moment. Let's see how quickly Justice can try and turn the corner.
Yeah.
Because challenging not really an option for the Amber Emerald deck. It's either questing or it's doing nothing.
Yeah.
Usually, I should say.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes they tramp their own Bobby for 7 and take out your Vincenzo Santorini or something, and you're sort of like, whoa, how did that happen? But
What? Yeah. No, I was going to say earlier we were talking about the Lilo and Stitch, and there's a lot of new, because we've had new cards come out and spell from the Lilo and Stitch series. So new alien characters like Ruben, and one of my favorites that I've been really enjoying, which I said is irrelevant here because it's Ruby, is Slushy.
Yeah.
Who is a 5/5 evasive. I love Slushy.
Slushy is a classic example of a character that I've never encountered before in my life.
Me neither.
And my affection for them is drawn purely from Lorcana as a game, which is which is a great way around to discover these things. Where, like, now I think Slushy's a fantastic character just because I love the idea of a 5/5 evasive that costs 4.
Yes, exactly. Can deal with your genies and still be there. Can deal with your Elses and still be there. Like, it's just great.
Sean taking the turn to start drawing a bunch of cards with Dumbo. Of course, that is gonna, when these are evasives at quest for 1 anyway, starts to feel pretty free.
Yep, and there's the Infernal Schemer moving a Lilo to the discard, to the Inkwell. So of course can't come back from discard, but also I believe does not then proc the Chromicon.
No, doesn't.
Because it wasn't banished; it was put into the
Quite right. Yep. Putting it into the Inkwell is not banishing, so no Chromicon activations, which is really, really important. Justice going to have a look at the last card with this Clarabelle here, but I would assume that Sean has now amassed enough of a board and while slowly removing enough of Justice's characters to take this game too.
And we had a nice little great sportsmanship we had Justice there, forgot about the Grandmother Willow, and paid an ink to play the Clarabelle when he could have actually played it for free. And Sean said, no, you didn't need to pay that, which is just nice.
Yeah, very nice. Good sportsmanship. Now, Tramp going to have a look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards on top of Justice's deck. See if there's anything we can find that might change this. I see an Under the Sea there.
Yep.
Of all the cards you could find, there aren't enough active singers to play it now. It's Lilo for 2, Willow for 2, a Bobby. Oh, no, there are. Yeah, exactly 8. Exactly 8 costs. So
wow.
we could play an Under the Sea now, but it's not going to do too much. Again, it would only get 1 Elsa, which is really not good enough.
No.
Writing is on the wall, as Justice says. You know what? You got it.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, that was such a it was such an interesting game.
Yeah.
Like, it was just, I really did not know which way it was going to go at various points.
No, not.
And it was so fun to see them both trying to deal with each other and trying to figure out what the best thing to do was.
Absolutely, and that was really neither deck going with its plan A. Sean's wasn't too far from the plan A. You essentially ramp on turn 2 and start to play very, very high value Amethyst characters with an Amethyst Sapphire deck. But still very much thrown off by the Chromacons. They create a lot of confusion. And then Justice's deck, it was a slower start, having to try and sculpt the perfect hand, but then Sean presenting boards that sort of still created challenges for that. Very much a non-standard game, especially for Justice's deck. But going into game 3, yeah, we are going into game 3.
Yeah, we are going
sorry.
into game 3. Yes, because Sean just won that one. So yes, we are
now
1-1 currently going into a game 3 for our round 4 here at our CCQ in Leicester.
Justice back to going first, and we are back to plan A. Let's see the daisies. Let's see the Grandmother Willows. Let's see how much we can accomplish by the end of turn 3.
Oh my gosh. Will we see 3 daisies on the board again like we did earlier? That was crazy.
It's a particularly challenging board to deal with, yeah.
That was wild. I'm keen to see which way this goes, because it's so interesting in these matchups, and when you've had a game 1 and a game 2 like this, you really have no idea, because it could go either way.
No.
And the 2 very fierce players here as well. Like, they've clearly know their decks back to front. They've worked hard. They've been testing, as I'm sure every player here has, and so it's just so fun.
Yeah, and it's really, what we're looking at is 2 of the front runners of this format. Sapphire Amethyst, really, it's our most represented deck here. It's what most people predicted to be the most played deck this weekend. And Amber Emerald is one of those decks that probably gained the most. You know, it's hard. It's
our third represented here, I think, this week.
Yes, very widely played deck. It was very, very good before and has only got better, as we say.
Yes.
Crucially, that Grandmother Willow doing a lot of that work to make the deck even faster, which makes its most aggressive openings even harder to deal with for most things in the format. So, in terms of for people at home and for the players here as well, seeing how this matchup goes is actually a very, very sort of key fact-finding mission for the format going ahead. How will these 2 face off against each other? These are sort of 2 very different pillars of the format that we want to see as Justice leads off with a daisy.
There it is. I think you're right, and I feel like there's been a lot of conversation recently, going into this new meta, and also actually I literally had a conversation with someone just before this round about people working on their decks and going, okay, how am I going to deal with Emerald Amber Chromodox? How am I gonna? Oh my gosh! I literally was joking. I was joking.
I fear you may have cursed Sean. Jen.
I'm sorry, Sean. Because we saw 3 daisies earlier, and I just thought it was so unexpected. This is I feel bad now, because I feel like I've.
Well, no, don't. You don't have to feel bad. You can just call that an assessment of what would be very good in the matchup.
Yes, that is what we will call it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say that's exceptional performance.
I just wonderfully predicted exactly what was going to happen.
Followed up with an Emerald Chromacon. 3 daisies to Sean's no 1-cost character. We might be seeing a little bit of potentially the most one-sided a game can be.
I think they, and you can kind of see it on both of their faces as
Yeah.
well. It's that kind of like, oh, that almost defeated little like smile of, oh my gosh, I can't
Yeah.
believe this. That's crazy, you know?
I think these two are pretty good friends as well.
Oh, nice.
Well, that's one of the things that Sapphire Amethyst can do about it. Tigger bouncing all the way. One of the additions from Winterspell. Going to return one of those on play. Going to return a character with cost 2 or less to its controller's hand. So
Very
returning
nice.
a Daisy.
That is a
Also
way to
itself
deal with
having
it.
4 strength means it can challenge.
It can deal with a Daisy.
It can challenge a Daisy. I mean, of course, because of the Chromicon, it's then going to also get returned to hand.
Yeah. But we saw a Sven there and a Genie Wish Fulfilled coming into hand from those 2 Daisy triggers there. So some decent options.
Yeah, I mean, Sean now has a line to remove both of these Daisies this turn. Tigger challenge a Daisy, then get the Tigger returned, then play a Sven, challenge the other Daisy with that. He'll end the turn with no characters in play, but then he's only facing a Lilo and a Daisy instead of a Lilo and 3 Daisies, which might be the best you can put together in a situation like this.
The best you can hope for, I think.
I would say already this game has gone on probably 1 turn longer than I expected it would, so it's not like Sean hasn't found the cards that he needs. But
no,
yeah,
done
it's brilliant.
Into the unknown. There we go. Get rid of that Daisy and then challenge that other Daisy with the Sven.
This
Wonderful.
is actually Sean doing very, very well to find a line there that keeps him in the game.
But this is exactly what we were just saying, isn't it? You know, you just don't know because I mean, Justice is on 12, got to 12 lore, I think, by the 3rd turn, which is crazy.
Yes.
But as you say, like, the board has been so cleared so quickly by Sean there that it's crazy.
One of the things to think about is that when your opener is like triple Daisy into Chromicon, and then you start to play some more low-cost characters like Lilo, doesn't leave you with a lot of cards in hand, as we see Justice down to the last card in hand. Tramp is a great play for the turn. Daisies are going to keep giving Sean more cards, more options.
Mm-hmm.
This game, it's not as over. It's nowhere near as close to over as I thought it would be.
Definitely not. I mean, unfortunately, it might be at 16 lore to 0. It may still be not enough for Sean, but put up a good fight at the very least.
Yeah, really shown that, you know what, even against the very, very best draws of Amber Emerald when it goes first, there's some play to this. We can find some good interactivity in the matchup. What Sean, the sinking moment for Sean will be the moment that he challenges something of Justice's and Justice does not return the damaged character to his hand, because then you know that Justice is getting ready to go to Margot onto the damaged character and end the game that way.
You're so right. But returned that Palace Guard, or no, not Palace Guard.
So Royal Guard, I think.
Royal Guard, that's the one. I always get them mixed up.
Yeah, I do as well, every single time. Okay, Sven coming down. What are we going to return with the Chromicon activation? So, you know, as we see now, just a Tramp in play for Justice. There's an option, obviously. It seems very, very likely that Justice will opt to quest to 18 here, which, you know, 18 is not 20, but it does put you in quite dangerous range for a go to Margot.
But of course, also then leaving that Tramp vulnerable.
Oh, phenomenal draw.
My goodness, wow.
Truly amazing draw there.
Yeah.
So Lady going to bring back 2 Daisies, immediately Inca Webby and play one of those Daisies. So now Justice on 18 lore with 2 ready 2 questers and a 2/6 2 quester that's exerted. Sean having an awful lot asked of him to continue this game here.
And very, very astute choice by Justice to bounce instead of bouncing our bouncy Tigger with the Chromicon previous turn, chose to bounce the Sven because, of course, the Sven won't be able to get rid of a ready character.
Yep.
So, but the Tigger could.
Yep, absolutely.
So yeah, very, very astute. And there's the Tigger getting rid of that Tramp there.
The question on Sean's side now is, what now? Chromicon activation going to return the Royal Guard. Is there a Hades? If there's a Hades, it only answers. Got to get rid of both of these characters.
Yep.
But Hades will not answer Daisy. Justice bringing back the Lilo for good measure.
Yep.
Questing to 20.
Questing to 20.
Very.
There's the handshake. Wow.
Well, I tell you what, that was a lot more of a game than I thought it would be.
I know.
Sean was a lot closer to getting back in control of that one than you would ever assume
I
someone would be after
know.
Triple Daisy into Chromicon
Yeah.
on the draw as well.
Really worked hard there.
Yeah.
Again, just both played very well. Crazy. That second game especially, I think, was really interesting
Brilliant.
to see. Just great. I think great shows of both of these decks,
Yep.
what they can both do, but also I think a little bit where they both struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we saw them. Got to see them both sort of on the front foot and on the back foot a little bit. As we jump into our backup feature match, we have Sapphire Amethyst and against Amethyst Steel.
Very nice. Going into their third match here, we can see it's 1-1 between Stephanie and Elliot here.
Yep.
So we've got very excited to see how this is going to
Yeah.
go.
Stephanie going first in this game and leading off with that Basil, as we noted in that last game. Really important piece of the puzzle.
Yes.
For Sapphire Amethyst.
Very much so. And a Captain Hook on Elliot's side. We're getting the ink ramp with the sail, the Azurite Sea there for Stephanie. And then passing the turn there.
Yep. Ideal start for Stephanie here.
I can see a Calhoun in Elliot's hand.
Yep.
One of my favourite cards in the game.
Yep. Likely going to be the choice for this turn.
Yeah. I love her. I love her so much. She's so great. Resist +1, and when she challenges and banishes a character, she gains tier law.
So Stephanie seeing the Calhoun, realizing it's going to be tough to quest with non-evasive characters, straight for the Genie. Stephanie did have some choices that turn. Could have gone for a Dumbo instead, but I think, let's have a look at an extra card.
Yeah.
See where we get there.
Very fair choice, I think.
Absolutely. Now, what Elliot's trying to do here with Amethyst Steel is trying to build to a nice wide board early. So you tend to go 1-cost character, 2-cost character, 3-cost character, in this case, which is Cheshire Cat. Next turn, we're hopefully going to play something like 2 2-cost characters and sing Strength Through a Raging Fire with Cheshire Cat.
Yes.
Or, a 4-cost character like a Genie, that sort of thing. So it's, building towards a nice wide board to make Strength Through a Raging Fire as strong as it can be. It can struggle a little bit going second against Sapphire Amethyst, but the way that you get back into the game is by singing an early Strength for a Raging Fire, which might not be possible here as Elsa exerts Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, that's a tricky position there. But now I think Stephanie is trying to decide if she's then going to try and get rid of that Cheshire Cat. If she is, how is she going to get rid of it? Because, of course, it does deal 3 damage itself.
Yes.
But we're doing the support there on the Elsa
Yep.
to just get rid of it straight up, get that 3 damage on the Elsa. But maybe she can get a Cheshire Cat out and then move that damage.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Would be nice.
No evasives on Elliot's side of the board mean that, we're not going to have anything to answer this Elsa right away. Playing a turn behind on Ink as well because of no sail, of course, in the Amethyst Steel deck means that this isn't an Elsa turn for Elliot, so it would be quite easy to Elsa your opponent's Elsa and get in control that way. Lexington is a good way of getting back in control of a board like this, though.
A very good way of dealing with it. I was just thinking, because I think Elliot might have a Strength of a Raging Fire in the hand.
I see one.
So I was thinking, well, you could play it hard, instead of saying it, you could, but then it doesn't quite feel right.
No, it's tough because you really, it's obviously it's kind of at its strongest when you're singing it and not investing any ink into playing it. But occasionally these turns are created where you have to just pay 3 and you have to deal 2 damage to something, and that's the very, very best thing you can do.
Yeah, definitely. But I think great move there to have the Lexington, of course, with Alert and a 4/4 stat line, so it's going to be able to deal with any of Stephanie's current board.
Yeah.
All of evasive,
Ooh.
but oh my gosh, no, that's not what Elliot wanted at all.
Yeah, that's not. You're very, very right. That is not what Elliot wants to see. And what's really interesting, this is what Amethyst Steel used to do. It used to just do exactly what we just said, which is curve out, play characters 1, 2, 3, then sing Strength. Well, now with Let It Go back, as in addition to Into the Unknown, sometimes Amethyst Sapphire does a very, very good impression of that as well, which, Stephanie is really showcasing here.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. So yeah, a well-timed let it go there to get rid of that only character that could have dealt with her board. But then, of course, Elliot got that Elsa down, got rid of her Elsa. Little Elsa battle there. But still a lot of evasive. And of course, Elsa only being a 2 strength can't by itself deal with Genie or Dumbo.
No.
So I mean, if you were Elliot right now, what would you be hoping for to try and deal with Stephanie's board?
Right. Well, first and foremost, we need to take care of that Dumbo, because
Yeah.
Dumbo's going to start drawing lots of cards, and really, in these Amethyst mirror matches, it tends to be a bit of a battle of attrition, who can draw the most cards over the long term. So priority number 1, remove your opponent's source of card draw. So we see that Elliot has a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. Wouldn't be surprised to see Elsa exerted next turn to sing that onto Dumbo.
Yes. I think that would be a very good move.
So first of all, we've got to do that. After that, that's delaying that's delaying Stephanie's advantage, but we have to find a way of retaking control of the board as well. So what I would want to do in an ideal world, sing Strength of a Raging Fire onto Dumbo, banish the Dumbo that way. Then I want my rest of my hand to be low cost characters, and I want the very last one I play to be Doc. And then I want to draw 2 more cards, and in the next turn I'm going to start thinking about how can I replay my Doc? How can I draw more cards this turn? What is it I can do? Because the one thing that Amethyst Sapphire doesn't do very effectively is clean up wide boards.
Yes.
So no sort of direct board clear. They have to maintain control through their characters. If you want to get ahead, you have to find a big turn and go wide.
Yeah, but I think honestly, I think that was it has put 2 damage on Dumbo, but I think getting rid of that Elsa was a very, very, because she might have been thinking, well, hey, if Elliot has a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand, then that's gonna immediately get rid of my Dumbo. So hey, let's just try and stop that from happening if we can. So I think that was a really good decision. And we saw she also played the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, and then immediately paid 1 and banished it to draw 2 cards. And I also noticed she inked a Wasabi. We were talking about Wasabi before, so she's clearly gone, hey, I want to make sure I've got some item removal just in case.
Yeah.
I think that's a great choice when deck building for Stephanie there. There's the Doc.
We do see a Doc played by Elliot. Unfortunately, not the last card in hand, having to discard a Genie to draw 2, which is not ideal, but also not the end of the world.
Clearly hoping to draw something maybe a bit more useful in this situation.
We have to start doing some things like drawing Lexingtons, drawing some Elsas, drawing some more removal perhaps, ideally drawing into more Docs. The very best thing you can typically draw with Doc is another Doc. You want to keep that engine going.
Yes, definitely. And I do feel like often, as someone who I have, as I say, I've played a lot of Steel, I've played a lot of Amethyst Steel as well, and card draw is hard sometimes. If you're not seeing those Genies, you're not seeing those Docs. So yeah, you really, and when you've got such a small hand size at this point, you want to be seeing those Docs.
Yeah, well, the thing that Amethyst Steel really excels at is just playing its hand out and then ending with a Doc or a Demona. If you miss both of those cards, it's a very, very different experience playing the deck versus when you do have them.
Yeah. Definitely, you're exactly right. But we saw on Stephanie's side the Genie there getting her card draw.
Yep.
Very nice. So we've got 7 lore for Stephanie and 5 for Elliot currently. And both have a decent board presence.
Yeah.
I mean, and even more decent now with the Goliath. Wow.
Yep. So this is going to kind of function as additional copies of Doc in the deck. This is something that, again, we're going to draw 2. Elliot going to draw up to 2 at the end of turn, and then questing with all of his characters and saying, you know what, I've got a repeatable source of card advantage here. Remove it if you can. If not, I'm just going to quest ahead, and I'll let you worry about the challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. Great card, I think, there for Elliot to have played.
Yeah, Goliath's an interesting one. Doesn't see too much play in Amethyst Steel, but, like I say, those kind of effects, whether it's Doc or Demona, these things that excel at drawing cards when you are empty-handed, drawing them versus not drawing them can have such a big impact on the game that if you maybe you play a couple of copies of Goliath as well, and it just pushes it in your favor, increases your chance of drawing these really game-changing draw characters.
Yeah, they're. I do feel like with things like immediately got rid of with an Infernal
Yeah.
Schemer there. Oh no.
That one has to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got it, you gotta do it. But yeah, I think with the cards like Goliath and Demona, I think they are quite situational because obviously they have the Stone by Day ability, but they also, of course, yes, like either draw or discard from your hand. So, or at least Goliath does. So yeah, you're very situational. You need to be playing them at the right time, and sometimes you just they're not the right card that you need at that moment. But yeah, I think that was. But my goodness, Stephanie has completely cleared Elliot's board in that turn.
Absolutely.
That was very impressive.
Yeah, and for all we say about Amethyst Sapphire not being able to clear a board, sometimes they can clear a board, really.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, yeah, challenge here, challenge there, into the unknown, let it go. All of a sudden, everything disappears as Elliot finds another one of those high-impact draw cards in Demona. Gonna draw 3 cards when it's played. Another one of these adds to the docks, adds to the Goliaths. A phenomenal card when it's played as your last card in hand.
Definitely. Right, passing over to Stephanie now. I really don't know which way this is going to go because, of course, Stephanie has such a good board presence now and managed to clear Elliot's board, but he's bounced back with the decent couple of cards. You know, a Calhoun and a Demona aren't to be sniffed at.
No.
I mean, how are you feeling about it currently? Like it's
right now, the defining sort of factor are these genies and now Dumbo that Stephanie's just played, which is that yes, Elliot is playing some well-sized characters that are going to contest the board, make it a little harder for Stephanie to quest. They don't have evasive. You need to maintain your own evasives or characters with alert like Lexington to try and prevent these genies from questing, because 2 genies and a Dumbo is only really 2 to 3 turns away from ending the game. Elliot is going to need to find some specific answers, and Stephanie is still firmly in control of the game thanks to that high evasive presence.
Very much so. There's Hades singing a Let It Go, get rid of that Demona into the Inkwell. That was wow. Yeah.
Very
I think she's just got so much control right now, and she's still got cards in hand. So there
are options here to draw with both genies this turn as well.
Yeah.
Stephanie can just draw 2 more cards.
Of course, with
Dumbo.
Dumbo's ability, playing the Basil and a Cheshire Cat, and then I think we're doing a big old quest.
Let's quest.
Yeah.
You have a Calhoun, that's pretty good. You know, Calhoun can challenge Tipo and gain 2 lore. Stephanie says, you know what? I don't mind that too much when I'm planning to end the game next turn.
Yeah, doesn't matter to me. You have that 2 lore. That's nice for you. Look at all my lore.
There is, certainly a lot more going on Stephanie's side of the board.
Yes, but we are in just under 4 minutes left on the round. There's a Hades looking for a deal.
Yeah.
And, okay, I didn't quite see which card. I think that was a genie that went to the bottom of the deck there. I think
selected a genie there.
Yeah. And a Strength of a Raging Fire on the Dumbo. Understandable. I feel like, if there's a Dumbo, you got to get rid of it.
This is interesting. I think that...
I think that's it.
Exactly 20.
I think Stephanie is our winner.
Exactly 20 for Stephanie there. Wow. Very well done.
That was... Wow. Well done to Stephanie there.
Yep.
What a win. Well played by both of them. Really, really incredible. That was what a show. What Absolutely. A show. And it's such a great example of what both of those decks do.
Yeah, really, really good. And just, we saw on Elliot's side of the table there, those kind of effects of, whether it's Doc, whether it's Goliath, whether it's Demona, these cards that draw you a lot of cards at end of turn when they're played as the last card in your hand. Somebody telling me that Elliot was playing no Dumbos. So
just been
maxed out on all of those effects. That will explain the Goliaths.
Yeah.
Favoring all of those sorts of draw options that just continue to draw you more cards when they are the final cards in your hand. So I think super strong build. I'm sure Elliot will bounce back and show us some more.
Definitely. But I think it is interesting to see. I think a meta Amethyst deck at this point not playing Dumbos.
Sure.
I mean, what do you think about like that decision to not play any Dumbos?
Really, really interesting. I think I tried to do it myself
Tried
to mixed success. I do think Dumbo is incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
The thing is that you read Dumbo and you think, well, I must have a deck full of evasives for this. Not really. As long as you're playing Genies, Elsas, and Dumbos, it's good enough most of the time. But again, it is one of these cards that now there are a lot of cards in that 4-cost slot for these Amethyst decks. Some of them, as we've seen already today, are playing Yzma, the one that can, again, another effect to add to the pile of things that will draw you a bunch of cards when it's the sort of last thing you play, last card you activate. There's a, as you kind of touched on a little bit as well, every card comes with a massive deck building premium. Slots in decks are not free. If Dumbo, perhaps, Elliot thinking doesn't quite do enough, which is completely reasonable, I think.
Yeah, completely. I've definitely played Amethyst before and had Dumbos in there and actually gone, no, I think I'm not utilizing Dumbo. I think I could put some better options in these spots. So yeah, understandable. But what a great round 4. And now we can see our meta game that we've got here this weekend. We've got the full meta game this time, and I can see, I'm very happy that 5 players are playing Ruby Steel.
Very nice.
Yay, that makes me happy. I'm such a weird Ruby Steel diehard. I just love it, but that's really fun to see. So yes, as we know, we have our Sapphire Amethyst, our Blurple that we've just seen obviously win our round 4. There was fantastic from Stephanie, is our top represented deck this weekend.
It's really, really interesting to see that once you go below the top 3, it's very, very flat for quite a while, isn't it? You've got a lot of decks very close together. Between Amber Sapphire and Emerald Amethyst, they're just between 16 and 11 players. Very little changed at all. Could easily have gone one way or the other. I think, we do have some front runners in Sapphire Amethyst, Steel Amethyst, and Amber Emerald. But beyond that is a very, very what we would call a flat metagame, which is, like if you were to picture it as a spread, looks reasonably flat on that level below, where lots and lots of decks are playable, and that's usually a really good early indicator of a healthy format.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I always love seeing the less represented decks as well. Like we've got the Ruby Sapphire, which I have a couple of friends who I play with, they're both of whom are here today, who are Ruby Sapphire diehards.
Yep.
And they just love it, and but they're such fierce players, and they're such good deck builders that they go into a new format and they're thinking, okay, cool, so how can I defeat this? How can I deal with that meta deck? How can I do that? But it's interesting. But we saw a Ruby Sapphire deck in the previous round. You and Baker were seeing
very
that,
good
and
display.
that was so fun to watch.
Yeah, amazing that. Yeah, and these early tournaments are a fantastic opportunity for players like that who are committed deck builders and have a favorite sort of what we call a pet deck. It's the kind of thing that regardless of whether it's up or down in the metagame, they will try to make that deck as very, very strong as it can be. Pilot it to the pinnacle, take the card pool as far as it can be taken, and if you make a deep run in a tournament like this early on with one of those decks like that, it's you get to really stamp your name on that deck and say, you know what, I worked on this, I made this happen, everybody else can follow now.
Absolutely. Ruby Steel is definitely my pet deck. And I played a Ruby Steel build before set rotation that I think I got quite known for, because it's all I played for months on end, and I loved it to pieces. But yes, this is we've got one Ruby Emerald deck as well, one singular Ruby Emerald deck
I really
in the building.
hope that player does very, very well. That is a high degree of commitment to the Ruby Emerald cause, and I wish them the very, very best.
Me too. Absolutely good luck to that singular Ruby Emerald player. I really hope you're doing well. But yeah, really, really interesting representation that we've got here this weekend, and I think as well, for the most part, I think pretty expected.
I think there's not too many surprises. I mean, we just remarked on how some of these decks are quite close to one another in representation.
Yeah.
The numbers don't vary that much. Some of the order within that group, I think, I expected to be slightly different, but for the most part, it's as expected. Maybe a little more Steel Amethyst than I thought, but the most represented deck is what was forecasted to be the most represented. So yeah, At some point, we must be getting quite good at predicting metagames because they tend to play out the way that we think they're going to now, which is really good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely predicted that Amethyst Sapphire would be very, very well represented, and of course, Amber Emerald Chromadox was also going to be represented. I thought, I did wonder if Sapphire Steel would have a slight. Yeah, I think it's 4th this weekend,
Yep.
but I did wonder if that would have a bit more of a representation, because it feels like it's had some sort of, I don't know what the word is, a resurgence maybe. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Well, it's one of those decks that tends to have a very, very strong presence around now. If you think about like the 3-month cycle of each format as a cycle, strong proactive decks like Amber Emerald tend to be out their strongest right in the very first weeks of a format, which is that while everyone's working out what their responsive tools are going to be, the aggressive fast decks get to do their plan A as much as possible. That's when they tend to excel. Then, in response, we see decks like Sapphire Steel that have a lot of answers to lots of small aggressive characters, have a nice breakout performance at that point. They're really, really good response to those sorts of things. So in terms of like where we are in the cycle of the metagame right now, this is a great spot for Sapphire Steel, actually. This is, if you're going to play it and in a traditional sense, you know, where you're ramping ahead, playing Angels, Tinkerbells, these sorts of things like we saw in one of the previous rounds, perfect week to do it, in my opinion.
I agree. Now we've been handing some packs.
Yes.
Which I assume we've been handed these packs to open them and see what we get, because I do think we have a little bit more time left on the round for some players still in the room. So we have a little bit of time until we go into our round 5. So should we open some packs?
Do you remember what happened last time we did
Yes,
this?
I do. Of course, I remember last time we did this at the CCQ in Wakefield at the end of last year. Me and Steve were there with Ed as well, and we opened some packs.
We did
on the stream. And what happened?
Well, you opened something that I immediately forgot, and I opened an iconic area which I took home and remain proud of to this day. So I'll be very excited to see if we can repeat that.
Can I open it this time, please?
Do you want to swap? Do you want to, last second? Do you want?
Then what if we swap and it's in this one?
Well, quite. That's why I'm offering you the swap.
Okay. We'll do it.
Cool.
I did actually. I think I got a foil Demona or something.
Okay.
I got some decent cards.
That was later in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah. We got some good cards that weekend.
Right. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, you definitely won. You go first.
Right, I'll go first.
Because then I can prepare myself.
I'm gonna do this.
Ooh, yeah.
I'll go to the cameras and pick it up properly. Lilo.
I'm trying to read off.
Hey, yep. Aladdin. Iduna, Mickey Mouse. Launchpad. John Smith. Gantu. I'm looking at the TV now, awkwardly off to one side. Hidden Trap. Marshmallow. This was my reveal card.
Yes.
Yay, Marshmallow.
I love it. It's such a good artwork as well. It's
really,
so
really
pretty.
Yeah.
I really love the artwork of this card. I have it in my binder just for that.
Yeah, really, really nice
Foil
one.
version, obviously.
Yeah, so Marshmallow, and the second rare is Lilo Rockstar. That's
no
a good one.
way, that's a really good one.
That is a good one. Big fan of that card.
Very cool.
Right, no iconic this time.
Okay.
You're safe.
It's me, hopefully.
GG.
Ooh!
This is a good card.
I love a foil GG.
Yeah, this is like something that a lot of Amethyst Steel players are playing instead of Lexington.
There's been a lot of conversation around this. I've heard a lot of people swapping out because they're worried about that Stone by Day ability, especially early on in the game. They want to be able to play that alert character, but without being penalized, of course, if it's exerted. So GG is a really, really strong card, I think.
Nice one. Right, let's see what you have.
Okay, let's see. Right. Oh my gosh. Fangmire, I think he's called. A Pua, so cute. A Stitch. Fajal. Oh gosh. A Minnie Mouse. A Li Shang. Christopher Robin. We talked about Christopher Robin earlier with the underdog. Ooh, what's he called again? Darkwing Duck. I couldn't remember. My brain was like, Scrooge. Nope, that's the wrong one. Wrong duck. Ooh, a Mulan.
Timon.
I can't see what it is. Timon. cute.
Good one.
Right, what have we got? What have we got? What have we got?
Let's get dangerous.
Let's get dangerous.
Right.
And iconic. No. I do that every time and it never works. Oh,
Jiminy
cute,
Cricket.
though.
Very
Jiminy
nice.
Cricket. That's
cool.
cute.
That's a good one.
Ghost of Christmas Past.
Nice.
Very sweet. Okay,
Okay.
well, no iconic, but
Also, no bad feelings.
no bad
That's
feelings.
good.
Always good feelings when you open some Arcana packs, I feel.
Yes, very, very
Definitely.
nice.
But and there's still time. There's still time in the weekend for me to pull the iconic.
It is time for your revenge, and hey, I'm all for it.
I'm down. But yeah, no, I mean it's either way. It's a crazy moment if anyone opens an iconic. It's crazy. Right. So I believe that we are now soon going into our next round. So I think we're going to take a little bit of a break just to switch over.
Yep.
And then go into our round 5 here at the CCQ in Leicester City Football Stadium. So yeah, stay with us. Thanks for being here, and we will see you shortly. Hello, welcome back. It's our CCQ here in Leicester.
Here we are, direct the day. Jen, how are you
Yeah.
enjoying yourself? I know this is your second CCQ, but you having a good time?
I'm having a great
You feel comfortable? Feel like
time.
part of the furniture at this
Yeah.
point? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
You looking forward to Ghent?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm nervous, but I'm so excited.
Absolutely. Lots of
Yeah.
Lorcana coming up over the next couple of
Yeah.
weeks. We've got this right now. We've got DLC Melbourne happening, and we're 2 weeks away from the biggest DLC of all time. Over 4,000 Illumineers in Ghent.
Crazy.
It's going to be fantastic.
Absolutely crazy. 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which I think is the first that it says
In
3
terms
days.
of main event days,
Yeah.
we had some side events on Friday
Yes,
in
yeah,
America
yeah,
this
yeah.
season, but this will be the first time where it's a 3-day main event. So yeah, it's going to be pretty good, but we don't want to wish the time away. That's a couple of weeks away, but we've got Disney Lorcana right here. What round are we going into now, Jen?
We are going to round 5, I
All right.
believe. I am very excited.
And
Very
I
excited.
do know that this is a matchup from Table 1.
Oh
so
my
these two
goodness.
Illuminators are absolutely smashing it. Lead the way.
Strong
Send us
players.
when you're ready, Jen.
Strong players.
Any
Okay, let's go
pre-thoughts?
to it.
Let's do it.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's. I was gonna say I don't know what we're gonna see, but here we are. We've got a sapphire steel and a sapphire emerald.
Very interesting. So Kyle on the right-hand side there with Emerald Sapphire, I immediately am expecting to see things like Clarabelle, Light on Our Hooves as a primary draw engine, probably combined with cards like You're Welcome to remove a threat and increase your opponent's hand size and benefit even more. And of course, Jen, the Philip Sweep combo. What is that combo?
You
Little
play.
mean. It's a little mean. It's a little malicious.
It is a
little
bit
scary.
Just a little bit scary. You play a malicious, mean, and scary to deal damage to each of the opponent's characters. And then when you play that Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, it banishes every character that has damage on it. Crazy combo. We've seen it quite a lot in the previous format. Yeah.
It can't even be blocked by something like Resist because you place the damage counters when malicious, mean, and scary.
It bypasses it, yeah.
Certainly does. So.
And it bypasses Ward as well, doesn't it? Because it's not chosen character, it's just all characters.
It's like something like too soon. But where it doesn't target you, it's just a blanket every character on the board. So yeah, this combo has been putting in work ever since Malicious, Mean, and Scary came into the format. So wondering how that's going to go. And
although actually I realise
we might be the wrong way round.
Oh, we might be the wrong way around. That's okay.
That's fine.
But although I do realise we're saying about obviously it bypassing Ward and things and Resist, but I think actually it doesn't bypass the Lilo bundled up.
It does not, because there has been an update to the comprehensive rules document where placing damage is still considered taking damage. It's not considered dealing damage. Very important word distinction there. But yeah, Lilo will happily sit in the face of a malicious, mean, and scary, unless you've got 2, and then she'll cry.
Yeah, exactly. She will cry very hard. So we've seen that ramp there from Kyle, of course, with our Sapphire, our Tipo down, added an extra ink into the inkwell.
Yeah, exactly what we want to see.
Yes, and we're seeing also the ramp on Kieran's side with a Sail the Azurite Sea. So it's Ramp City here.
Ramp City. Both of these decks looking to capitalize on Sapphire's power to ramp. Again, if you're a newer player, if we say ramp, we're just talking about putting extra ink into your inkwell per turn. Obviously, in the Disney Lorcana trading card game, you can ink 1 inkable card per turn, but Sapphire has ways to do it many times, several times.
Very true. It's very true. So we're going to see some really big cards coming down a lot earlier than they normally would in this matchup on both sides, which I'm really keen to see. I mean, how do you feel like a Sapphire versus Sapphire? Obviously, these are quite different decks because they're paired with different ink colors. But I mean, how do you feel about like a Sapphire versus Sapphire situation?
Again, I think it's going to come down to Hades being a very important character in the matchup. Of course, for Kieran, his steel cards that are going to be putting in work of things like Goliath, which is going to provide a really good draw engine for the deck.
Yeah.
Whereas Kyle has Emerald, again, things like Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, that Philip Sweep combo that we just talked about. So Hades is going to be one of your most reliable answers to things like those big boss characters that both these Illumineers are using. So I think Hades is going to be a very impactful card in this game. Double Cinderella, 2 ladies on board, Jen.
My goodness, how crazy
Freaks
is
coming
that?
through left, right, and centre.
Absolutely. Even more ink ramping here with the Cinderella and her ability, which when you play a princess character at the end of that turn, you can pop another ink into your inkwell, I think, from your hand.
It doesn't even have to be inkable. It's
No,
just
it doesn't.
place
Just
a
put it there.
cards.
Just go on, just put it there.
Just go ahead and do it. So yeah, Cinderella certainly filling that role. And here's another new card from Winterspell.
Yes, we can see Moana here, the brand new Moana, which allows players to ink cards from their discard. Now, these ones do have to be inkable.
Yes, quite correct, yeah. So, and an update to the terminology as well. The game developers actually making the word ink canon to the gameplay. In the past, it would have just been put a card into your hand. Like you can see Tipo there, when you play this character, you can put a card from your hand into your ink while face down and exerted. That specific, the way that text is worded means that it can be any card. It doesn't need to have that inkable flourish. But Saudi Azra at Sea also had very similar wording. But now, if Saudi Azra at Sea was to be reprinted now, it would be you could ink an additional time in the turn. Down comes Vincenzo, blowing that Cinderella back home. It's gone midnight. Your curfew's due.
Gotta get home. Don't want to be in trouble.
We're in trouble with Fairy Godmother.
Exactly.
But nice wide board here from Kieran, able to establish this Scuttle, this 5/5 quest for 2 warded character. And we talked, Jen, about the increase of targeted removal in format. Obviously, we were at Hades and we had Into the Unknown, but now Let It Go coming into format. Warded characters just all gas. Profit.
Absolutely. And I love and hate that Scuttle at the same time, because when I feel like when you play the Scuttle yourself, great. Great on the board. You don't want to be against a Scuttle, or at least I have not wanted to be against a Scuttle in the past, because with Ward and being a 5/5 questing for 2,
big bird.
It can be. It's a big bird.
She's a big bird.
It can be real difficult to get rid of that big bird.
Certainly can.
So.
Yeah. Without wards, without the targeted removal, then it can be tricky. Of course, Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip would get around it, but outside of that, you're gonna have to challenge and probably trade with Scuttle. But there it is, the Malicious, Mean, and Scary followed up.
Oh my goodness, there it is, that combo we were talking about, and I can see I think we had issues with ink symbols were incorrect at the start there, so we don't actually have any steel. I think we do have steel. They were just the wrong way around. My bad.
All good. So
I think that was just me getting confused more than anything.
It happened.
Which, let's be honest, it happens all the time.
I've been there, girl. No shame. But yeah, Philip Sweep coming down, destroying Kieran's board. He's going to respond with Vincenzo Santorini.
Very nice. We love that Vincenzo. Big boy.
Oh, Under the Sea!
Oh my goodness. Again, like I was saying, these really high cost cards being played only a few turns into the game. This is crazy. Normally you see it on one side, but seeing it on both sides is just it's I feel overwhelmed, because I'm like,
what is happening?
Under this
Vincenzo, isn't it?
Hades.
Why is there so much ink? Why are there so many big characters?
So much going on already. It's crazy. And we saw that Tinkerbell Giant Fairy that was there for a second. And it's now gone back to hand.
Came down long enough to rock the boat, put a damage counter on each opposing character. Then Jasmine came down. The 1-drop gives resist to one of your characters, was given to the Tinkerbell, but Basil don't care. He is going to just return that Tinkerbell back to hand.
Absolutely, but of course then the Tinkerbell has come back down and dealt more damage, and we see a lovely little dock there. We love a dock, getting those 2 card draws.
We love a bold knight, we certainly do. Jasmine getting a quest here. Kieran is playing the shifted, the Floodborn Jasmine to help you find some allies, but the 1-drop at the moment, just putting in some work on her own. She don't need no help. She don't need no Floodborn.
No, she's a strong, independent woman.
Strong, independent woman.
And we got that Basil on Kyle's side there, the undercover detective, which can be really fierce, of course, like being able to return not only when it's played, but when it quests, you can then chosen opponent discards a card from their hand, so it's or discards a card at random. So it's not only good for
on play.
Yeah, on play for returning a character, but then
value later on.
Yeah, of course. So
again, if your opponent's emptying their hand, then cool, but maybe you make them empty their hand. They ink something they otherwise wouldn't have, just because otherwise they'd be discarding it, right? So I'm a big fan of this Basil.
Yeah, me too. I mean, if you were, oh my gosh, they've both just gone up to 13 apparently. But I mean, if you were Kieran in this situation, would you be wanting to get rid of that Basil? Like specifically, you're going to try and get rid of that, or are you not too concerned about it?
I'm concerned about the 2 lore that it can get every time. Like obviously the fact that it can discard from your hand is annoying, but it seems like Kieran's in a position where he can just empty his hand.
Yeah, right? And I don't think he has anything in hand at the moment. So actually, in that regard, it's not a concern.
Interesting quest. I don't think it's punished though. Of course, this Tinkerbell has the puny pirate ability. When she banishes a character, then she does 2 damage to another character. Can take out this Basil and live to tell the tale, but that 2 damage not quite enough to remove the other characters. But we're going to do it the other way around. Nope, we just scoop it up.
Just scoop it, scoop it. Wow, that was a quick game.
That
That was a
was-
real quick
It
game.
was an example of both of these decks kind of doing the thing.
Yes,
Right? They had their
yeah.
turn 2 ramp, they had their Cinderellas, they were able to ramp up into these high cost, high impact characters. We saw the Philip sweep, and I think the only thing we didn't see there was Clarabelle.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. I don't know. I'm assuming that Kyle probably does play Clarabelle, but I think we don't have the deck list, so we don't know for sure. But
Yeah,
I
this is
mean,
closed deck list for day 1. It will be open deck list day 2. Now, we as casters, like we could find them, like they are in the database that we have access to. But I also quite like not knowing
I like
for
not
sure.
knowing because
Right.
it's exciting, isn't it, when you
Exactly.
then see a
We're
card and you're not
speculating as
sure.
well,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think it tells really nice like emotional beats when the casters are like trying to work it out the same as the viewers, right?
I
But
agree.
Day 2, we'll look at the list. We'll try and be a bit more stable. But yeah, I like getting along with you, and thank you to everyone that is watching. We've got a big old chat, over 500 people. The Americans starting to wake up.
Amazing.
I think they were up late watching Melbourne.
I don't blame them. I
JVC.
don't blame them.
I got words to have with you, mate, and those words are well done. You're
Well
smashing it.
done.
You're smashing
Absolutely
it, so
smashing it.
Super proud of you. Lots
Yeah.
of Lorcana this weekend. I keep saying that,
I
Jen,
know, but
I'm
it's so
excited by it. I'm
exciting.
glad. I'm glad there's a lot of Lorcana going on.
It's really cool to have like 2 big events happening at the same time. You know, it just feels like a
Absolutely.
really special weekend.
And at slightly
but
different times as
Yeah.
well. Like they're not. You don't.
You can watch both.
It is fun to kind of have 2 on at the same time, and you can sort of channel surf between the 2. But knowing one finishes and the other one pretty much starts, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Which of these maps is your favourite, Jen? While we're waiting for the players to go into game 2.
Of the playmats,
Yes. What do you feel?
The
do you like it?
Dragonfire.
Yeah.
I have one and I love it so
You
much.
have one.
Yeah.
It is pretty. I did not
I-
manage to pick up the Mickey and Minnie exclusive playmat.
I didn't
It wa-
either, but my partner James has one. It's crazy.
So you have one, is what you.
I mean,
my partner has one.
yes,
so
I
you
have
one.
one.
It's
It's
what you're
mine.
saying there.
It's mine.
Yeah, I see through it, love, and I don't blame you at all. I'm hoping to pick one up at some point. Again, exclusive to the Disney store. A beautiful,
So gorgeous.
The iconic Mickey and Minnie, man. Like and when it comes to art and play mats and accessories, look, I'm just smashing it out the game.
Oh, absolutely, just stunning. That's one thing I've really loved. I love every time a new set. Obviously, there's lots to love when a new set comes out, but I know that for myself and for a lot of people, obviously, the artwork, just
artwork.
seeing all of the new artwork, all
Second
the
to
new
none, mate.
versions of all these characters that we love, is just so exciting.
Second to none, mate.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it. It gives me so much hope for the future of the game, right? Because like we can be making cards about Cinderella, Scar, Snow White 10, 20 years from now, because the concept of the Dreamborn and the Floodborn and the Storyborn, we can bring all these cool new interpretations. It's the Disney what if, Jen.
Yes,
And I'm here
yes.
for it.
Absolutely. And I think having the their like sub names or their secondary names or whatever you want to call them is like also really fun, of course. Just like, and they're just named so well
Yes.
as well to like fit with the artwork and the ability that the character
Ability's
has.
always
and,
like
yeah.
really on theme with the
Yes.
card as well. Like I cannot gush enough about the Disney kind of
I
trading card game.
know. Isn't it wonderful?
Wonderful.
Don't we love it? Don't we
Going-
love it, chat? How much do you love it?
How much do you love it? Going into game 2 then, Kieran is 1 game up, playing Blue Steel, going up against Emerald Sapphire. This is round 5 of the Disney Lorcana CCQ here at Axion now. This is Lawfest. We're in Leicester Football Club Stadium, which is pretty cool.
Very cool, very cool.
Very
It's
nice
it's
venue.
crazy. It's really, really nice. Very comfortable place to play, I think. But also just like really cool. Like, hey, we're at a football stadium. As you know,
We could
as
be
you.
anywhere playing Lorcana and I'd be happy, but this is a pretty
Yeah.
good venue.
It is
And
cool.
We're off to the races. Inking that Jasmine turn 1.
And no one drop for Kieran there, which is always unfortunate, especially I think for Sapphire players. They never want to, you want to try and get that ramp, or at least go searching for those cards like Kyle is right now with the Develop Your Brain. But
could
we
be
can see
worse.
there's a Tipo in
We have the
Kieran's
ramp,
hands,
yeah.
so
And I think
yeah.
on the play, it's a little more reasonable to miss your 1 drop. Like on the draw against aggro, it
Yes.
can be like game losing right there and then. But on the play, I think it's fine.
Yes, absolutely. So had that Tipo round. We're getting the ramp on both sides. Again, we got the Sail, the Azurite Sea from Kyle there. Got to get that ink, Gotta get that ink. Got the Basil. Undercover detective.
Yeah, I misspoke a moment ago saying Sapphire Steel 1-0 up. It's Kyle who's 1-0 up on Emerald Sapphire. So yeah, Kieran gets to be on the play this time round. My apologies there, misspoke. We've got Pleakley going into the Inkwell, and here's that Cinderella, like on cue, Jen, 2-4-6.
Just.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no words.
Couldn't have put it better myself, Jen. Genuinely, could not have worded that better. Well articulated.
Like what, second turn, and we've got a Cinderella.
Yeah,
Like it's just crazy.
That's
I love it.
Cinderella's
Yeah, you're right. 2-4-6. It's just yeah. It's it's what these decks do best, and it's.
Ooh,
Oh, okay.
That
Okay.
is very cool. We've got the this is the Disguise Detective, I do believe. Yes, Disguise
Yep.
Detective. This is one of my reveal cards, Kim. This is a 6 cost,
Nice.
4/5 quest for 2, shift 4, which you just saw happen on top of that 1-drop Basil. And during your turn, whenever a card is put into your Inkwell, you may pay 1 ink to have chosen opponent choose and discard a card. This is very interesting. Obviously, you can ink for turn and make your opponent discard if you've got the ink to pay, or if you ramp in any other way with a Saldiazar at Sea or Cinderella, then as long as you've got the ink to pay the cost, then twists and turns will force the opponent to discard a card. There's a Clarabelle. Clarabelle
Yes.
sighted.
I was just about to
Spotted.
say, yeah,
Confirmed.
confirmed. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing as well is, when you're against a Sapphire, it's like if you can get rid of anything in their hand that they might be trying to ink, then hopefully you can slow them down a little bit. But yeah, I wasn't expecting to see that shift Basil all of a sudden.
There we go, a double discard there from like we inked for turn and Cinderella ramps us again, and we had the ink to make our opponent discard both cards from hand, and they were some pretty big cards, Jen. Hades and Vincenzo.
Absolutely crazy. And we've got that new Pete there, the Ghost of Christmas Future, doing its thing. This is a new Winter Spell card that I think has had a lot of discussion. I mean, how do you feel about this new card? This new like Sapphire card
This
that we've
Pete,
got? Yeah.
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Again, like there was some recent discussion online. Shout out to Wochuck, a member of the community, that was kind of comparing this to the Amethyst Queen, who is a 5 cost and can exert to gain a lure.
Oh,
but a couple of differences, right? For a start, getting the draw on quest is huge. Lure is good. Lure is how we win the game. But not only that, Sapphire is far lacking in card draw but like in the Queen compared to other Amethyst cards, maybe not as special these days. But Pete in Sapphire for card draw, pretty big, and 5/5 is again also a pretty big stat line.
Oh yes, very much.
So I'm a fan. Are you a fan of Pete, the Ghost of Christmas Future?
I am a fan of Pete. I mean,
scary looking, isn't he?
He is a little bit scary looking, but yeah, no, I think it's again, he's one of the cards from the new. It's really interesting as well. Oh, there's a You're Welcome on the Pete that we were just discussing, and of course all those cards underneath him.
Can you
will
hear me
go
now,
as well.
chat? I got a rare piece of feedback that I was quiet. I've never
Really?
been told that in my entire life. Chat, can you hear me? Are we good? Are we cooking?
That's wild. I don't believe it.
I've never been told, Becky, too quiet.
Well, you're very loud in my ears, so you know.
As long as you're hearing it all first.
I'm hearing it all, but we got the You're Welcome on that Pete there, and the two cards underneath it, of course, also went back into the deck there, and Kieran will get to draw those two cards.
Absolutely. How we sound in chat? Are we good? This is morning radio with Baker and Jen. We're watching some Lorcana here, and Basil is doing his thing.
Hope you're doing well.
He's back. Okay, good. He's back. He's back.
Very nice. Very nice. Probably compensated too much.
For
your volume.
It's going to go the other way in a minute.
Yeah. But that's okay.
What's Basil looking to do? He's going to go on a quest, not feeling the need to take some challenges here and remove pieces of the board. Again, if Kieran wants to take out the Basil, it will require quite the investment here just from challenges. But do we have a Hades? Can we ink to 7 and play Hades? I think that turn where Kyle made Kieran discard both a Hades and a Vincenzo was humongous.
Yeah, and there we have the shift Jasmine there. That Sapphire Steel Jewel Ink. Jasmine coming down there.
She is a beauty, the steady strategist.
Is so pretty. So she shifts for 2, which is
cheap,
crazy.
It's very cheap.
Feels a shift that low feels like illegal. But whenever she
another one,
another one that's crazy, hard cast that. Whenever she quests, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, and you may reveal an ally character card and put it into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom of your deck. So really, really good for searching.
The seaweed is always greener on the bottom of your deck. Under the Sea coming down. Going to put all characters on the opposing board of 2 strength or less to the bottom of that player's deck in any order you choose. Kyle, not too bothered about the order, saying, I don't think we're going to get there.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was
Complete
huge.
board wipe there. But we've got our Angel Experiment 624.
624. There we go.
Not 426, like I was saying before.
And another Basil. Yo, I am loving this.
Oh my gosh.
Every time Ross tells me off for saying this too much, but have I ever told you Basil is my favorite Disney film? Basil the Great Mouse Detective.
It's
my
such a good
favorite
film.
Disney film. It's
so such a good film.
underrated, and I'm so glad that we have relevant playable Basils in format.
Agreed.
Game devs, where is my Ratigan? Where is my playable Ratigan? And don't tell me it's the Sapphire one with Ward. It's good, but like, let's be real here.
Not good.
Let's be let's be real here. Like.
Absolutely, no, I agree. It's such a great. It's one of my favorites as well. It's such a great film.
I want a 1-cost 4/4 Ratigan. Inkable. Yeah, that's not happening. That's never happening.
Imagine that would be so crazy.
That was my fault. I'm kicking the camera there.
Goodness.
Heat's going to boost up, put a card underneath him. Again, when he quests, you can look at cards from the top of your deck equal to the cards under him. Place one of them in your hand. And another Basil coming down saying, no, Pete, you're not questing, bruv. Although Kieran does get the extra card because of the boost.
Yes. But still, I mean, I've not seen this many Basils on board, I don't think, ever before. This is Basil crazy right now. And going straight up to 13 lore there for Kyle.
Basil City, mate.
Yeah, literally. And Kieran, unfortunately, having a completely cleared board right now.
Oh, there's the schemer.
That's a very nice answer. Very nice answer to one of those pesky Basils. Very good.
Although we are threatening to go to 18 this turn.
Yes, and Kieran has nothing in hand. There's the Moana we were talking about before.
And another 2-quester, perhaps more relevantly, right?
Yeah. Don't need much ink at this point, let's be honest.
Because Hades can't deal with either of these Basils, like with that free strength. So I think Kieran needs to find another Hades off the top here. But even then, is that 14 lore or 16 lore?
There it is. Wow.
That Goliath coming just a little bit too late. Jen, what's your reaction to that?
Oh my gosh, that was just wild. I think the thing is as well is, both those games were, I mean, that second game was a bit longer, but both those games were so quick just because of the way that these Sapphire decks work. They just go so fast because they get that ink so quickly. But yeah, really, really, and I think it really just emphasizes what we've been talking about with the Emerald Sapphire deck being, I think, underestimated almost. I think it is so...
Not enough people brought aggro, is what I'm taking. I assume what you mean by that. Like, not enough players bringing aggro to beat those sort of decks. But yeah, Kyle on a heck of a streak now, 5-0 as he progresses into round 6. So good luck to him. And of course, commiserations to Kieran. Hopefully, still a strong chance of making day 2.
Still in good standing.
We have 38 minutes left, Jen. How would you like another game?
I would love another
Would
game.
you? Let's do some magic. Here we go. And another game.
I'm so excited.
What do you see? Break it down for me. Oh, let's. So I was. We're trying to show off the new mats today. So we've got the lovely area on the Dragonfire. And a judge came up to me and was like, Regina really wants to show off her Mickey and Minnie mat. Is that okay? I was like,
look at it.
Absolutely. Let's see it.
It is so beautiful.
It is beauty.
And the stitching around the edge as well just adds that little extra. I love it. I love it. It's so pretty. The foiling is not being given justice, but it is really gorgeous. The foiling on the heart and the kisses, and it's just so lovely.
It's a stunner. We're going to get an update for you in a moment as to what the actual true score is at the moment. It may be game 1, but looking at what's going on, I feel they're at least game 2. We're just going to get confirmation on if it's 1-1 or if a player is 1 up. We'll get that to you in just a moment.
Yes, but we're going into a new match here. They've just done their mulligan, I think we can see here. And I love that it was like, Regina wants to show off her amazing playmat. Like, yes, please do. You're very welcome to show off your amazing
It's an official mat. It's brand new. We want to shows it off. You can get it exclusively at the Disney store, but you got to be quick. I got there too late the other day and they'd sold out.
Yeah,
I've got to wait for the restock.
Yeah, unless you want to go to Dublin, but they're probably sold out as well, to be honest.
Hey, I'd love to go to that. I'll visit Cower. How about that? Cower and Kim.
That'd be fun.
Have a cup of tea. It'll be gorgeous. Fist bump there as we move into, I'm assuming game 2. We've got
it looks like game 2. Luke won the first one, it seems.
And again, another matchup that I'm expecting to see a lot over the course of the weekend. We've got Blurple, again, doing its thing. It's the most represented deck in the room, guys. It's at the top tables. We want to show it off. We want to represent it. But Amber Amethyst also very popular today.
It is, yeah, and we've been
Oh,
and there's
no
that.
one drop. Sorry, Jen. Just that
Yeah,
hurts.
that's rough.
That hurt.
I was just about to comment on having to ink an epic Tigger. Never feels
Oh,
good.
dear.
But, yeah, no one drop. It feels even worse than inking an epic.
For Amethyst Amber is awful. You would think they're going to have
really
Royal
is.
Guards, Alenwi from Black Cauldron,
Yeah.
maybe other purple cards like Rafiki. So I'm not sure on Luke's exact list, but yeah, you got to think that that's pretty sucky to miss there. That's free lore for Regina there.
Yeah, truly. But I mean, when you don't have it, you don't have it.
Indeed.
It's rough, but it happens. It happens to all of us. We've seen it a few times today on the feature table where people, people just haven't had
Ooh.
that good starting hand.
Maybe this is why we didn't play the one. Okay, we didn't have a one drop. I was just about to say, okay, maybe he actually had the one drop, but obviously if you're going to play Lantern on turn 2, then you can play the one drop on turn 2.
Yeah.
So sometimes it is worth waiting to see if you actually need that one drop or if it would be better left to ink. Still not sure. Maybe Luke still has a one drop, but he's not bothered by the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard. We'll see. We shall see.
I think.
Oh, look at that! Let it go. DLC
Wow.
Will promo. That's a top 128 prize from season 1.
Yes, Regina. Yes, Regina. We
She's
love it.
smashing it.
She is showing off the goods today.
Yeah.
This is gorgeous.
Good on her.
I do think Luke unfortunately didn't have a one drop.
Yeah.
It seems like at all, which is really rough.
You got to think you would have at least played an Alenwi there, if nothing else.
Yeah,
Not just for the
but-
Royal Guard, but Alenwi with that support could lead to a turn 4 Elsa 5th Spirit supporter and then take out the Genie, right?
Yeah, but there we can see there's an epic Grandmother Willow,
Oh, yes.
which of course will now
Another one.
second epic Grandmother Willow.
Luke is the epic king.
Truly,
Luke
truly.
loves his epic cards. He will not play it if it's not epic. Or Mowgli.
But being able to, I feel like that's a potential to really bring Luke back from that slightly rough start.
Absolutely.
Because of course now having to pay 2 less for that character. So Mowgli was completely free to play. That's potentially going to do a lot.
He
And
could play a 7-cost character next turn if he inks and then uses the Lantern and the 2 Grandmothers. That's a
yeah,
7-cost
of course,
character.
with the Lantern as well.
I don't know if he's
mean,
actually playing any 7-cost characters in the deck, but I'm just saying he could.
We'll see.
He could.
It's if he wanted to. Yeah, I mean, I think hopefully that'll bring him back a little bit from that slightly rough start, but we'll see. We're inking a Hypnotic Strength there for Regina. Questing with the Genie, wish fulfilled. And we will see.
Chat talking about Tigger. The fans of Tigger, Jen, the new 4-cost cards.
Really, I think it's such a cool card.
It is good, and bouncing a character of 2 strength or less against aggro, that's great. Maybe a Genie. This is my favourite copy of Horseman Strikes as well. The black text
Me
border.
Me
Beautiful,
too.
beautiful.
It's really cool, and it's such a powerful card. I've seen.
Oh, another new card, Sven.
Oh my gosh.
We tried talking about something and then something else happens. But it's a good problem to have. Tell us about this Sven,
Yeah,
Jen.
What a good game. Well, this
Sven, Jen.
Talk about Sven, Jen. Well, me and Steve were talking about Sven just in the last round because he is a new wind spell card that I think is very powerful. He has Rush, Evasive, and Challenger +3, which is crazy, and only cost of 4 uninkable, but costing 4 for all of that feels broken.
It does.
But it's great. I mean, he's so useful, as we've seen. He can do a lot.
And you can play it as soon as turn 3 if you're paired with either Sapphire or Amber.
Of course, and I think, if you also could give him support, and then he'd be able to deal with more. But it's crazy.
Looking for a deal here. He is going to let a draw.
Yeah.
Valuing that Sven, which I respect. If another evasive comes down here, it might be his only answer to it.
Okay, I probably would have done the same, to be honest, because that Sven is too valuable, especially in this situation, I think.
Against Blurple, where you're expecting some more Genies and Dumbos and stuff to come down, and if he doesn't have anything else to answer evasive in hand, then I can understand valuing it.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, notably as well, Luke only having 4 ink, but being able to do so much, and she's got another epic Grandmother Willow down.
All epics, nothing else. Luke Delaney, epic king.
So literally, right now, could play a 4-cost character for nothing if
There's a 6.
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah,
I said
yeah.
7, and which I wasn't expecting to be in
Yeah.
the deck. But Demona, what's she do, Jen, for new players?
Paying a 6-cost character for 2 ink is
pretty good. It's pretty good.
Crazy. So when she is played, she exerts all opposing characters, and players will draw up to 3 if
Both
they don't.
players.
Both players, yeah.
I eat, you eat.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I'm going to wipe your board that I just exerted.
Yeah. Have some cards, but
But have some cards.
But I'm getting rid of those ones.
Hades, the lone character, the lone glimmer left on board for Regina on this beautiful Mickey and Minnie carousel playmat.
Oh, so pretty. So pretty.
Another genie draw.
Yeah, she's got quite a lot in hand, so potential to see some options here. Clearly deciding what's the best option.
I'd like to see her go as wide as possible. Because
Yes.
again, Luke's only at 1 law, but he's going to create this board state suddenly where he can maybe quest to 10.
That's the thing,
like,
I think.
in 1 turn and create a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, and if Regina can get rid of any of those Grandmother Willows, it's going to be helpful, but getting, oh my goodness.
Shiny!
Oh my gosh, it's so
I don't
pretty.
have this Hades, and I want it so much.
Oh my, it's so gorgeous. Wow.
It's a stunner. Absolute stunner.
We're being spoiled right now with these.
With the
these
beauty.
2 wonderful players are really giving us some delight for our eyes. And I'm really enjoying it. We've got the playmats, we've got the epics, we've got the enchanted. I'm having a great time.
We got all the pretty things.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Thank you, Luke and Regina. We appreciate you.
Only 2 Grandma Willows left on board, and down comes Vin Diesel's favourite card. Ohana means family. Gonna remove 2 damage from that Sven and draw 2. Pretty good.
Very nice, very nice. Get some more cards to play, be able to play even if they're higher cost, because of course. And there's another Sven. Only had to pay 2 for that, I think.
Maybe even less because there's although he hasn't exerted the lantern yet. So.
Yeah, and then I think only did the paid 2 for the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, which you can tap and pay 1 ink to banish it and draw 2 cards. It's like a Friends on the Other Side.
Just can't sing it.
Yeah, which of course we don't have anymore.
But it has its strengths in its own right, because it's an item, so you can maybe get some synergy there, Tamatoa and things like that, and the fact that you can pay 2 to put it on board and then exert it and banish it on a subsequent turn. Good for playing around like Bend to My Will or Clarabelle, things like that.
Exactly. And I think me and LD were talking earlier about item removal, and I think not everyone plays item removal because items decks are not as
prevalent.
That's the word, as they were a few formats ago. But you've still, as we've seen,
there's a couple of significant
problematic items.
Lantern, the Chromacon.
The Emerald Chromacon we saw the great example of that in the previous round. But
one thing we haven't seen today is Emerald Amethyst, like these quote unquote burn type strategies, these lore drain strategies.
Yeah, but we had a Hades singing a Let It Go, I think it is. Or no.
When it challenged, so it took 2 damage. Let It Go, I'm guessing was played on the other character that went straight into the inkwell there.
It's because it's, I lost track a little bit of what happened, but that's okay.
Lantern exerted, another ink paid, and obviously the -2 because of the ancient, the Keeper of Ancient, what's her sub name? Grandmother Willow, is it Ancient Keeper? No, I'm thinking of Grandma Tala. I'll get there. Down comes a Hades on Luke's side of the board. Going to look for a deal against Regina's Demona, and she's going to lean back a little bit and consider her options.
Absolutely. Those Grandmother Willows are really lasting. Just sitting there nice and pretty. And doing so much for Luke.
Lots of foils for Regina as well, even this Demona. Pretty. Luke thinking it over, how he wants to play out this turn.
Very important, as we said earlier, a lot on the line for these players. So, take your time. You've got time. You got to think and try and make the right decisions,
There's that pop of the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. Gonna draw 2 cards.
2 cards.
Down comes another Elenwi from the Black Cauldron, a 2/1 with support. We are finally going to put that Grandmother Willow to use, challenging it into the Hades and trading, getting that off the board.
Oh, I keep getting distracted by that gorgeous Hades.
It's
so
beautiful,
pretty.
isn't he? Yeah, I need one. Passing back over to Regina. Who's going to ready, set, draw. Ancient Keeper, I think her name is.
I was trying to load
Is
it.
it
Yes, Ancient Advisor.
Ancient Advisor. There we go. We got there in the end. That was
I
going to
was trying
annoy
to
me.
check it and it wasn't loading.
That was going to annoy me to the end of time. Yeah. Ancient Advisor, Grandmother Willow, a staple in many Amber decks now since she debuted in Winter Spell.
Oh,
and
yes.
a strong debut from her.
Right, so we've got Cheshire Cat there from Regina. No damage to do anything with, but she may try and deal some damage now.
Can't make any challenges, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But still, it's sitting there.
Yeah,
like, it's
yeah.
going to make Luke rethink any challenge or quest anything that involves turning sideways. You now need to respect the inexplicable Cheshire Cat.
Absolutely.
Which could obviously move damage onto a Lenwi or a Grandmother Willow, or maybe a Genie challenge and then remove damage from your Genie and put it on the opposite one. So yeah, do not underestimate what this cat could do. But there's a Horseman Strikes.
Oof. Banish that evasive character and draw a card. Very, very nice.
Again, we see just another example of the battle of the board, just trying to get to a point where you can remove all your opponent's most the biggest nuisance on the board and try and get some free lore.
It does feel like a pretty balanced game. I mean, it's both players dealing with each other's boards quite well, but also, managing still to get a bit of lore. We've got Regina on 8 lore and Luke on 3, but both have a good board presence.
Yeah, they've got their own types of removal as well. There's an example of it. The world's
Yep.
greatest criminal mind, a perfect song from Basil the Great Mouse Detective, which will banish a character with 5 strength or more. And you may be thinking, but the Cheshire Cat's only got 3. You're correct. But a Lenwi with that support keyword is going to boost up that Cheshire Cat and then remove it. Oh, what's this?
And we talked about that earlier, didn't we? About doing the support
Yes.
on the opponents and then using that exact card. But we've got a Monstro Infamous Whale here, which of course has Rush 6/8. And you can full breach, choose and discard a card, and then ready this character. He can't quest for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, this is a infamous whale with
Oh,
Rush.
yes.
That 6/8 stat line can be an absolute monster. And it makes me wonder, though, are we playing the Monstro one-turn quest version of the deck, playing like the Greater Luminary and Alana Dale? I'm guessing no, based on what we've seen so far. I haven't seen any of those sort of cards that you would combine with that strategy. So I guess just including the whale, for a bit of to help take on the board. Again, you can play it cheaper with the lanterns and the Grandmother Willow. So I think it's a great inclusion, and it's gone.
And it's,
And it's gone.
yeah. I was just about to say, can be real tricky to get rid of, but not if you're gonna let it go in hand. I mean, that was a very, very good choice, I think, from Regina.
Such a huge reprint, this
Yeah.
Let It Go, man.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's done so much already, I think. And it's just, I mean, when it first came out, it was a staple card.
Yep.
It's a staple card again, and we're seeing that very evidently this weekend already.
Putting in a lot of work. I wouldn't be surprised to see it a lot more. There's another Horseman Strike. He's going to get rid of the giant spectral parrot. Not a lot of lore on Iago, but he's a big old body and probably more important, evasive. So
Yes.
a perfect check for these genies.
Yeah, very useful pumpkin there. A well-timed pumpkin
1, 2,
is
3, 4,
important.
5. Oh, is that Sven?
It's Sven, I think. Yeah.
Big Sven. Inking the
Double
Demona and
Sven.
playing the Royal Guard. We're just going wide.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
I think this is the right time. Again, we keep talking about this, right? You want to control the board. You don't want to rush in questing. You get to this sort of board state where you've been able to answer your opponent's characters with whether it's challenging or actions, things like that. And then you say, okay, now I'm ready to start questing. And you see it here up to 11 lore. Are we threatening game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, we are.
Yeah. Wow. So Regina has to deal with
Something.
something.
One lore off the board.
Exactly. But then even then, it's hard to deal with. This board presence is just so big, so wide, so quickly as well. I mean, what if you were in Regina's shoes? What would you be looking for?
I'd be
right
looking
now?
to go wider than this. Obviously, this Iago is a great character, but that's 4 of your ink spend. I don't think she has enough of a hand to really do what I would want to do here, which is to play like 3 or 4 bodies. And I think she's just a bit too far behind. If she still had that ball presence she had a moment ago, there's a chance that maybe she could just quest as well and just win the race out from Luke, but I'm not sure she has enough resources on the board / in hand. Mona gonna have a challenge, take out this Hades. So yeah, like I don't want to counter out, but I think this is a pretty back against the wall situation for Regina, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'd say so. But we shall see. As you say, still a lot on board, but not quite game anymore, having got rid of that Hades.
Yeah, we can go up to 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can go to 19. So the writing may be on the wall. We're just going to get rid of that Demona.
Yeah.
I don't think Regina has... I think she only has one card in hand, so...
I think you're right. Yeah, just get rid of that problem.
You have to let him draw here.
Just...
You have. I think you've lost anyway, but yeah.
Oh, unfortunate for potentially for Regina and her wonderful playmat.
Yeah, and there's another Horseman Strikes. And again, you see it like one of the reasons that Amber is seeing a resurgence. Again, there are other cards we can talk about from Winterspell, but this Horseman Strikes from Whispers in the Well, one of the reasons to play this ink type, in my opinion.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think we've seen 3 in this game alone of the Horseman Strikes.
Just for good measure, a couple of cats.
Yeah.
What's the word for a collective of cats? So I check. Color is law. She's shouting it at the TV right now.
Oh, goodness. I do know it, and now it's escaping me.
It'll come. But there you go. The writing's on the wall. Luke taking a 2-0 over Regina. And this seems to be the pattern of the day. These Amber Amethyst decks coming out on top with just like some of the best answers to evasive characters in the game.
Yeah, but I mean... a fierce match from both players, played really, really well there. Just unfortunate. I think that end was just too difficult for Regina to deal with. But well played, both very, very good decks. But I think it's also interesting to see, because Blurple is our most represented deck this weekend. It was interesting to see a different deck, not completely destroy it, but you know what I mean. But yeah, as we saying, Blurple is our most represented deck this weekend. So
it's good that these yellow-purple decks seemingly having a pretty good matchup into that so far.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's that purple. I'm trying to find it. There it is down there. It's got 13.
13 Illumineers.
13, yeah.
So not many people bringing it along, but those that did, seeming to be getting an advantage from the fruits of their labor. Again, I just think Amber is so well positioned. It got some really cool new toys. We saw Grandmother Willow putting in a ton of work there alongside the Lanterns. And I think Horseman Strikes really is the MVP, personally.
I really do agree. But I think, of all of the new cards that have come out in Winterspell, we've talked a lot about these cards today. We've talked about what they've done for some of these ink colors is so significant. Amber, I think, is just one example of that. But in your opinion, what's the most kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Almost like a buffing of a whole ink color to come from Winterspell itself, and from the cards that have been released.
So honestly, I think a couple of them are ones that we haven't necessarily seen as much of today. So again, we saw that Lilo earlier, the steel one, which didn't really shine in that particular matchup, but I think is very, very strong. I think it's got a very unique ability. It quests for a whole lot. And also Pudge controls the weather. Again, not a card that we've seen put in a lot of work so far today, but I think a bit of a sleeper. I'm imagining these Amber Steel decks, there's 14 of them in the room today. I think they're going to gain an awful lot from that. What would be your standout card? I'll throw the same question back to you. What do you think is making a big difference?
I really love the Lilo bundled up. I do think I agree, and it's got, as you say, it's got such a unique ability that we haven't really seen before, and it's just so fun. But I'm trying to think.
What else is doing it for you?
Yeah, of the new ones.
Well, have you built a new location deck? I know we were talking about red purple, but have you done a purple steel one?
I've not built a purple one yet. I've built a ruby steel one so far.
Okay. I'm Gucci. I'm down.
And I really am enjoying it. And one of the thing is as well is that it was my MVP the last time we saw each other. I was playing an Amethyst Steel locations deck.
The
MVP location in that was Castle Wyvern, which where characters there gain +1 strength and +1 willpower.
Challenger and willpower, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Or resist. Challenger and resist. Is that the one? Is that what we're talking about? Or am I,
Yes,
or am
I
I
think
making
so.
a mistake?
I forget.
Excellent.
Now I
Yeah, it's all right. I'm
get
throwing a
confused.
ton of different cards at you. All right, it's all good.
But it's, and that is still such an MVP even in this newer deck. But the new cards, I mean, I've put quite a few new cards in it. Slushy, which I mentioned earlier. Slushy is so great. I mean, just
the
having
big body.
Yeah, just having that 5/5
evasive, right? Yeah.
Being able to deal with so many of the current meta evasive cards like your Genie Wish Fulfilled, your Elsa Fifth Spirit, your Dumbos, and then still being on the board is so powerful. So that's definitely one of my favorites of the new cards is Slushy that's come out in Winterspell, which we haven't seen today, but represent,
Well, it might be in one of those Amber Ruby decks, and I want to try and get one of those out. I don't know. We need to check their scores, make sure that they're at least like a winning record. But I'd love to see one of these Amber Ruby decks today. Shout out to Humble, a well-known member of the community, and Wonderful as well. Both gamer tags of Amber Ruby enthusiasts. Going back before rotation, we had the great Mufasa, which was a card a lot of people enjoyed and built around with Amber Ruby. Again, you could play like Steelfaster as well, but Amber Ruby was really how he first came into the game. A very unique ability where when he's banished, you look at the top card of the deck, and if it's a character, you can play it for free exerted. We recently got Simba in Whispers in the Well, who has a kind of similar ability. When you boost him, you can do the same thing. Look at the top card of your deck, and if it's a character, you can play it for free. And yeah, Humble and Wonderful are two players in the community that have been really trying to make this work and have made a really cool deck list, taking advantage, again, of all these of like Grandmother Willow and all these ways that you can play characters quicker. What's the one that removes damage and then you can pay one less ink that turn for the character you play? I need to double check his name. It's a really impactful one.
Oh yes, no, I know.
What's his name?
About.
What's his name? It's Ruben, Sandwich Expert.
Yes, Sandwich Expert.
This is a really cool new card. Yeah, you exert him, remove up to 2 damage from chosen character of yours, and for each damage removed this way, you pay 1 ink less for the next character you play this turn. So you can play turn 1 Mulan, Injured Soldier, who enters play with 2 damage. You curve into Ruben, and then on turn 3, you can play a 5-drop, mate. Headless Horseman.
Yeah.
Cook. Let's cook.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really curious to know as well, as a well-known Amethyst Ruby player yourself, have you added or are you going to add any of the new Winterspell cards into your current Ruby Amethyst build?
So the list that I've got with me today, that I've been playing the last couple of days, the only new card I'm playing is Christopher Robin.
Really?
That is the only new card I'm playing. Yeah, for the underdog. Again, I think against the Sapphire decks like that, if you can get that 2 quester out on turn 1, then that's kind of it's going to give you the most hope of beating those Sapphire decks. Because as the game goes on, they are ultimately going to take control of the board, whether it's Emerald Sapphire or Blurple with their Hades and things like that. You're probably not winning that long game, but if you can get enough lore out early and then curve into things like Diablo, into Sisu, all these 2 questers, then that's absolutely your win condition. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the new Christopher Robin. There are other cards that I like from what's released in Ruby specifically from Winterspell, but I think you would put them in I think you need to change the build. I'm playing a very stock curve out Ruby Amethyst list, but I've seen builds using Wreck-It Ralph. We saw that in a Ruby Sapphire list earlier, but I've also seen it putting in work in Ruby Amethyst. But I think you need to kind of change the build there. You need a way to banish your own Ralph, right, to like get the most of the ability.
Exactly.
I think the new Liquidator is another
I love that
card. Interesting underdog. I prefer it in Ruby Sapphire, where like they are very slow and they need the stats early. I'm not convinced on it in Red Purple just because it can't quest. It's got that reckless keyword.
I am playing it in my Ruby Steel. I mean, it's so irrelevant, but I am playing it in my Ruby Steel locations deck because I want that underdog, but also because he's got that 4-2 stat line, which can be really, really useful early game to get rid of some stuff on their side of the board that you really don't want there. But yeah, no, that's really interesting. I think it's one of those things we've talked a few times today about some of these top meta decks that we're seeing a lot of don't have that many changes to them, but then some of the decks we're seeing have so many of the new cards
and
they're mostly Amber.
Amber cooking.
Like this set has made such a huge impact on Amber. and that's just
It's a good thing. Like, the
Yeah.
more decks that we've got in format, the better. Like, we want variety. We want lots of things to be viable. You don't want to feel like you have to play one of two decks, otherwise you're just
no, definitely not.
disadvantaging yourself. So I like to see a nice healthy meta. Last one I'll talk about for Ruby, but again, I think maybe you need to build around it a little bit more, is the new Marching Off to Battle, which is a
Yeah,
4-cost
I
Inkable
love
Ruby
that
song.
song.
Oh, it's beautiful. If a character was banished this turn, draw 2 cards. So Assault, that can draw you 2 cards. It is a 4-cost. So not quite on the level of Friends on the other side, but some card draw for Ruby is a pretty rare thing, really. So a great card that I think you need to build around it a little bit more, but it's certainly a consideration for red-purple decks. And Grab Your Bow was my release card. I think that's really cool as well.
Yeah.
But if I was going to put it into red-purple, I want something that shifts on turn 3 and is a 5-cost. Like, we've got the new
Sure.
Negaduck. There's a 2-cost one, and then there's a 5-cost that can shift for 3.
Yes, yeah.
And the 2-cost one is a 4-2 stat line without Reckless, which is pretty good, like taking out Daisy Ducks and things like that. And I think if you shift into a turn 3 Negaduck, the Floodborn one, and then sing Grab Your Bow, that could be game-changing against the aggro decks, and of course it's good for genies and things like that. So those are just a couple of the new cards that I think can be a consideration for Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
I also think, kind of like what you just said, it can kind of just stick to its roots
Yeah.
and not really change too much. I do think Red Purple got slightly worse this set.
Yeah.
More just because I think Amber decks got a lot better, and we struggle against some of the control variants.
That we
so
do. That we do.
Most Amber is aggro, but like Yellow Purple, I would call that a mid-range build, and
Yeah.
I think they have a pretty good match into us because we have so many evasives. But yeah, I'm excited for Amber to come out of the woodwork and start to show us why it was king back in the day, or queen,
Yes.
still song.
Yes, it is. It is really fun. It is really fun seeing Amber kind of rising up again. Just to like, it's really, as you said, it's really interesting just seeing all these different types of decks come back in, or
Adding
new decks, or,
diversity.
yeah, exactly. And it's obviously for us at events like this, it's really fun to have that diversity on the stream and get to see lots and lots of different people playing different types of decks and lots of different cards and actions, and it's great. But very shortly we will be going into our next round.
Ooh.
So I think we are almost there. I think they've finished the round just about
What
now.
did you get in your pack? I was the ghost of Christmas boosties, and I brought you a couple
Yeah,
of
you
packs.
just like handed them and then disappeared.
And disappeared. Look at this Jiminy Cricket. Any gorgeous?
It's so cute.
Any gorgeous? Any beautiful?
Yeah, that was in my pack.
That's yours, though. That's yours,
Yeah,
doll.
I know. He's so cute.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Do you want to play Guess That Flavor Text?
I'm not. I'm gonna be really bad.
But it's a pack you just opened, so surely you're gonna get it.
But I didn't read the flavor text on them. I was showing them.
Well,
to the
you should have, shouldn't you? Okay, here's the flavor text. Hi. Hi.
Oh.
Hi. Ho.
Oh, it's
That's
Stitch.
close to the voice. Ho. Rate my Stitch, guys.
It's
Ho.
Stitch.
A hammer, moons, fumble. Rate my
Ow.
Stitch. LD, rate my Stitch. Come here.
Rate my Stitch.
Oh, come here. Come on, camera view. Oh, hammer, moons, fumble. Oh.
You're gonna rate my.
Stitch.
You gotta rate my Stitch. though,
Okay,
As well.
Now rate her Stitch.
How.
I'm cooked.
How.
I'm cooked.
I don't have a heart.
Ohana. Family.
Well, family. LD, go grab me a pack.
You
I haven't
can
opened the
rate
pack.
them.
Go grab me a pack, LD. I demand justice. Okay, so you got that Stitch. Last one, very, very quickly. The flavor text is, okay, Pumba, hit it.
Timon.
There you go. Come on, you're cooking. You brought her one.
I mean, you
Thanks
really-
for the 2 packs. I'm joking.
You
Which one do you
really
want?
gave that.
Which one
one
do you
to
want?
me.
Which one do you want? We've got Angel and we've
I
got
want that
Dark
Angel
Queen.
one.
You want Angel? So
I
I have
opened a Darkwing Duck last
I have
time.
to take the one that wants to banish all villains. I took that personally.
Take it.
I'm going first. Right, okay.
Ah.
You're going to see here that I still have some work to do in learning this set. We've got Nakoma waiting out the storm.
It has literally just come out.
Sure,
so-
but like I expect a lot of myself. We've got Lumpy.
Lumpy.
He's a Heffalump.
He's
We've
so
got
cute.
Hull.
Hal.
We've got Farzu, Mulan's father, enters play with 2 damage. Pretty cool. This is Chief Tui?
Chief Tui.
There you go. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
This is Li Shang, Solemn Son. You'd have to say, Snow Fort. This is a very interesting one. I'm
Yes.
surprised we haven't seen this
I
card
know.
today. LD's a big fan of this card.
We're
He's
waiting
tapping right
to
now.
see it. We really are waiting.
I need
see
to
it.
try and find a deck list that's got this Snow Fort in it. Let me know, chat. What do you think about the Snow Fort?
It's
Are we coping or are we
crazy.
cooking? We've got Anna, Baby Anna, which... Do you ever see Baby Anna in Frozen? Do you ever see young Anna?
I don't-
Like, at that age?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, like Frozen is. I've seen Frozen 1 like once, and I've never
Yeah.
seen Frozen
Whereas
2.
when there's do you want to build a snowman? Is
I'm a
a little
tangled guy.
harder.
I'm a tangled guy.
Tangled.
I'm a tangled guy. I'm just saying. But
Me
yeah,
too.
super cute. This is a card that's super cool. Lonely Grave. This is one of those cards that you can combine with the
Yeah.
the Ralph Raging Wrecker to banish him and
Yeah.
hopefully then banish the entire board. Shout out to some people online that are certainly putting that card to good use. We've got Retro Evolution Device. Turn into dinosaur. Go. There you go, perfect. Rate my dinosaur. We've got Let It Go. We've got the alt art Let It Go, or the new art, should I say?
That's
Very,
a good
very
call.
beautiful. Oh, I got an epic Stitch, and this is the only epic that has different art, and I'm all for it. I hope that we find more in the future.
too.
That is a hit, and was that the last cut? That's a lot. Look at me being greedy, wanting something else after it.
What?
Love that. He's beautiful.
The
Pull.
texture on the epics as well is like. Oof.
First one down the mountain gets all the marshmallows for their cocoa. I'm getting there first. I'm gonna beat you.
Oh my gosh, let's
I'm gonna
see.
beat you.
Let's see.
Let's see what you get. It's a pack battle.
All right, we got a Percy. We've
a
got
pack
a
battle.
Space Cows, which I love. We got a cute little Todd.
To a cow.
He's so
Can I go home?
adorable. Taurus Bulba. Who's this? Winnie the Pooh. I can't really see them properly on the thing. Sorry.
Winnie the Pooh.
McHorn.
Macaw. Oh, there he is.
There's our Pudge.
That lightning?
we've
Was that
talked
rain?
about.
Is that a hurricane? He's controlling something.
No, but we haven't seen him, but
We will.
he's about Judy Hopps. A Darkwing's gas device.
I take that personally. He's trying to slay all the villains, and I don't like it.
Jumba.
Ooh.
And you
Jumba
can see
Jumba.
all the other little aliens
Jumba
there.
Jumba.
There's Ruben there on the side. He's so cute.
The sandwich expert on site.
I love it. And then we've got a beast. Ooh, Snowfield Troublemaker.
Banish the beast.
Very
Banish the
nice.
beast.
And iconic.
That's not an iconic.
No. It's a shiny squeak.
Squeaks.
He's
Squeak,
so
squeaking,
cute.
squeaking.
Very nice. Well, I'm losing so far to you and LD on the pack.
But you're going to get the enchanted or the iconic for the weekend. I can tell.
I hope so.
I can absolutely tell.
I hope so.
You want to send us off to a little break? Let's do it.
Yeah, cool. So we are going to have just a little bit of a break now. We're going to have a little bit of a changeover. Just a little one. And then we will be going into our next round, round 6, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Here at the CCQ in Leicester, and we're very excited. Thank you for watching, and stick with us. We'll be back very, very soon. Bye.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana CCQ here in Leicester. We are at Axion now, a invitation to the European Championships on the line. LD, how have you been enjoying day one so far?
It's been fantastic. A really, really good day one so far. Good spread of decks. Lots of good new cards from Winterspell on display. And you mentioned the invite that is on the line. There are plenty of other fantastic prizes on the line as well.
Tell me about them, LD.
Have a little look.
Talk to me, baby.
Right, starting with 9th to 16th. Every player from 9th to 16th is going to take home one booster display and a pack of the Illuminous Quests Ursula sleeves. Very, very nice indeed.
Absolutely stunning. What else we got?
5th through 8th are going to get 2 booster displays, a Mulan promo, event playmat as you see pictured there, and those lovely sleeves again. 3rd and 4th, this is where we really start to get into the big prizes.
It starts to build up. Let's go.
Yep. £250 travel bursary for both those players, 3rd and 4th. 2 displays, Simba and Mulan promo, as you see pictured there. Those are some of the really, really nice DLC promos we've got for this season. An event playmat and the sleeves. 2nd is going to take home a £500 travel bursary, so that's going to get you to a DLC or equivalent event of your choice, some displays, and add Elsa to the pile of the lovely promos that will take place there. And of course, our winner will be taking home a trophy, which is very nice in itself. But what they're really playing for is the invite to the European Championship. That's, well, also a £1,000 travel bursary. Nothing to overlook there.
No, absolutely not. It's going to put a big dent in your expenses for that trip. Although, if I got that 3rd or 4th 250 travel bursary out, that's a day return to London Paddington. But hopefully we can put it a bit further travelling internationally. But yeah, an incredible set of prizes on the line. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot, but there is more Disney Lorcana action still to come. And of course, we're going to be going to day 2 tomorrow, proceeding into Top Cut. And that's when it's really all going to get pretty serious. But LD, I'm ready for some Lorcana. Are you ready?
I'm very.
Are you ready, LD?
Let's get into a game.
Let's get into that game. Let's head over to the feature match table. What are you seeing, LD?
I am seeing what appears to be a Sapphire Amethyst mirror match, which, yes, a very, very tough match to navigate for both players, as you might expect from a mirror match.
100%. And yeah, we've tried to avoid showing too many of these today, but this is the most represented deck in the room. I do think there's a lot of skill expression that comes from a mirror match. I'm not saying that there isn't skill expression when it's 2 different decks, but when you both are adopting the same strategy and you're probably going to be pretty aware of what the opponent is looking to do, like there's a lot of skill that can be interpretation that can be put into place here. So a nice Blurpool matchup as we go into round 6. And of course, on the right hand side there, we have Atlantis, also known as Atlantine. For my money, I've said it before, I think one of the best female players in Europe, if not the best. And I could take the female out of that. Just one of the best players overall, really. She's a star.
Absolutely, yeah. Certainly like one of those names that you're just consistently seeing. Once we get to this point in the tournament where we're approaching the cut to day 2 and you're seeing these players on very positive records, it's a name you're going to see again and again.
It sure is. She's got a wonderful podcast as well with Lorcana Justice, who we saw on Feature Match not too long ago as well. So, yeah, a wonderful member of the community. And on the other side, we've got Jordan Higgins. And you recognise the name, but a player not as well known to me. But I'm looking forward to getting to know him throughout the course of this match.
Yep, not met Jordan myself, as we see a Wasabi inked on turn 1. Not a crucial card in some matchups for this, but not the mirror match.
Yeah, there's certainly some very interesting items that are in format. The Emerald Chromacon, the Amethyst Chromacon, in green-purple, Emerald Amethyst. You have the Ink Caster, the Enigmatic Ink Caster. So there are some reasonable items that it's nice to have removal for. Inking, let it go, and down comes the wood. Oh, this is a very unimpactful turn 2, LD.
Yeah, well, one thing that might be really interesting to see as this game plays out is that, we know that these kind of Sapphire Amethyst mirror matches, they tend to progress very, very slowly. And of course, this is a deck that wants to accelerate its ink on turn 2, Tipo or Sail, as we see Atlantis play the Tipo on turn 2. But I wonder, maybe a guidebook on turn 2 might not be so bad. This is going to be a long, grindy matchup.
Sure.
Actually, in terms of like making sure you have something to do on turn 2, making that investment so that you're going to be able to pick up 2 extra cards for 1 more ink on a later turn, it might not be too bad.
And Jordan being on the play, I suppose, like, subsets some of that disadvantage that you would assume from missing turn 2 Ram, because he could do it here, but instead going to choose to play the inexplicable Cheshire Cat. I was going to say how much we think this Tipo is going to quest for. I now think nothing. Yeah. Or maybe 1 in a few turns.
0 is often quite a good bet. Yeah, and Cheshire Cat as well, also mitigating some of that impact of the missed ramp effect on turn 2. Which is that, it's not just that you miss it, it's typically that this deck doesn't play a lot of 3-cost characters, so you also tend to do nothing the turn after. But with Cheshire Cat, that's smoothed a little bit.
So you're saying if you miss turn 2, you essentially miss turn 3 a lot of the time, unless you can play something like this cat, or with Amber, there's the who's the 4/4? The 4/4 beat stick is Amber 3-cost. That's gonna Bagheera.
Yeah.
There you go, another pretty good stat line that you can pop down.
Absolutely.
Hades into the Inkwell, not looking for a deal at this moment in time, and this is our 4-ink turn. A turn later than we would have thought, but but what do you play here against the Iago LD?
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, this is your Genie turn. It's also your Sven turn, as we see here.
Apparently.
But very, very tough to quest with either of those cards into an Iago. We start thinking about, you know, the cards within this deck which can banish an Iago are like, they tend to be flex slots. So sometimes they're in, sometimes they're out. Sometimes you see Hypnotic Strength would be one of the most popular ones. So really it comes down to, well, first of all, is Jordan playing any Hypnotic Strength?
Are you respecting Iago? Yes. This is the thing. Like, some players choosing not to, and you can be really punished for that. Again, you mentioned the Hypnotic Strength. There's also, they never come back. I have to say it like that because it's terrifying. Yeah. It's terrifying, LD.
It's quite foreboding, isn't it? Yeah. So first of all, that card has to be in your deck. Second of all, you have to draw it.
Yes, true. Drawing cards is king.
Which together, those factors make it such that actually Iago is just a very, very good card in the matchup. Probably like the thing you most want to be playing on your 3rd turn after ramping on turn 2.
Absolutely, yeah. It can take out things like Genies, Dumbos. We already saw it get rid of that Sven. You got to think it was quite risky playing that evasive character on that turn, knowing that Atlantis had this Iago established and was going into an Elsa turn and was punished for it there. Sometimes you just got to hope they don't got it, though. Sometimes you got to hope they miss.
Yes.
Didn't this time, but it doesn't mean it was wrong.
Absolutely.
This is the thing, like, I think it's important to say, just because something didn't work out doesn't mean it was the wrong play.
No, not at all.
And that Wasabi from Atlantis as well. Both players respecting, I think Dogs, more than anything, is probably what this Wasabi's looking to break Chromicons. Anything else that you can think of?
Or Snowfort, another favourite from Winterspell so far, enabling you know, a different kind of aggressive Emerald deck, but both of them very game changing, very, very hard for this Sapphire Amethyst deck. Often to beat a Snowfort. Completely changes all of the combat math with evasives. So yes, Wasabi, a worthwhile inclusion at the moment.
No quest there from the Elsa. Can you speak to that, LD?
I'm not too sure. I would think that is something you can probably quest with reasonably comfortably at this point.
I suppose another Sven would have come, but I suppose wouldn't you take out the Iago if you had the Sven here?
Yeah, well,
Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
There's a difficult decision to be made there for sure. I mean, if the Sven challenges Iago, then it's a straight 1-for-1. That's fine.
Whereas Elsa, it would survive.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, I can respect it.
Yeah, which is even then you would get to trade back with the Iago, so it's not too bad. As Demona being exerted with Elsa.
The most interesting part of that is that the Stone by Day ability will force Atlantis to not be able to ready that character, as she does had 3 cards in hand, going up to 4. So, yeah, even though that Elsa wasn't able to actually do anything to that Demona after exerting it, that is enough.
Yeah, this is one of those things that, Demona, as your 6-ink play, is incredibly impactful, but it does create some slightly challenging situations when it can get exerted right away, which does, as you say, lock it down.
I guess this is another reason, if she already had the Dumbo, another reason why you would really want to play around that Sven, because you know you're going to get some more value out of this Dumbo, hopefully over the next couple of turns. Of course, the 9th Wonder of the Universe has breaking records where he can exert and pay an ink, and you draw 1, game 1, or you can have your other characters of evasive do that, courtesy of making history.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's a really, the questing decision that you picked up there with the Elsa, it's actually a really, really interesting one. Like you say, Atlantis thinking like 2-3 turns in advance. When I play this Dumbo, Atlantis is going to want to make sure, get maximum cards right away, maximum game actions. That decision there to not quest with Elsa, to us, like on the surface, looks like, oh, why would you not take 1 lore? But it's so impactful.
It went a long way. You basically said, I value the draw and the lore I'm going to get with the Dumbo, as opposed to just this 1 lore I would get just from questing if my opponent does have the Sven. Down comes the Schemer, LD.
Yes.
The premier removal in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I would agree with you. I think it would be hard to argue. Oh, 2nd star to the right.
Oh, we haven't seen that in a couple of sets. No. This card is a 10-cost uninkable. Sing together. Draw 5 cards. Well, chosen player draws 5 cards. Yes. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone pick the opponent. Again, deck out is a win condition, but
It
not
is.
one we really see utilised very often
Yeah,
these days.
this is typically used for the player controlling it to draw 5 cards, and wow, this is one of those cards that you don't see very often, and when it takes players by surprise, it's completely game changing. Look at Atlantis' hand now, completely full of resources.
And a full board.
Entirely in control of the board.
Yeah.
So, you know, what do you do with an advantage? Draw 5 cards seems pretty good. When you're ahead, yes, this will be a
100%.
tough one to come back from.
Yeah, I'm curious if Jordan's playing that himself. You don't see second star in all of the Blurple decks these days,
No, quite
but
rare.
I know Atlantis was enjoying it a couple of sets ago. Had a very good record at CCQ in Cardiff, where she was playing the same deck. This is very much her bread and butter.
Yep. Yeah. So one of the things that you'll note here, Sapphire Amethyst, one of its weaknesses, it doesn't have many, one of them is dealing with a wide board. What it can't do very efficiently is clear a wide board when you have no board of your own. So
They'll give Sapphire a be prepared next set.
Yes, well, I mean, Spooky Sight does like part of the job in some matchups, but yeah, that's not something that these decks typically play. So yeah, it can be very, very hard to come back from behind in the mirror match. But Jordan doing a pretty good job.
A lumpy.
Yeah.
6/5 evasive.
I think so.
It's evasive, right?
Yeah,
This
quest
lumpy.
for 2. Yeah.
Yep.
6
Have a
plus
lumps and woozles.
2 of them.
Another one.
If
Was that
one-
12 ink?
If one's good, why not 2?
Why not 2? 12 ink spent on a couple of lumpies. I
2
absolutely
lumpies.
love it. What are you doing against these 6/5 bodies, LD?
Yeah, not a great
Try?
deal, actually. Not a great deal is the answer to that question. I'm trying to think.
We played one Let It Go not
Yeah.
too long ago. That's your, like, and assuming there are Into the Unknown in the deck list as well, but we would need
Yep.
to turn sideways first. And they quest for 2. Are we sleeping on Lumpy, LD?
I
Judgment
think-
call.
Quite possibly. I mean, it's one of these. Some cards like
It's
this,
expensive. He's
Yeah.
pricey.
they found their way into Blurple before. Some of these they're just big bodies that are very, very efficiently
Yeah.
statted and provide good options for questing. You know, in a situation like this, what more do you want? This
Yeah.
is just going to sit there, slowly progressing you towards victory.
You say slowly, it quests for 2.
Yeah, yeah, quite quick.
Not bad. It's
Quite
that's
quickly,
fast
but-
enough for me. What do you think, chat? Are we sleeping on Lumpy? Let us know, chat. I'd be very intrigued. There's the Into the Unknown, getting that Demona off the boards.
Yeah, and again, one of the sort of nuances of this mirror match that you're seeing play out here is that all of the premium removal in both players' decks, obviously same deck, so
Yep.
all the premium removal puts those cards into the inkwell, which means you're suddenly very, very favoured as the player that's playing cards like second star to the right. Plenty of ink to do lots of things like double Lumpy with,
Yep.
as long as you can keep plenty of cards in hand.
I suppose what makes sense about Lumpy as well is like we were playing TikTok, right?
Yeah,
Who is a
exactly.
4/7 with evasive because that was such a big body. But the difference here, Lumpy can remove Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, which is a
Oh.
very important number to be able to hit.
Very,
so
very good.
maybe we need a little more Lumpy Lumpy
Yeah.
in our lives.
I like that. I didn't think about that use case at all, but yeah, you're completely right. It is a small
The
difference. between
stats
those
matter.
cards.
It's
Yeah.
a significant character in the
Yeah.
meta. A couple of Elsas taking some challenges into the Dumbo.
Look at this now.
And the thing is, like, whenever there's damage on the board, it's just such an anxiety-inducing situation because you start feeling bells, you start fearing
Yep.
Cheshire Cat most predominantly, and that's it. Jordan's just throw down his cards and say, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, I tell you what, in this mirror match, I wouldn't want to be the player that's not playing second star to the right. It feels, yeah.
I mean, was that basically how it used, like, in set 9-10? That was essentially if you second starred first, that was normally
Yeah.
enough? Like,
there were plenty of things around. We mentioned this in one of the earlier rounds when I was casting with Jen. We were talking about some of these songs, like specifically about You're Welcome at the time.
Mhm.
These are not new cards.
No.
But why are they so much more prevalent now? Why are the decks that they're in seeing, you know, a bit more success, getting a bit more out of them?
uh-huh.
And it's really cards like Ursula Deceiver, the 2-cost Ursula, starts to drop off in favor in the metagame. Suddenly,
We can play our songs.
Suddenly,
Safe.
second star to the right carries a pretty heavy deck building cost. It's a very high cost uninkable. It can
Mhm.
get stuck in your hand. It's what we call bricky, where you're looking at this and you can't do anything with it. You're
Yep.
sort of stuck holding it, can't sing it, can't play it, too expensive. But which is when it becomes very vulnerable to Ursula,
Mhm.
getting taken out of the hand. But if there is no real threat of that in the format, then Great.
Great.
Let's draw 5.
It's amazing like how the pendulum can shift and certain decks can become so much better just because of maybe one deck stops running a particular counter card. Like I love the intricacies of the metagame and how it can switch.
It's my favorite thing about this game by such a long way. I really I love new cards, but my favorite thing is one step further. Which things are people playing now that is drawing their attention away? Which things have their attention been drawn away from?
Yeah.
What is leaving decks, and what new vulnerabilities does that create in the metagame? That is, love it.
Which is why I'm a little surprised to not see a bit more aggro in the room today so far. Maybe slightly skewed by just we're showing a little bit more control on stream, but we're picking from like the most successful tables, right? So maybe like just not enough respect for these control decks and how they developed. And I'm surprised. I thought we'd see a lot more Amber Steel, the Lilos, the Master of the Weather, our favorite card to play for free if you've got a Lilo on board. Still, there's plenty of time to go. We could see it in the later rounds or even day 2.
Yeah, I think in terms of our metagame breakdown, that's really one of the only decks that I was very surprised at. I certainly thought we would see a bit more Amber Steel. That aggro deck feels very powerful to me at the moment. But really, I think the story of why something like that might not be quite so represented is like Cheshire Cat. There are so many Cheshire Cats around. It's such an efficient card. It creates such challenging situations and board states for the aggro decks. If you play lots of things with sort of 2 willpower or less, Cheshire Cat is going to clean up your board reasonably comfortably, and you have to be pretty far ahead before your opponent starts boosting every turn.
And that's the other thing as well, right? Like, from what I have seen, most of the Sapphire decks are being incredibly greedy and not playing Spooky Sight, which, like, again, is something that I would, like, I'm not an aggro player, but if I was, like, this would be the time where I'd be looking to take advantage of it. We saw one player playing Spooky Sights today. Not sure if Atlantis is, but we're off to the races. We saw a turn 1 Royal Guards from Jordan, followed up by a Basil from Atlantis, staring at each other menacingly. Do we have ramp? We sure do.
Jordan doesn't miss this game with Sale. And I was, again, mentioning earlier on, I really think that I've grown to believe that Basil is one of the most powerful and important cards in this entire deck.
Let's go.
One of the most unassuming ones.
I'm so proud.
It completely changes the way these early turn runouts happen. Crucially, on what's typically your turn 4 after ramping on turn 2, Basil with Elsa, just when this Elsa ends up challenging immediately for 4, when,
Genie is such a commonly played character, and
you exert the Genie, you challenge it right away, your Elsa lives, your Basil lives, we're generally cleaned up the turn after. Very, very game-changing. I don't know why it took me so long to kind of piece together, but it has such an impact on the game. These Basil openings versus not, it really does down the line change a lot about how the game goes.
Down comes the Genie. Atlantis not at her 5 ink turn yet, so won't be able to immediately answer it with an Elsa. So this Genie should get to quest for at least 2 if Jordan chooses. We're going to ink the Demona. Down comes a Genie of our own. But yeah, this is with the Basil on board, this is definitely a dangerous situation for Jordan because she's now threatening to just 5th Spirit, support for the Basil, and bye-bye Genie.
Yeah, so Jordan really needs an Elsa of his own to probably, at this point, you've got a couple of options. You could either Elsa the Genie, or honestly, at this point, I prefer just get rid of that Basil as quickly as possible because it's just going to make all of your future decisions so much harder.
A library going into the Inquisitor. Not a card we see very much in, but he played that game 1 actually, but like we were talking about something else, so we didn't really get time to draw attention to it. But yeah, it's very interesting. Ruby Amethyst is really the deck that I would most expect to see that library. A great location and can insulate you against the Prince Philip combo, which can be one of your worst matchups. But very interesting to see it in Blurple here today.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected to see it in this list so much. And now, look at this. So last turn, Jordan has Elsa'd Atlantis's Genie, used into the unknown to put it into the Inkwell, but then straight away comes the Elsa back. Basil's still around, going to enable an immediate trade back with that Genie. We just Atlantis still finds a great efficient thing to do with the turn.
Yeah, Basil has definitely, I think you're right, he has absolutely proved himself how impactful he can be in these Sapphire decks. Just 2 damage floating on that Elsa. Jordan, what's that second character he put down? A little bit of glare coming through.
Elsa.
It is the Elsa, yeah, that's how he exerted the Genie. Yep, got you.
Yeah, really, it's the same with Amber 1-cost supporter Elonwe. These are absolute staples in their respective decks that in partnership primarily with Elsa, just have a huge impact on the game. It just really, really changes everything that you can achieve throughout the mid game.
And then we for Amber as well, synergizing with World's Greatest Criminal Mind. So
really
like
good.
lots of opportunity to take advantage of that one drop character. We see the Sven come down. This is where Sven is at its strongest, right? When
absolutely.
you see it come down, answer an Elsa, live to tell the tale. And potentially get this Genie if Jordan's got another Elsa or a Demona or something to exert it.
Yeah.
If you can get like an Elsa and a Genie out your Sven, then I want to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so as you say, the perfect sort of spot for Sven there. Gets the immediate positive trade and carries 2 damage as well in case Jordan has a Cheshire Cat of his own.
I'd love a Demona on this turn. I'd love an Ink, Demona, draw probably. I think it's draw 2 from the amount of cards in his hand. Yeah. Or we can let it go though.
Oh, if there is a Demona here.
There's an Ink Demona, that's
Ink
huge.
Demona, draw 3, challenge Genie with Sven. No Demona.
Not this time.
That would have been very, very good.
It absolutely would have, and probably would have put Jordan on track to tie this up at 1-1. But no, a Genie coming down, wish fulfilled with the what comes next ability on play. Draw a card. Such small amount of text,
I know.
But just an absolute one of those solid cards in the game. I still remember when they announced rotation and we were like, "Oh Genie,
yeah,
oh Genie, no Sisu, no Brawl,
no
gulp."
it took me a little while to catch on, where I didn't quite connect at first that basically, this is what we were talking about before, about just like the metagame shifting, the landscape of cards around other cards changing to make things better, which is that Genie didn't get better, just everything that efficiently dealt with it went away. All of a sudden we were like, oh, so that good Genie is now unbelievable.
Unbelievably good. If you don't have answers to it, you expect to have a bad time. And both players with one on board. Down comes the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot. And we've got a Dumbo here looking to break records, make history, draw 1, game 1.
Yeah, Iago once again, in this sort of matchup where there aren't many answers to it, it's just a huge body that is, if you're not holding something, which is immediately going to be able to target it and take advantage of the fact it has Vanish, well, you just got a 4/6 evasive for 4, which pretty much means that most of the opponent's characters can't quest into it ever.
There is the Demona, though. It's going to exert all opposing characters, and both players will draw to 3. Did Atlantis? Yeah, she drew it to 3. This Sven is now going to be able to nicely deal with the Dumbo. Correct decision, in my opinion. Of course, the Genie does quest for 2, but the ability to draw cards and gain lore is pretty substantial. So I like prioritizing the Dumbo there.
Yeah, so Jordan with a tough choice here. Do we send Genie and Elsa at Genie, or do we just quest?
I like it.
We're gonna just go for the challenge. I mean, Iago is only going to be able to challenge one of them
exactly
on the way back.
Yeah, whereas if you'd have just quested there, you're leaving like cat plays open and stuff like that, and then this Genie sticks, and I think you just lose.
Yes.
So I like this choice here. 3 cards in hand still for Jordan. So if we can exert this Demona, then Stone by Day will stop her from readying. Looks like it's not going to happen this time.
There is a Cheshire Cat. And Iago again. Those extra stats mean a bigger body to hold more damage.
So that play did happen, but at least we removed Atlantis' Genie.
Yes. Yeah, you very, very correctly spot that would have happened regardless.
Yes.
But the situation is now marginally better for Jordan.
You made a choice. Do I want to be 2 lore up, or do I want to be facing down a Genie with no answers to it? Absolutely. I know which one I'm taking, unless that 2 lore is winning me the game.
And just look at, in both of these games now, how much Iago is overperforming. A very, very important card in the mirror match, especially, we haven't seen really any of those answers out of Jordan's deck yet.
There is indeed the chat talking about the second star to the right. It's got some tongues wagging. That does indeed appear to be in Atlantis' deck. Was pretty strong in game 1, being able to draw a nice 5 cards. And
yeah, I'd say.
She was able to ride that to victory. Ready, set, draw.
I tell you what, it happened to me at my last set championship.
Oh, yeah?
When my Sapphire Amethyst opponent, a really nice local player, just out of the blue, draws 5. And it's, I don't think there's any way for me to win this game anymore. Well, I wasn't expecting to see that card.
That's a lot of cards right there.
Yes, it is.
Atlantis playing around with a hink, keeping it nice and tidy. I do appreciate a tidy board state. Down comes the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, also into the Inkwell. We've got lots of ink to play with. And there is that Demona, so we can freeze the opposing one.
Absolutely, really, really relevant. You generally don't want to be the first one to Demona, because once you pass back, you play your own one, you're going to exert it. Your opponent definitely has 3 cards in hand.
Unless your Demona turn first is actually wiping their board. Like in Ruby Amethyst, you absolutely want a Demona first, but in this matchup, I love that the perfect answer to Demona is Demona.
Yeah, really, really good. And just look at that. Again, Iago challenges and then has 2 damage moved off to cleanly take care of the Hades.
Yo, LD, we got JDZ Quest in chat. Man, Mr. No Days Off, coming out of DLC at Melbourne. Shout out to you, JDZ. Loving what you're doing. Appreciate your work. And yes, my friend, we did have some yellow-blue earlier on. It was not successful, but we did feature it earlier on. I think that was round 2, JD. So if you want to go and look for that, feel free. But we've got a pretty intense Blurple matchup going here. And Sven, the MVP. So even though Jordan hasn't won a game yet, I still think Sven is the MVP of the match so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I don't know. I think my vote would go for Iago, because even then, after all that last Iago just achieved, it still takes out a Sven. That's still a 4-cost character for a 4-cost character. That Iago did so much in this matchup.
Yeah, high ceiling, low floor for this Iago, because if they are able to play something like a They Never Come Back or a Hypnotic Strength, then it can feel pretty subpar. But if you get 2 trades off of it like that, and Iago's pretty good. Definitely the best illusion we have. Although you can make an argument for Palace Guard. That's also a very good,
true.
Very
very
good
playable.
One.
Very Giant Cobra.
There's a lot of good illusions.
Yeah, there are.
Jafar didn't get a chance to shine with his illusions. I'm just saying. No bias whatsoever. Cheshire Cat with 2 boosts under it as well. I haven't seen an elephant from Atlantis. You might be playing it.
No, I haven't seen any Olafs, any elephants or anything like that, but maybe some other ways.
Or if you just get Hades, right? That's extra ink in your ink well.
Exactly, that's one of the real sort of hidden advantages of these boost
such a
characters.
cool mechanic. It's very interesting.
I really like it. It works so well with the fact that all of these cards that put things into the inkwell, whether it's Hades, whether it's Into the Unknown, whether it's Let It Go, it's all spot removal that puts things into the inkwell, which means that all of these boost characters, like, you actually end up getting quite a lot of value out of it. If you're sort of, if you have a Cheshire Cat, if you've boosted a Cheshire Cat 3 times, you're probably winning that game. Then when they have to Hades it to stop you from continuing to get advantage, and you end up putting 4 ink into your inkwell, and you're a card like you're a deck like this that can do lots of things with extra ink. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, Cat's inkable. Lol.
Yes.
Down comes. What was it that came down there? We were literally just talking about it. It was Hades. Yeah, came down, removed the Demona. Again, chose not to get that Cheshire Cat and overramp our opponent. That being said, I think Atlantis kind of has enough ink. Maybe not.
Yes.
Hardcast second star play.
I was
Genie.
going to say you're getting into hardcast second star range.
And then play something else.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are we lining up for the hardcast second star?
It's in Atlantis' hand. Yeah.
Hardcast 10 ink second star to the right. Draw 5. And let him draw. It'll be funny.
10 ink, draw 5. Wow. Yeah, that's a
lot of potatoes.
That's pretty good.
Oh yes. Elsa gonna sing a song here, I'm assuming. Yep. Don't hold it back anymore. Put it into your inkwell, sir. And Atlantis sitting pretty.
Absolutely.
Another Junior
Woodchuck. And look at this. Why not a guidebook for good measure?
So she's drawn 7 this turn. 8 if you include draw for turn.
Yes.
Yo, Whole New World got nothing on this turn.
No. That is a one-sided Whole New World.
Yep.
Wow, yeah, really, really high impact turn, obviously. And just look at this, where Jordan's kind of at various stages throughout this game been forced to use these Hades, these premium removal options. Ooh.
Yep. So sequenced correctly here as well by targeting the Cheshire Cat. Atlantis gets to make a choice. She is going to choose to put that card at the bottom of a deck, and the way that works, there were boosted cards underneath it. We're just going to simply flip the Cheshire Cat upside down. We do not reveal the cards underneath. If it was going to the discard, then we would, but that's not the case. It's going straight to the bottom of the deck, and you just keep them in the same order. Cheshire Cat at the top, as you were.
Absolutely. I wonder if at any point during that decision-making process, Atlantis thought, well, I better put this Cheshire Cat with stack of cards on the bottom because my deck is soon going to reach 0 cards. If I keep up at current pace.
Sounds about right.
We need to have some cards in the deck.
And there's Lumpy coming down, the fan favourite, or at least our favourite.
Yeah,
big fan for Lump.
Big fan of Lumpy, actually. I think the observation you made about comparisons with TikTok, really, really relevant, and just looks like an even better stat line.
We've had a raid from Solemn Slap. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day. We are in round 6 here at the Disney Lorcana CCQ in Leicester, hosted by Axion now. I'm here with a fantastic Lorcana deck list. We've also got Jen on the casting team. It's been a great day, and we've got a couple of rounds left to go. Lots of winter spell cards being showcased today.
Absolutely.
Look at Lumpy.
Just look at Lumpy.
Just look at Lumpy.
Yeah. Really, really good day one so far. Nice, diverse field. And like you say, lots of winter spell cards on show right away. Often it takes a little while for new sets to bed in as people kind of, get more experience. But seeing some of these things have a metagame impact right away, which is really, really nice to see. And I think overall, I'm a big fan of the set. Really,
yeah, me too. A great sealed and draft set as well, from what I haven't had a chance to do it myself, but I watch everyone's content. I watch everything, LD, you know this. And everyone's like, yo, this is the best set to play draft or sealed. Love that. Like the game dev said they want to put a bit more emphasis on that format in individual sets, and I think they're smashing it, mate. Oh, there is a spooky sighting. A spooky sighting.
Yes, not the matchup that you really want to find spooky sighting, unfortunately, as it takes care of one Cheshire Cat. But yes, looks like the players sort of coming round to thinking we might be getting there now.
Yep, 7 rounds of Swiss today, Illumineers, but then more day 2 action tomorrow. An invitation to European Championships on the line.
Absolutely. And that is a tournament you want to play in.
Oh, yes. All the way to Disneyland Paris.
Yes. The last Continental Championship was one of the best tournament experiences.
It was incredible,
it was fantastic.
I still remember it, casting you playing in the Great Illuminary. What a game it was.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Yeah, I get to remember that one forever. That was a really good, and that's really
that's what it's all about.
Yeah, you want to reach that level. You want to
create memories.
Yeah, it's really validating for yourself personally to reach that level of competition, prove it to yourself, and then just have those great memories forever as the players wrap up.
And that's going to be it. Yeah, Jordan Find and Into the Unknown. Going to send one cat. I think it was the Dumbo just for good measure. But Atlantis just too much for Jordan to be able to handle. And how much of that are we genuinely putting down to second star to the right?
A lot. So a lot of it was on that card. Obviously, these Amethyst mirror matches tend to be a slow battle of attrition where players are trying to stay up, or try and remain at least at card parity, same number of cards in hand, not fall behind on resources in hand or in play at the same time. Well, something like a draw 5 out of nowhere will throw that off very, very quickly. The other standout star that really had a major impact on that game, Iago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Iago with no direct answer. If you ever play an Iago,
did you see any actions?
I didn't see any.
I don't see any strengths. I didn't see any. They never come backs.
If they got inked, I didn't see them. So, yeah, didn't see any on Jordan's side. If you play an Iago as your 4 ink play, and you
You're good. The Iago has been putting in a work for a few sets now. It's debuted in Arcasia's Island.
Yep.
It's been around a while and it's still putting in the work.
Yeah, if you make it as your 4 ink play and then it gets fire the cannons or something away.
Yeah, that's another.
It feels very, very
awful.
poor. But when there's no answer, among the best things you can play in a mirror match like this.
I mean, I've been, again, going back to Ruby Amethyst, as I do from time to time, I've been doing a bit of a split between Iago and Moana, the Island Explorer.
Nice, yeah.
Slightly lower ceiling, because obviously she's a 4-3. Now, don't get me wrong, it can actually be a higher ceiling at times, because when she challenges, you can give plus strength to something else. So if you're able to boost up something else and get another good value trade, then yeah, that's a heck of a ceiling. But really, I've been valuing Moana just for the fact that she just isn't just answered by Hypnotic Strength, or they never come back. If you want to get rid of this, you're going to Elsa her down and then hopefully trade something in. Elsa isn't enough. So that I've been enjoying Moana for that reason. Just it feels like a bit of a safer choice. But Iago, if you can get full value, if you're a person that likes to gamble and roll the dice, Iago is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, gambling is one thing, but there's also informed decision making, which I think is probably a lot of what we saw go on there. Iago is one of, we talked a couple of times across the day so far about smart ink decisions and how much it differentiates, truly exceptional players.
Yep.
Iago is one of those cards where it is inkable. There are some matchups where you know it's very likely that your opponent is going to have a low-cost action. Send Iago to the inkwell. And there are others, like this mirror match we've just watched, where you can confidently keep it in your hand, do not ink that, put it into play, and it can achieve an awful lot for you.
100%. And yeah, just another shout out to Lumpy.
Yeah.
The 6'5". Again, I didn't feel like he was fully showcased there, but you can absolutely see where that is a card that can come in very handy over the course of the day. Again, I already mentioned it's a great answer to Prince Philip, but just this 6'5", it's going to deal with any evasives, and it's got the 2 lore to put on the sort of pressure that you want to. So yeah, this may be one of the more slept on cards in Winterspell, to be honest. What's your star card from Winterspell? There's a question for you.
Well, I have my favourite.
Give us your favourite then.
My favourite is Snowfort.
Okay.
I think that
So let's. We've been talking about this a lot today. We haven't had a chance to see it. Let's go a little bit deeper.
Sure.
What is it that you like about Snowfall? So this is a 3-cost uninkable item, not a location. You cannot challenge it, unfortunately. I know it's a snow fort. You might think it's a location, but it is not. Your characters get +1 strength, and during your opponent's turn, your characters gain resist 1. Talk to me a little bit. Why is this a card that is on a lot of people's radars?
Yes. So primarily, it's being played in Emerald Amethyst, which is kind of traditionally always been a tempo style deck. Any of these Amethyst decks, there's a lot of Amethyst around. Genie, Elsa, these are incredibly metagame relevant cards. They are metagame defining. And so as a result, many of these Amethyst matchups end up coming down to what people sort of call the evasive battle, the evasive war. And Snowfort changes everything about that. If I play a Snowfort on turn 3 and then I play my Genie immediately after, well, their Elsas and Genies only challenge my Genie for 1 effectively with resist. All of the combat math starts going in my favor, where my Elsas come in, immediately exert something, and then challenge it for 3. It changes all of your sort of assumed decision making about those mid-game turns and just sits there. It makes your opponent make a lot of mistakes. I'll say that this is a very timely card to come now when we've had the rules clarification around takebacks. If that was not if that had not been clarified, there would be some pretty bad feelings, because this is one of those things that has a completely shifting effect on the board state, and in a way that you have to keep track of. So commonly leads to really, really different patterns of play. And it's one of these cards again that I really, really love, just like Emerald Chromicon. Make your opponent make tough decisions. Make their brain work a bit. Don't let them stick to the same sort of
autopilot,
patterns.
Stick to the script.
Exactly. As much as we can make our opponents make some tough choices in these games, that's what I want to do, and Snowfall absolutely does that.
And the fact that it's so hard to remove, if you're not playing one of those very few item removal cards in format, again, we talked a little bit about Wasabi, we saw it was featured in both those deck lists, you might see a little bit of Benja if like a player that's really respecting Chromicons and things like that. Not a lot else really to deal with items, so this Snowfall will just sit there, and you can compare it to something like a Lumiere, which is obviously +1 in Ruby, which is a +1 strength for all your characters, and that's a card that's been seeing play in Red Bubble for a while, because just as a math fixer, it's fantastic. But Lumiere is always a character that eventually is probably going to, like, if you quest with it, then you make it vulnerable, or they Demona it, they Elsa it. It's easier to get off the board. There are more cards commonly played in decks that are going to get rid of this, but this Snowfall, if you're not running item removal, that's it. Like, it's staying on the board. So, yeah, I think it's. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more today. Maybe it will have its time in Ghent, or even when we get to Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Would really, really like to see something like that. And I've heard Snowfort described as being like Lumiere on the front end and Cogsworth from
great way of putting it. Beauty and the Beast represent.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's like kind of like those two cards joined together, and it often does feel like that in the game, which is very, very important. Any standouts for you?
Yeah, again, I'm just going through I'm on the official Disney Lorcana app right now, just taking a look. Feel free to download it and look at your leisure. I'll tell you a card that I think is probably a little bit slept on.
Yeah, sure.
But Emerald, and that's the new Chernabog Unnatural Force. This is a set 11 card, 5-cost uninkable. Again, it's an Emerald card. Chernabog Unnatural Force. That's for the sake of productions, and they'll hopefully put it on the screen for you. He's a 5/4, quest for 2, and Dark Dance. When you play this character, you may shuffle chosen opposing character into their player's deck. If you do, that player may play a character from their discard for free. So that is a low bottom getting to
It
play
is.
something from the discard for free. But if you do it on curve and there's nothing in the discard yet, just a free shuffle into the deck could
Absolutely.
be very interesting. I could talk about this card a little bit more, but I've just been told we have a backup match to show you. So I'm sure you'd much rather see some Lorcana. We're going in here. We've got Mike Cartin against Carl Hart. Look at these in combination. Oh, Carl, I like you.
Now, why could that be? Why could
To be fair, I like Mike as well. He's playing Ruby. If you're getting Ruby, then I'm with you.
Yeah, we're a big fan of what both players are up to here. Oh, what is that last card I see in Kyle's hand there?
Inking a Vision of the Future. Looks like this is game 3. So these players are 2 and 3, so at the lower end of our tables at the moment, but I think it's nice to showcase a bit of everything.
Absolutely.
Everybody's got a weakness. This is one of my favourite not great cards. Hey, big ceiling, like the world where you remove 4 or 5 damage from your board and put that on an opposing character and banish them and draw 5 cards. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
The amount of times you actually get to do that, not so much.
Hard to engineer those situations, but, you know, look at what Carl's played on turn 1.
Absolutely.
Mulan. The game plan is becoming clear.
It absolutely is. A shout out to the goodest boy, a member of the Lorcana community, who came up with the name Flinger Dinger for this deck, which I have very much taken to heart and carried through DLCs. I think it's absolutely perfect name. Playing a lot of these characters that either enter with damage or can put damage on yourself. Maybe there's a lady, Madame Medusa in here. I'm a big fan of the red-purple one, the free cost that on play you can ping 2 damage and then bounce a character of cost 2 or less. I'm a big fan of that. And play cards like Everybody's Got a Weakness, Cheshire Cat, Bell, just putting damage on the board and then throwing it at your opponent. I'm a fan.
Yeah, 2-cost Mother Gothel as well. There are actually a lot of tools that make this deck do its thing.
Unimpactful curve there. Turn 2 Palace Guard is not great.
No, you might like to see something more than that. As Mike finds Tipo into Cinderella, pretty ideal opening. We don't know the exact intricacies of what version of Sapphire Ruby Mike is playing, but I struggle to think of a version that doesn't want to go Tipo into Cinderella.
Absolutely. Build up towards that high end. Obviously, we have access to Hades. There may be some Maleficent Monstrous Dragons. Earlier on, we saw Pete, the Steamboat rival, being played. We had the 5-cost Pete Goes to Christmas Future, right into the 7-cost Pete, who can banish a character if you have another Pete in play. I would like to see more of that. Thank you very much.
One of the most exciting games I've been able
and we saw the Wreck-It Ralph that came down and banished our own Wreck-It Ralph with Dragon. I'm going to be talking about that play all day.
Yes, if that's a game that you missed, it's worth going back and watching. A lot happens.
And here she is, the Madame Medusa. I'm such a big fan of this card. Going to pop 2 damage on that Palace Guard, bounce back the Tipo, which is a bit of a double-edged sword because you're actually giving like more ink to your opponent, but it's getting another character off the board, but more importantly, putting damage on your own characters, which we've already established. There are synergies in the deck where we want that to be the case.
Yeah, look, we can see another copy of Everybody's Got a Weakness in Kyle's hand. That might be what we're setting up for here on turn 4.
Is that Panic as well?
Oh, it is.
It is a Panic as well. He's a 4-cost character who can move 2 damage from one character to another. So lots here. Unfortunately, the Cinderella with 3 willpower, not too threatened just yet. But if we can build more damage and get... Oh, okay.
Now that will change the picture.
It will. It's going to really depend on like how Kyle has built his deck. Like, is there much of a top end to take advantage of this extra ink? But as we've just finished saying, we wanted that damage. We wanted those characters on board with damage to synergize with the deck. So, that's spooky.
You know, even when it's something like this, as you called it, Flingerdinger's type deck, which is mostly built around shifting damage around, most of these Amethyst decks are very good at finding things to do with their extra ink, and a spooky sight like that early on can be almost a blessing for some of these decks. If you start playing multiple genies in a turn, just gets you, accelerates you up the curve really, really fast. And
100%.
Yeah, it's
what's that Ruby card on the far right there? Is that Negaduck?
It is.
Oh,
that's the 2-cost. I wonder if there's a shift one as well.
Maybe, and a Grab Your Bow, maybe. Oh, not
now you're talking.
Not sure how good it is in this matchup, but
now you're talking. No, it might not achieve much in this
Pop
matchup.
2 Cinderellas.
I'd still
GG.
Yeah. Well, it gets you in control of the board, doesn't it?
Most of this Sapphire Ruby deck, we would expect to have more than 2 strength, other than the supporting characters like Tipo, Cinderella, etc.
Really, from here on out for Mike's deck, it's going to be cards like Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future.
There's the Negaduck going into the Inkwell.
Maui Half Shark, Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, maybe even like you say, Pete, Steamboat Rival. All these things very large.
Absolutely, yeah. We've come a long way as well. It used to be that a Ruby two cost 4/2 character would have Reckless. Good old Gaston, the original one of the original promos from back in the day.
Oh, those were good days.
They were. Times have changed though, and we have been power crept.
I like it because we have, but not by too much, which is good.
Yeah, just a tad. Down comes Robin Hood, another Chapter 1 legend. This is a 6-cost character. Gains evasive during your turn, and on play, if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you can draw a card.
Yeah, so this is a Sapphire decks. You know, they have some tools like Ink Runner for helping to make sure they can still effectively challenge evasive characters, but their tool set for that is quite limited. This is another...
Just Frozen the Genie.
Yeah, for checking genies and just making it harder to quest with genies, Elsas, Dumbos, all of the above. Very versatile
solid
card.
Inclusion.
Yep.
Very solid. But yeah, you see all these cards in hand now for Kyle that would have been great when he had damage, but because of that panic, you've got everybody's got a weakness in hand. I even see the 2-cost Queen of Hearts that I'm a big fan of in Flinger Dinger. She's a 1/4. If she's got any damage, she gains 3 strength. So she's a perfect curve to go into you go Queen of Hearts into Medusa. But yeah, not doing much at this point in the game. What's Genie doing? Going on a quest?
Yes. Well, what's going on here? Are we trying to open some things up maybe so that we can get some damage in play and start moving things around?
We've still got Ink this turn, so we can play Panic here and we can move that damage from Genie onto the Cinderella. Guessing that's the play we're going to take. We have got Hades looking for a deal in hand.
Yeah, it looks like quite a few options available for Kyle here.
6, so is it 8 ink and have an ink for the turn?
Yep.
5, 6, yeah. So 9 ink available, so we could do both.
Yeah.
We could Hades and Panic. I think I would Hades first and target the Robin Hood and see what they do.
Yeah, nice line by Kyle here. Looks like he's going to now ink for the turn, and then, by removing the Cinderella, you leave just one character in play in Robin Hood. The Genie's exerted, so you say, you know what? If I Hades now, if you want to challenge my Genie, you're going to have to give me 2 cards.
Chooses to pass, though.
Okay.
No, didn't ink. I don't think he inked that
Maybe
turn.
he inked and we didn't see.
Maybe he did right at the start and just put
upright.
it face down straight away. And we may have missed that. In which case, then there's no other move he could have made that turn. So sounds fair. Down comes my favourite in format. Ruby card. The Terror of Sleepy Hollow. I'm so high on this horseman, mate. On play, you can banish a character with 2 strength or less. And the Gathering Strength ability, which is not to be slept on. In fact, in my time of horseman, this has actually been the more significant part of the ability. Whenever you take a banish or banish an opposing character, all of your characters get +1 strength. And again, when you're playing it with things like Demona, suddenly your 1-drop Diablos that are 0/1 could be hitting for 3, 4, 5. So I'm a big fan of this card.
Yeah, absolutely. It was one of the real standout performer from our last CCQ in Wakefield in the Whispers in the Well format, where, as you say, that secondary ability, Gathering Strength, sort of gets overlooked quite a lot, but it really opens up these turns where you entirely clear your opponent's board.
And Hades is going to attempt to make a deal with Robin Hood, and Mike chooses to put that Robin Hood at the bottom of the deck, doesn't want to give Carl any more draw, and the fact that he had already dealt with the Genie, I think, makes Mike a little bit more willing to part with that evasive character, and down comes that Mother Gothel. Is it Vain Sorceress?
I think so.
Is it Vain Sorceress?
Your card knowledge is good.
Unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong here. And then your card knowledge is not good, Baker.
Yeah, if you're wrong, then it's not good.
Come on, put it up. Put it up. Put it up, production. I needs to see it, Mother Gothel.
So now we see that tricky situation that you explained before about trying to find spots for the everybody's got a weakness. It's super powerful when you get the right setup. Often it's like a removal card that also draws you 3 cards. Hard to imagine anything better. But the pieces have to fall into place in the right order for that to happen.
Absolutely. Again, we talked about everybody's got a weakness. It's such a ceiling, but how often is that really happening?
Yes, absolutely.
I need to know. I'm looking it up, LD. I don't even care. I have to know.
You find out.
Goth. No, not Hoth. I can't spell, apparently.
Headless Horseman.
Mother Hasselhoff.
Headless Horseman is one of these cards as well, which, we've come back to it multiple times now, about cards that become good because of the things around them, which is that it's so good the turn after your opponent plays Genie. Yeah. That's kind of like almost enough to make, even though this card's uninkable, it's like almost enough to make it playable in its own right. It's along that curve, it's so strong that, just the prevalence of these 2 strength characters, Genie, Elsa, even things like Cinderella that you just want to be able to take out and just take options like singing off the table early. Yeah, very versatile card. for something that can appear quite narrow, actually.
Absolutely.
A lot of use cases.
I'd love to see the Floodborn. I would love to see it.
Yes. It's Hades coming down. Yeah, it might be time to start questing with the Headless Horseman now. Not a huge number of strong questers in the Ruby Sapphire deck.
But at least it will trade with this Hades.
Absolutely.
And, you know, you're making your opponent respond to you. You're saying, have an answer. Stop me.
Yep.
Slow me down.
Yeah, I wonder what else might be in this deck for Mike. I'm trying to think we could have some...
Ratigan.
Oh yeah.
I doubt it.
Now you're talking.
Now it's all good.
If they're really playing just for you, then they'll play Ratigan. Yeah.
Cheated pocket prep. Pocket prep.
Yeah.
It's been a good match. Again, it's easy to look at the 2-3 and be like, oh, they haven't had a great day, and clearly it could have gone better. But you know, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Absolutely.
I know plenty of good players that win 0-2 drop at DOC or 0-3 drop at DOCs. That's the way it goes sometimes. But it's still nice to see these decks going up against each other.
What we have
this
here?
is most everyone's mad here. You banish a character, a chosen character. This is 7-cost uninkable, and then you gain lore equal to the damage on it.
Wow.
Again,
okay.
works with the Flinger Dinger archetype.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah,
I guess
cool card.
occasionally targeting your own stuff.
You
right?
can target your own stuff, yeah. Again,
Brilliant.
that's the point, right? You've got these big bodies and you get 3, 4, 5 damage on like an Iago or something, and then suddenly
Wow.
5 lore burst is pretty significant.
Okay, I like it. Generally, I like the easiest way to win me over is play any card that is like obviously designed to be used on your opponent's card, but find a way to get value out of it playing it on your own stuff. That's that's my soft spot. Is like I really like my favorite line in the game is with Olaf and Doc in Amethyst Steel.
I know what you're
dump truck to put 1 damage on your own Olaf to return Doc to your hand, play it again and draw 2 cards. It is the most do nothing thing you can do, and it just
we are not the same.
it has my heart. That's my kind of line for sure.
I'm going to be looking out for that happening in future DLCs.
You might have to
LD.
look quite hard.
I'm down. By the way, I was correct about Mother Gothel, Vein Sorceress.
Very nice.
Just saying. I feel that's important.
He's
There she is. She finally made her way up.
He's still got it.
He's still got it. What a game. And down comes the Maui half shark, the enemy of the Magic Broom, but we don't talk about that. Down comes this shark. It has evasive when you banish a character. No, it's just challenge when you get. Do you get the card back for challenging? It's not.
Yeah, on challenge.
It's on challenge, isn't it? Yeah, because you can you can miss the timing here. Like if you and your opponent are playing like really by the book, if you put damage on, you've missed the timing.
Yeah, right.
So don't do that. But yeah, when Maui Shark challenges, you can select an action from your discard and return it to your hand. And whenever you play an action, gain 1 lore.
Yeah, and look at this. Let it go. Being played there. Straight into the discard. Now, Kyle's had a hard job getting started in this game, and now it's going to get even tougher. Any quests just open up a Maui challenge to bring back a Let It Go, to remove something else. Mike with a reasonably hard lock on this game, it would appear.
Hello, Yakety Yaxy. Why are we watching 2-3s? I'm gonna answer that. No, I'm gonna answer it because we already had our feature match for this round. There was a backup match, but due to reasons we still don't know, that wasn't able to be shown, or maybe they just finished early. We'll find out in post. Yeah. So it was a choice between either going to a break for 20 minutes, just listening to me and LD yap for 20 minutes, which some of you may have preferred,
hey, that might be nice.
Or finding another game that was easy to just put on the feature match table. Yeah. Did we make the right choice, chat? You let us know. This is I'm not being smart. It's a genuine question. Did we make the right decision by just finding another match to show? You tell me.
Well, I could give you my opinion. I think more games is better. I would just like to.
I agree. More Disney Lorcana. That's all I want. And we want to see a bit of everything, right? We haven't seen Red Purple versus Red Blue today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that's why. Damn, finally we see it. Everybody's got a weakness for one.
You did say it could be hard to find good spots for that guy.
This is value.
Yeah, Prince John on curve is really, really strong. But, here, it's a little tougher.
Wow. The chat absolutely... We made the right decision. There you go. So, Yakety Yak, agreement. I hope that helps, my friend. Hope this helps. Full stop. Post. Another Madame Medusa. 2 damage. Oh, he's not going to trigger it. There are no. I suppose he could have quested with the Palace Guard and then put the damage on the Palace Guard and then bounced the Palace Guard and then played the Palace Guard back to the board. it's a line. It's left the law on the
It
table.
certainly is,
It's left the law on the table. If he had the ink. He does. He left the law on the table. Unless the guard was only paid this turn, in which case I'm cooked.
Absolutely. That's the most times I've ever heard anyone say Palace Guard in one.
Someone bring a coffee to Baker. I've had enough, mate.
Yeah.
But still do it.
Someone find a way of taking coffee.
Take coffee away from Baker.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this.
I would watch a 1-4. You can learn from anyone. Yo, wise words. Yo, chat
very
wise.
good words.
Yo, wise chat.
That
Wise
is
chat.
Wise.
That's been great. Oh, an enchanted bell, and unfortunately, Carl not able to get the job done, and it is going to go to Mike Ruby Sapphire, taking it 2-1 and moving on to a 3-3 record. Very respectable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very respectable.
Really nice to see these decks like Ruby Sapphire as well, which you know, they were incredibly prevalent for a long time before rotation. Then some of those key cards went away, slowly finding their way back to a really good set of tools again. And I think something that, like, keep your eye on it, because Maui Half Shark still pretty good.
You remember, like, 2 or 3 sets ago, like, if we were saying, oh, yes, Ruby Sapphire, we would not have been saying that back then, back in the day. Don't get me wrong, I actually really liked watching Ruby Sapphire matches. I thought it was really cool, but it just shows you how times have changed, right? It was like the top tier deck. It was very frustrating to a lot of people, especially if you're an aggro player. What? Sisu does what? Sorry? But now it's been just a couple of sets with it not really being a top deck, and now suddenly, oh, this is exciting. Like, again, this is what I'm talking about. The way decks can raise and, like, lower out of importance and significance just based on a few cards and the format and rotation and things like that. It keeps our game healthy. It keeps our game alive.
Absolutely.
LD.
Yeah.
You're breathtaking.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
You're welcome. I just needed to get that out there. Hope you guys are enjoying the event here. Again, a huge weekend of Lorcana. You've got DLC Melbourne that's been taking place. Again, a shout out to JDZ for hosting that. An incredible job. It's great to see those matches going down. Of course, you've got us here, me and LD and Jen, for CCQ here in Leicester in the UK. An invitation to the European Championships up for grabs. And we are 2 weeks away, 2 weeks, LD, from Ghent. You playing Ghent?
I'm going to be playing in that event.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to tell everyone in the world what you're playing?
I'd be surprised if I didn't play a deck with 4 copies of Snowfort in it.
Absolutely. You heard it here first. Tech those Vengers. Get those. To be fair, 1-drop Clarabelle. When we talk about item removal, that's the one card that we haven't talked about very much. I think it's because we haven't seen a lot of Clarabelle today.
No, but, you know, still absolutely part of the core package in Emerald Sapphire. So I had a quick chat with Jen about it in an earlier round where we were kind of saying, actually, you're in this spot in the metagame right now where there aren't many items around, so it's a hard choice to put item removal into your deck. You know, some of these decks recognizing that they really at least need a couple of copies of Wasabi or something because of bad Chromicon. You know, it's not that there's a lot of items, but it's that the ones that there are will virtually end the game if you can't answer them. So if you're behind and your dog's opponent plays a Chromicon, that's really, really bad for you, and you will need a way to answer that. So the absolute best thing, what I'm always looking for is, like, what cards do I already want to play that banish an item? You're welcome.
Yep,
Clarabelle.
fair.
1-cost Clarabelle. Hey.
Jobs are good.
Good cards get even better.
LD, before we go to break, I've got one question for you.
Yes.
What deck's winning? What deck is taking home CCQ Leicester? Let's hear it. No justification, just the deck. No justification. You can justify tomorrow.
Green, purple, burn.
Green, purple, burn. There you heard it. Spessy is absolutely elated to hear that. We're going to go on a very short break, but we have the final round of the day of Swiss, casted by LD and Jen, coming up very shortly. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the CCQ here at Leicester City Football Stadium. We are about to go into our 7th and final round of the day. And this is, for all the players we have remaining, this is it. It's either make it tomorrow or
Absolutely.
have a tough time.
Yeah, as we kind of took a look at the beginning of the day, 15 match points needed to advance to day 2 of competition and continue on in the tournament. So this round we'll be watching players on a 4-2 record playing a win and in. Win this, you make it to day 2 of competition, lose, and there are some great side events on offer for you.
Yes, exactly, which are also obviously very, very fun. But all the players here are working for amazing pricing.
They absolutely are, yeah.
It is, the pricing that we have on offer is wild. We've got in 9th to 16th place, they get a booster display and the Illumineers quest sleeves.
Yep, just above that, 5th through 8th will go home with 2 booster displays each in Mulan DLC promo, event playmat, and the Illuminous quest sleeves.
3rd and 4th place will get all of the above, plus the Simba and Mulan promos, 2 booster displays, and a £250 travel bursary to their next tournament.
Absolutely. Above that in 2nd, same again, but we add Elsa to the pricing as well as a £500 travel bursary. So that's really going to get you to a higher ticket tournament.
Absolutely. And our first place, of course, all of the above, plus a 1,000 travel bursary, their invite to the Lorcana European Championship, and an incredible trophy, which we have to show.
I'm very, very glad that you're holding it, not me.
I feel like I shouldn't be holding it. It feels wrong. It's going to have my fingerprints on it, which is bad. It's going to need to be cleaned after this. But it's so cool. And
really,
so
really nice. Yeah, and really nice of our hosts actually now to put that on as well. Really nice
to
add a trophy to the pricing because it's meaningful. This is a big tournament. This is a really nice thing to memorialize as we see some sort of thief trying to take this. You're going to have to earn that.
There's a villain here trying to steal it. But yes, our first place winner will, of course, get this trophy and the ever important invite to the European Championship.
All of that pricing on offer in day 2 of competition as our players get into the match now. 4-2 records. That means win and in, as we said. If you want to continue, you're going to have to win this one.
Yes, this is a make or break match for these players. So we have Maxwell and CJ, who we did see earlier today as well. He's clearly doing very well still.
Absolutely, yeah. So both of these players known to me and 2 very, very nice people.
Yes.
as often is the case in these tournaments.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Max is local to me as well, and CJ is part of a community that I'm part of as well. So yeah, really, really nice to see these players going far in the tournament, playing for high stakes, and you don't really want to pick between friends, do you? But sort of whoever wins, you can be happy for them.
Exactly. They're both lovely. I also know CJ personally as well and played with him. I played with him actually the last set champs I went to. I played against him and he absolutely destroyed me. So.
Well, I have similar stories about Maxwell and my set championships.
But clearly both very strong players. Yes. And so I'm really excited to see this matchup. We've got Maxwell on Amethyst Steel, and we've got CJ on the Amethyst Amber. Yeah. So we're in our mulligan now. And I mean, are you anticipating anything specific for this matchup? Or, you know, it's hard, isn't it? Because I think we're at this point and there's such strong decks and strong players. It's like you really don't know which way it's going to go. But I mean, are you anticipating anything or?
Well, so, I mean, one of the interesting things that's already going on just from looking at the altering.
Yeah.
In CJ's deck, we see, one of the new key cards from Winterspell, Grandmother Willow, is a crucial part of this deck's plan. Wants to be able to skip ahead from 2 to 4, essentially. So while some decks like Dogs use Grandmother Willow to try and build a super wide board fast, this deck can do that as well. You can play a 1-drop for free alongside it, like a Elonwi or a Royal Guard, but it's typically trying to do it to skip straight to playing a Genie or something similar on the next turn. So that Willow is quite important. In Maxwell's deck, we already see Angel, the new legendary from Winterspell, which is very, very good at removing 2 willpower characters like Grandmother Willow.
Yes, exactly. But did go into the Inkwell there. Understandable. It's not quite. You don't quite want to see her just yet, but maybe we'll see her again later. So we've got a Palace Guard there and an Elonwi on CJ's board.
2-cost options for Maxwell. He's got a couple of docks in hand.
Yeah, I was
That's
gonna say
one more than you want to
yeah,
see.
that is
but
one too many docks right
I
there.
still believe that, like, in most cases, 2 is better than 0. But
I agree, honestly. We love a dock, Bold Knight. He is wonderful, but yeah, I would definitely rather see 2 than 0.
the trouble comes when next turn he draws the 3rd one, and then you start to be less happy.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. We've got that Black Heron coming
Yep.
down, that 2-cost 3/3 stat line, which is really, really powerful.
Yeah, so in the situations where you Black Heron mostly in the deck because there are only so many Calhouns you can play.
Yeah.
you need
Yeah.
some more. Three
Exactly.
strength,
I
2-cost
personally find that Calhoun is a sweet spot at
Yeah.
3. I feel like 4 is maybe too many because she's uninkable, but at the same time, I love her, so I want to play her. My goodness, we've got a bit of a glare on that, so I can't see
He
what it is.
actually did draw the 3rd dock. I'm so sorry, Maxwell.
Oh
I
my
might have cursed you
God.
there.
See, I cursed someone earlier, and so now we're right. We need to stop.
Yeah, we need to stop saying like the worst thing that could happen for these players. But Maxwell does find one of the more productive things you can do with an additional dock, which is discarding it to a giant cobra to gain 2 lore.
Yes, yes, yes.
Next turn, very much wanting to find an inkable. That's going to be ink. Play dock, don't activate. Play second dock, do activate. Maxwell back in the game. So yeah, this is one of those one of the draws you're not too happy about, but I think with the addition of Cobra there, finding a decent way out of it.
Definitely, and we've got the Grandmother Willow out on CJ's board, of course, just played that Genie Wish Fulfilled for 3 rather than 4, which is very, very nice. And we see he's had to ink an epic pumpkin, which sucks, but you know, it's sometimes it has to be done.
Yeah, and
okay.
Yeah, so this is really nice. You know,
Interesting
one of the
choice.
things that we compare Grandmother Willow to something like Sail the Azurite Sea or Tipo, for example. These are all cards that cost 2 and essentially skip you ahead 1 turn in your ink. Versus something like Sail, well, it's easy to forget that actually it does leave a character in play that you can do interesting things with, like give support to and take a trade up as well. So CJ skipping ahead there, using Grandmother Willow's effect to play the Genie ahead of schedule, and then finding a nice trade up with it after. Seems good to me.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Palace Guard get rid of the Alonwi there, get rid of that support before it can do anything bad to Maxwell's board.
Yep.
And then quested, I think, with the Giant Cobra.
Yeah, so Maxwell does play the 2 docks as planned, revealing...
And an Enchanted Demona.
Yes, so we are 1 turn away from that. Next turn's going to be an interesting choice for Maxwell, but board reasonably under control for now. Going to have to find some way of interacting with that Genie eventually.
Yeah.
CJ plays a Royal Guard.
Didn't manage to remove anything with that Mowgli, but that's okay. It's as you said earlier, it's information, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And know what's in Maxwell's hand now.
Yeah, and when that information is something like Maxwell has a Demona in hand, that is something that very much will change your decision making. Of course, Demona, when it comes into play, both players will draw up to 3 cards in hand. So now CJ knows Maxwell very much wants to play a Demona on the next turn. So mission's clear for CJ going into the next turn. Empty this hand as much as possible so he can benefit from the draw as well.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. So, and I reckon we will see CJ have clocked that, and we'll try and make that his mission now. So try and play as many. Not as easy, of course, now having lost the Grandmother Willow, but you know, still probably do that. We're getting a boost of the Cheshire Cat here.
Yeah, and Maxwell boosting the Cheshire Cat and opting not to move any damage, just simply wants to start building that stack of cards underneath the Cheshire Cat in case there's an opportunity in the future to bounce it.
I was going to say maybe anticipating being able to bounce it back to hand and get some extra cards in hand, which is always a benefit, of course, but may not be able to happen, but worth a try, I think.
CJ recognizing that Cheshire Cat, absolutely one of those cards which is, major point of differentiation in this matchup. Super impactful on board. Having to get rid of that as soon as possible. Hasn't successfully sort of emptied his hand this turn in anticipation of that Demona, but still going to get 1 card down at 2 in hand. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yzma goes into the inkwell for Maxwell.
And there's the Demona. Gorgeous, gorgeous enchanted card there. So beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, this is one of those mirrored effects, which affects both players, but Maxwell's certainly getting the best side of the deal here.
Very much so. Get some nice card draw there, so it gives a bit more options, hopefully, in the next few turns. But we'll see how CJ deals with this.
Looks like Maxwell's picked up a Genie, a Calhoun, and potentially another Cheshire Cat. Yep, those are the 3 cards.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Could be worse.
Certainly not
Could be
mad at
worse.
that.
No.
However you slice that, there's a good turn coming up for Maxwell.
Oh, yeah. Okay, getting rid of the dock there with the Elsa.
Ohana means family from CJ.
Oh my goodness.
Incredibly impactful legendary card from Winterspell here that we haven't really seen a lot of yet today. Getting the full draw 4.
That's crazy.
Really, really
and
nice.
Elsa now, of course, completely damage free, able to hopefully get rid of even more. That was awesome.
Yeah. Playing a Lantern, now activate Lantern, play a Lomwe. Yeah, really nice turn from CJ.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've seen CJ play the Lantern. CJ loves the Lantern. I think CJ loves cards that let him pay less for things.
Yeah, it seems that way. I'm picking that up quite quickly.
I love it. I mean, it's a great strat. Let's be honest.
It is. Genie for Maxwell. So now, both players have had some pretty high impact turns in their favor. Now we're going to settle into a slightly slower mid game. Lots of Genies, lots of maybe a bit more of a frozen board as we see cards like Cheshire Cat in play. That a wide board with featuring cards like Cheshire Cat typically means a very, very complex state for players to navigate, and that means more thinking, less action.
Yes, yeah, definitely. But CJ's got a lot of cards in hand now, of course, from that Ohana means family. So potentially lots of options. Both have a decent board presence currently. And of course, CJ has that Lantern in play now, so can save 1 ink on the next card to play.
Yes.
And potentially then utilize that for something else, which would be really, really good.
Yeah, and here's around this point in the game where cards like Horseman Strikes can be very, very important in matchups like this, where CJ looks like he has at least 1 copy of Horseman Strikes in hand. You always want to be developing your board where possible rather than taking a full turn off to remove something. But now we're getting to that point in the game where CJ has enough ink to Horseman Strike a Genie, draw a card, and then also, a Lantern plus 3 ink. That looks like enough to play your own Genie if CJ's fortunate enough to have one in hand. So yeah, this is where you really start to see CJ's deck come into its own in this matchup, where there's enough ink in play now where we can be playing something relevant and removing something in the same turn. It's exactly what you want.
Yep, and inking an Elsa, using the Lantern and to pay 5 and get that another Elsa down, exert the Cheshire Cat. And Alonwi's going to quest and give the support to Elsa to deal with that Cheshire Cat. I do not blame him. Cheshire Cat can be a problem, and especially obviously because already had some damage on the Genie there, so could be used against him.
And just like we've remarked on in previous rounds about Basil, the 1-cost 2/1 supporter in Sapphire, Alonwi functionally the same card and enabling these same sorts of lines of just support Elsa, immediately challenge all of these very relevant characters that all conveniently have 4 willpower, whether it's a Cheshire Cat, whether it's a Genie. You need to get to that 4, and these 1-cost supporters, very unassuming characters, have a major, major effect on the game.
Yes, yeah, and so we just saw another Genie Wish Fulfill from Maxwell there, drew another card. Just looking through the discard there, checking what's going on in there.
Yeah, always good to make sure that you're using this opportunity in game 1, not just to track, CJ probably looking there for things like Strength through a Raging Fire, how many of these key removal cards have been used so far, but also just take that moment to breathe a little, have a little look and reflect on what's gone on. Make sure you're banking the information that you've accrued so far in this game so that you can use it to your advantage in future games.
Very much so. So we see another Horseman
Strike. If there are typically 4 copies of Horseman Strikes in this Amber Amethyst deck. If all 4 copies of them are used to target all 4 copies of your opponent's Genies, everything is going according to plan.
Truly, truly, and some epic rarities of it as well there, which are just that little bit extra gorgeous, aren't they? I love that.
It's really, really nice
that
treatment.
Pumpkin. Got the Demona there.
Yeah.
They've both drawn 1 card into hand.
Notably, that exert effect on Demona as well. Gonna exert Maxwell's Genie, and once again we are looking at opportunity for a very, very good challenge with a Lomwe quest. Support my evasive character. Remove your Genie.
Yeah, that Alonri is a problem for Maxwell right now.
And Maxwell, again, getting the wrong side of this exchange. We talk about in these Demona mirrors, you really don't want to, you want to be the person that plays Demona second, because Maxwell's Demona is now exerted. CJ's Demona has drawn Maxwell up to 3, which means the start of Maxwell's turn, that Demona that's his only character in play, it's not going to ready.
Yes, exactly. And that was so much happened in that
A
turn.
lot happened there.
And now we have only the Demona left on Maxwell's board, and unfortunately did not ready because of the Stone by Day ability, where because he had 3 or more cards in hand, it cannot ready. So she's stuck there now.
Demona, a very, very powerful card, but does have a notable drawback in that Stone by Day.
Yep. Just debating there whether to have played a Captain Hook, but going to ink it instead and play an Elsa.
Now Maxwell exerts CJ's Demona, which is not going to ready. So,
yep.
Very common interaction to see in these Amethyst mirror matches.
Yes, as we see. Didn't ready, but Maxwell got rid of that Alonri, which was causing a lot of issues.
Yeah.
Which I completely understand. Because as we have spoken about multiple times, you know, these smaller cards that have the support can do so much.
Really.
It can be so underestimated.
Yeah, and in CJ's deck, which is Amber, if he's playing some copies of World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Exactly.
Quest for one with your Alonri, support your opponent, you know, support one of these Calhouns, take its strength up to 5.
We saw that happen earlier. It's a great play. It's a really fun way to utilize that.
I think
action.
CJ might be about to draw 4 again. There we go.
Oh my gosh.
Well, if you were looking
love it.
For a good use case for Ohana Means Family, CJ is making a pretty good case for playing a couple copies in this deck.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, look at that artwork. Look at those little
It's very nice, isn't it?
Yeah, that was impressive.
I managed to open a foil one of these in boxes.
I'm so jealous.
Looking for an excuse to play.
Yeah, well,
I think I found one.
I was going to say, here's your excuse. I mean, come on. That's crazy. That's 8 draws, I think. Was it in this game?
CJ drawn 8 cards this game with Ohana Means Family. Cheshire Cat. Going to boost up 2 damage from the Elsa onto Calhoun. Movement of damage.
Yep.
Gonna get around resist. So that's 1 Calhoun down.
Yeah, before it can even do anything, need it gone. And another Lantern. And play that Alonri for 3.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Everything going according to plan for CJ here.
Yes.
Really, really interesting back and forth match. Max had some great turns early on. Sort of felt like pretty firmly in control of the game, but that draw 4, the first draw 4 for CJ was a big turning point. The second one puts him very much in control.
Yeah, definitely. I was about to say, I just saw that pop up to 20, but I think there was just an accidental extra button there. But, I mean, it's very, very fair to say, I mean, 19 lore to CJ 7, and they both have good board presence, but it's, you know, can CJ do enough can CJ get rid of every single character on Maxwell's board? That's the question.
Has Max actually quested to 19? Have I somehow lost track of that?
I
think
was
I did
surprised at that.
I think I did this at the last CCQ. Where I had one player firmly in control of the game, and we'll have to just verify those lore totals because I'm surprised by that.
I think perhaps it's because I think they've both got notepads and maybe they had not been updated. They've maybe forgotten to update it. That's my guess, but I think it's accurate, the lore count. So I think we just may have missed that, or it wasn't updated. So apologies about that, chat. But
interesting.
I mean.
Well, that changes the picture quite significantly.
Yeah, I mean, here we were being like, oh yes.
I was pretty of the opinion that CJ was firmly in control of the game, but yes, being on 19 was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean that's.
And look at this situation now with Olaf on Maxwell's side of the board does so much work. Whether you're picking up Cheshire Cat with a stack of boosted cards underneath it, sometimes a Genie Magical Researcher with the same, sometimes just pick up and replay your own Demona.
Yes, we saw earlier the Olaf being used to bounce a Cheshire Cat with 2 cards. I think it was 2 cards underneath it, and just get that extra hand advantage. You're so right. Olaf, I think, can be utilized so well.
Yeah, it really is one of those cards that, you know, it doesn't do too much for you on turn 1, but later on in the game, you could find some really creative and exciting lines with it.
Yeah, definitely. And used another, that was our third Horseman Strikes there to get rid of the Elsa. And then we've also gotten rid of that Calhoun with the Cheshire Cat, which of course now has damage on it.
Yep.
So definitely able to utilize that damage to perhaps deal with Olaf, because obviously Olaf is ready, so can't challenge into him currently.
There's a Demona.
Unless you get a Demona.
Yep, so Maxwell going to draw back up to 3, which means his Demona won't ready next turn.
I think he drew into another Demona.
Well, he's drawn into a giant Cobra, so if he's on 19, then he's in a pretty good spot.
Oh, he's going to be very happy about it. I feel like I could see it on his face. He's trying to like hold it back, but I think I saw a slight smirk there.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I've got giant Cobra in hand. I've got
And Max was a player with a phenomenal poker face.
Yeah, and there it is. There it is. That draw into a giant Cobra was perfect. I mean, unfortunately, CJ hadn't managed to get rid of his Demona anyway, but that was a really wonderful moment.
That's exactly what Amethyst Steel wants to see about that. Yeah, apologies to the viewers that I completely lost track of that.
No, I think I did as well. I think we were so. I think both of us were just so engrossed in
so
the gameplay.
Back and forward on the board.
Yeah,
that I sort of completely lost track of the fact that Maxwell aggressively quested ahead.
I know, but I think perhaps we had missed a little bit of it as well. Maybe it had been
I think
not updated, but that's okay. Apologies to the viewers, but hopefully you were probably all aware and just screaming at us. But it's fine.
Sorry, everyone.
Fine. We're trying our best. It's been a long day. But yeah, that was really interesting. I think. What do you think going into game 2? Of course, CJ gets to go first now, which generally with Amber is quite is usually often quite an advantage.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it's an advantage for anyone, I think, but I think especially for something like Amber, it can be really helpful.
Yeah, but I think any of these decks, whether it's Sapphire, whether it's Amber, any of these decks that is built around, CJ's deck has Lantern, it has Grandmother Willow. It's a deck that wants to skip ahead from 2 ink to 4, essentially, between turn 2 and 3. Going first amplifies that advantage massively. So, be very happy for that. On the other side of the table, Maxwell is now able to sort of make accurate altering decisions based on what CJ's playing. And we know that we saw a turn 1 Angel inked in game 1, which Maxwell may well have wanted to keep hold of for taking care of those Grandmother Willows and other assorted characters like Alonwi, those sorts of things. So we see something like that again. We could see Angel maybe do a little bit more work.
Yes, I definitely do. You're so right. I think and that's the interesting thing as well, isn't it? Is that you've done game 1, so you have the information of like, okay, this person is playing this deck. They've got this build. They've got these cards. So of course you can, as you say, you can mulligan accordingly to try and cater to. And I agree. I think if Maxwell gets a Angel in starting hand, I think it would be advantageous.
Might want to keep hold of that one. Yeah. Going second can be a tough one, but we saw lots of back and forth Demonas there. These players are playing cards that are going to they have a mirror draw effect where they're both drawing lots of cards. You kind of want to be the one who's most capable of dumping their hand quickly, which again, a card like Angel really helps because
and there it is.
And we see a couple of Olafs and Angel. No 2-cost character in Maxwell's initial hand. We see a Mowgli. Let's see if CJ wants to keep this Mowgli. Again, another card that could be quite relevant. A lot of what Maxwell's deck does comes down to its ability to get good strength to the Raging Fire going on. Sing with the 3-cost character on turn 4, removing that from the hand with Mowgli completely negates that and ensures that there's no major sort of tempo swing happening on that 4th turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mulligan's there. I think we'll see what they get. It'll be interesting to see what they've mulliganed into. I think also, me and Baker were saying earlier, purple equals good.
It does.
Because there's just so many of the current strongest meta cards are Amethyst.
Yes.
And so then when you have 2 Amethyst decks against each other, and as we can see here, playing a lot of the same very strong Amethyst cards like Demona, is fun to see just how it all plays out, you know.
I mean, one of the things I really like about it is while Amethyst is undoubtedly a very, very strong color at the moment, there are many decks playing different colors in combination with it,
Absolutely.
which kind of amplify different different strategies. So different aspects of that Amethyst core get really amplified by the supporting cards played around them. So in Maxwell's deck, you're making the most of Strength of a Raging Fire and Dock. Let's look at just playing some. Let's just curve up into Cheshire Cat and Genie, that sort of thing. We'll empty our hand, then we'll draw some more with Dock, and then we'll sing some removal. Brilliant. Sounds like a very, very good plan to me. In CJ's deck, we're using Lantern, we're using Grandmother Willow to try and skip ahead on Ink a little bit. Let's play a Genie ahead of schedule. That's among the most powerful things you can do in this game. And then let's play Elsa the turn after. Very, very similar in play style to Amethyst Sapphire, which we've seen plenty of on camera today, just using those ramp effects to just try and, the purple cards are good. Let's play them earlier than we're supposed to play them.
Yeah.
That's a good foundation for a strategy.
Yeah, definitely. And we had the Mowgli there from CJ. Had a look at Maxwell's hand, and it was I clocked it because Maxwell has a Benger in hand. That steel Benger that can remove an item, and I clocked it because we talked about it earlier when we were discussing item removal when we saw that match with the 2 Emerald Chromicons, and I feel like maybe Maxwell had the same thought as me where it's like, okay, well, I can put this Benger in that has the item removal if I need it, but also it's just like a decent card to play. There he is, Benger there, unfortunately being inked, but well, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, CJ, I think CJ's indicated there, like, oh, my lanterns.
He's tapping the area of the playmat where a lantern would be if there was one around. But yeah, very much that's why it's in why Benger's in Maxwell's deck. And in these games, in this matchup, if Maxwell was going first and then CJ's turn 2 play was a lantern, immediately playing a Benger on that lantern sets CJ's deck back so far, because often your decisions have been sort of made around the presumption you're going to have access to 4 ink on turn 4. Maybe we inked the Cheshire Cat or something. Maybe we didn't have access to something else to play with that 3 ink turn. And like we were saying earlier about what happens to the Sapphire decks when they miss their turn 2 ramp, often the result is next to nothing happens the turn after, because the whole plan is around doing something with 4 ink on turn 3.
Yep, exactly. So we're inking a World's Greatest Criminal Mind there, that's the second one that CJ's inked. So we might not see that lovely support World's Greatest Criminal Mind combo that we were talking about earlier, but we've got an Iago on board, which we have seen a lot of this Iago Spectral Parrot today. He's very strong, evasive, such a big stat line, 4/6.
Yeah, and particularly strong in combination with Mowgli. When you play a Mowgli earlier, the Mowgli is getting rid of whichever card it is that would efficiently remove Iago. Obviously, having Vanish, any targeted action is going to get rid of an Iago, so you need to protect it proactively by playing a Mowgli and making sure you remove any problematic actions from your opponent's hand, which makes Iago actually look even better in CJ's deck than it was in Atlantis' deck, as we saw a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, definitely. But we've got that Lexington on board for Maxwell. Not quite strong enough to deal with the Spectral Parrot, but there's maybe some options. I can't quite see what that 4th card is. Can you?
I think that might be Angel. I think that's Angel.
I think it's Angel as well, actually. I can see the ears just poking up there. And there's the lantern. It was inevitably going to appear at some point.
Yeah.
And a Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, so CJ now going to have access to a lot of ink next turn. Oh, of course it's Angel because we saw the Mowgli removed. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Boost on the Cheshire Cat. Again, just boosting just because. Because if you have access to spare ink, you should boost, because if you're going to get a chance to bounce that character back to your hand, or indeed if it's a matchup where your opponent might be putting it into the inkwell, this isn't one of them, but it can be, better to have more cards underneath it, better for you in the long run.
Definitely. And we just saw the best dock situation that we always want to see, which is you play your second card in hand, and then you can play your dock, and you'd have nothing to discard, and you just get those nice 2 cards to draw.
And look at that, the extra 2 damage coming with Angel there. Going to deal 2 to the Iago, and then the 4 from the Lexington finally gets rid of Iago. And Maxwell, with now has access to one of my absolute favourite new lines available in Winterspell, which is discard a card to Angel to deal 2 damage to your own Olaf, remove it, and use that to bounce your dock, and play dock again to draw more cards. I mentioned something very similar to Baker after the last round. Anytime that someone uses an effect like that to remove their own Olaf and bounce a dock, that is fine by me.
Yes.
That's the way I like to play the game.
Absolutely, I agree. And we saw there the Cheshire Cat damage being moved to get rid of the Captain Hook on that side.
Madam Mim Elephant for CJ is going to, just like we said, better to have more cards underneath your Cheshire Cat. When there's a bounce effect, that's going to be essentially draw you more cards.
Yeah.
Cheshire Cat plus 2 cards come back to hand. CJ playing the long game here.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the things, you know, we often talk about, you know, these are clearly very strong players here, and I do think that that's one of the things that can differentiate between, you know, these really like what's the word I'm looking for? Just these really, really fearsome players who you know do so well is you know, I would not necessarily have thought before this about just boosting Cheshire Cat just because, you know, because I might be able to bounce it back to hand. But of course, that's exactly what CJ was planning for, because had the elephant, you know, that Madam Mim elephant in hand. So, you know, and I think that's wow.
Maxwell doing exactly what
doing
I said.
Exactly what you just said.
Discard a card to deal 2 damage to your own Olaf, remove Olaf, return dock to your hand with Olaf's effect, replay dock, draw 2 cards. Beautiful stuff.
Incredible. Really, truly stunning.
I am a huge fan of that.
Love that. And you can tell Maxwell that afterwards. I love it.
One of the things I really, because I play with Max quite often, one of the things the game could be going so well for him, you'll never know it from his face. You will never be able to read how well the game's going.
Proper poker face.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I love it. I really do. So, decent board presence for both players currently. We've got 3 bodies on board for Max, and we've got 2 bodies and 2 lanterns on board for CJ, with an Elsa coming down. But that, you know, that Elephant Mim is such a can be such a hard character to get rid of with that stat line. You know, having a 7 willpower is like
particularly tough for Maxwell's deck. I mean, of course, something like Amethyst Sapphire doesn't mind too much about each card's stats, because all the removal just puts them into the inkwell. But when your removal is damage based, you're using things like Angel and Strength for a Raging Fire. 7 is a very big number indeed. Really, really hard to get up to that threshold.
Definitely, but I mean, I reckon Max will be able to do some stuff though. It's already got 3 damage on it, so we'll see. I mean, it did have a Cheshire Cat, but that's unfortunately gone now. So
yeah, the Cheshire Cat on CJ's side of the board is really complicating things for Max a little bit here. Angel does have more text than just the discard effect. Angel has resist 2 when you are empty-handed. So we could see that become very relevant here. Maxwell could take a line where he discards a card to Angel to put 2 more damage on the Madam Mim Elephant, then challenges in with Angel to finish the rest of the damage on the Elephant and get rid of it. But of course, there are options here to simply discard a card, do the last 2 damage to Elsa. Could do things like do the same, but there we go.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. When you got to get rid of it, you got to get rid of it.
Yeah, you do. And that's tough to not have the options open there to be able to, you know, if you could get rid of the last card in your hand, if you could put it into play, for example, then Angel would have survived that exchange as well. But when the options aren't there, they're not there.
Yes, and we saw a Junior Woodchuck guidebook there to draw those 2 extra cards for CJ, and a Dumbo coming down, and an Alonwi. Goodness, not gonna like that support for Maxwell.
No. Yeah, Alonwi notably here gonna push Dumbo's strength high enough to challenge the Genie if Max wants to quest or indeed challenge as well.
And of course, still be on the board after doing so.
And there comes a Dumbo of his own.
Dumbo. Twinsies.
Yeah, so Maxwell kind of priced into that line there where he has to take his card with Genie because we need to draw some cards or we're not going to win the game. But you know, with Dumbo plus Cheshire Cat plus Alonwi on CJ's side of the board, there are multiple ways for CJ to profitably take out Maxwell's Genie here.
You are absolutely correct there.
And yeah, Alonwi will support.
Yep, and do exactly what you said a second ago. Get rid of that Genie. 2 damage, but still on board.
Yep, and we could move that damage over if we
Oh,
want.
yes.
Oh, and we see an Ohana means family in CJ's hand.
Oh my goodness.
So it could be a little draw too. I mean, ideally you want to try and get more than 2 cards with it. But
there
tell
it
you what,
is.
yeah, as a base rate, 3 ink to draw 2 cards. That's what we're used to paying.
Yeah.
So you're not too mad about that exchange.
Yeah, I feel like there was a moment there where CJ was just quickly trying to figure out
Yeah.
if he could
there
get
any-
more damage to draw more cards,
Yep.
but clearly decided it wasn't doable, and decided to quest with Grandmother Willow and Cheshire Cat.
Yeah. CJ's starting to feel pretty in control of this one.
Oh my goodness, yes,
La-
and with another Cheshire Cat and a Royal Guard, yes, there is a lot of control here.
Last card in hand for CJ is a World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which,
Oof.
as we know, pairs very nicely with the Alomwe he has in play. Would
Really does.
provide a clean answer to Dumbo. But CJ also not really short of answers for Dumbo. with 2 Cheshire Cats in play, things you could generally find ways of removing opposing characters.
Yeah, probably not too concerned at this point, but good to have the options, you know, and clearly Max trying to figure out what the best option might be here. It is a tricky one to deal with because CJ has such a board presence right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, going to be very difficult for Maxwell to find a route back into this one. It starts with his own Cheshire Cat, and we know there is a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. A Genie Magical Researcher. Is he still holding on to the Strength as the last card? Very, very difficult when you're kind of put into a position where you absolutely have to draw a card with your Dumbo, because right now, I don't know. I can't imagine Max is very happy with having to do that because it's immediately going to be lost to an exchange.
Yeah. Really, really tough spot to be in. But we see
CJ drawing a card with Dumbo.
Dumbo's effect there for CJ. Get that draw. See.
And let's see what CJ wants to do with this World's Greatest Criminal Mind this turn.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see if he does do that combo. It's just fun.
Supporting Dumbo.
Yeah, supporting Dumbo, yes. I love it.
Dumbo's strength now 5.
I just think it's such a fun way to utilize that
It is.
action.
It really is. And it's really nice that you already want to play Alomwe.
And a Mowgli getting rid of that only card in hand from Maxwell, which was a Strength of a Raging Fire. And there's the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Oh my goodness.
So CJ's last card in hand now is a Demona, which most of the time you would think, yeah, let's play Demona here. But with Max empty-handed, CJ going to just hold on to it until it starts to look better.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't blame him. I really don't.
And let's do some questing.
Wow. What a turn. I love it. I just think those more unusual kind of combos are just so much fun. And you don't always support is supposed to be supporting your own characters. So I really love that use of it being like, yeah, I'll support your character and destroy them, you know?
It's a very, very big switch up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as I was saying to Baker last round, I think consistently my favorite thing in this game is when effects that are meant to target your stuff target your opponent's stuff, and when effects that are meant to target your opponent's stuff target your own stuff.
Yeah.
So when it's things like, I'll discard this card to Angel to do 2 damage to my own Olaf and return Doc to my hand, love it. When it's support your character to World's Greatest Criminal Mind it, brilliant.
It just is such a fun way to utilize those cards and those abilities, and really just keep your opponent on their toes, you know. It's
absolutely.
It's so much fun, and I think as a weird rogue off meta player myself, I just love that stuff.
Well, that's the sort of stuff that catches your opponent out. That those are the lines they really don't see coming.
Yeah, but we saw some damage movement there, I think, from Max with boosting the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah. Gonna move
trying to deal with some of that board.
Yeah, it's Max fighting a bit of an uphill battle here.
Yeah, I mean, the law counts are, they're not miles apart.
No.
We've got Max's on 7 and CJ's on 12. It could be better, it could be worse. So, and as we've seen a lot in this game today, especially, we've seen a lot of it suddenly swinging away a direction that we don't expect. And so, I mean, at this point, I think that's unlikely, but it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could. And again, multiple options for CJ to draw multiple cards this turn, whether it's Demonas, whether it's Dumbo activation like we just saw. Going to make the Royal Guard bigger and make sure that card gets a really, really good trade up as well. it's just feeling slightly ahead. Along we're going to support Mowgli. There's another effective trade-up enabled.
Absolutely, as we were saying earlier, those cards like Mowgli and Tipo who kind of have that when played effect, but then after that are just kind of like small bodies on the board. Using something like support to then buff them and use them to get rid of something is so useful.
Yep, CJ moving 2 damage from Max's Genie to Max's Elsa, and then yep, two activations on the Royal Guard, one from the card drawn for turn, another one from the Dumbo activation means that Royal Guard deals 3 damage to Genie. Max draws a Cobra, but not at the right time.
Unfortunately,
Max has seen enough.
No, but wow, yeah, that was such a tricky. I mean, see that basically just complete board wipe there from CJ was really tough for Max, and I'm not surprised that just kind of moving on to game 3, we've got just over 22 minutes left in the round, so I think they understandably just. It was a tricky situation there.
Should be more than enough time for these players. And I think one thing we saw play out there, the deck that CJ is playing, in the mid game, it can start to feel like it really slows down. It can start to feel like maybe you don't have access to, you have Horseman Strike, but you don't have that much removal. It's like one of these effects, whether one thing that exerts so Elsa basically is what I'm talking about. An Elsa to exert one of your opponent's characters can completely blow the game open. It's gonna. We're in this stare down. Neither of us are questing because if we do, we lose to Cheshire Cats. you know, one Elsa exerts one thing. Ilonwe quests, makes something bigger, trades in, takes some damage back. We move things around with 2 Cheshire Cats. It doesn't appear that there would be any option to clear the board on the table, but there absolutely is. And this deck just finds a way. It just seems to find a way every single time, whether it's a Demona exerting the board, whether it's like one Elsa that enables some trades that in turn enable Cheshire Cats. Like I just said, it always seems to find a way through. It's a much stronger deck than I give it credit for. I know people love this deck, and I'm certainly not low on it, but I always forget just quite how efficient it can be at just completely retaking control of a board without relying on cards like Raging Storm.
Agreed. And also, I think just such a testament to the players piloting these decks. Like it does require that real. Just a certain level of thinking, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which, it's something I struggle with, definitely, especially at this point in the day. Like all the players here, there is a long day.
It's a long day.
We're in the 7th round, and that is impressive. So, props to all the players still.
Absolutely.
Who have been here today. It really is such an achievement, and everyone should be so proud of themselves.
Yeah, they should.
Truly.
Absolutely. Both of these players. Only one of these players is going to move on to day 2 of competition, but both players will be very, very proud of the performance they put in.
Absolutely.
Did see a Madam Mim Elephant in CJ's opening hand. I'm not sure if that ended up in the keep pile or the send back pile.
Not sure.
But Elephant, if you use something like a Lantern, Grandmother Willow, to just play one of those on turn 3, as we noted before, really, really hard for Maxwell's deck to remove that card early. And then, just becomes a part of the puzzle, as I just laid out, big characters that just sort of sit there until you have one effect that really just opens things up completely for you through exerting your opponent's characters.
Yeah, exactly. And also, of course, like as we saw in that game, that previous game just now, that the additional ability of being able to bounce the Cheshire Cat with those boosted cards underneath and get that hand advantage.
Really, really nice.
Another bonus that you can potentially get with a card like Madam Mim Elephant.
I think Cheshire Cat is so powerful. It's so good from your hand as a surprise. Like, surprise, I now have the ability to remove one of your characters. It's so powerful just played on turn 3, well-statted character.
Yeah.
If your opponent bounces one and essentially draws 2 to 3 cards with it, I'm not sure what happened. Like the fact that this card can do all of that in one, it is without a doubt one of the most powerful and metagame defining cards.
I agree.
Being played at the moment.
Wholeheartedly agree. It changed so much for the game, I think, and for the format. But we've got a very, very good start for CJ there, of course, with an Ilonwe, a Grandmother Willow, and a Royal Guard. But also a strong start from Maxwell as well with the Calhoun and a Lexington on board.
Yeah, so as we said, this one of the better right now, looking at the board, CJ's not in a position to quest because his characters are quite small. But in terms, whatever Maxwell does, whether he's going to start just trying to set up some, maybe Sing strength or something like that, there are options here to take good trades back for CJ already, purely because of this. Not only is he accelerated ahead on Ink on turn 2, playing that Alombi as well, plus a Royal Guard in play from turn 1. It's a really, really, it's a very, very serviceable board. With Maxwell missing a 1-drop as well, CJ does not feel, doesn't really feel behind here at all. Even taking a quest for the Royal Guard, saying, "Okay, come on in.
Yeah.
if you want to take a trade,
Do it.
please do it." Oh, there we go.
See.
And now, as we said, turn 3 elephant. Well, that makes the quest make a lot more sense.
Yes, it really does. It really does.
Yes. So if you're Maxwell, what do you do about a 3/7 on turn 3? Angel gonna open up some opportunities to take care of the Grandmother Willow.
Yep. Got an Olaf there.
There's a Yzma in Maxwell's hand and a Dock, so gonna have to see what Maxwell wants to do next turn. Either one of those. So I think because Yzma obviously has to survive a turn until it's ready to use that effect to draw some more cards in these matchups where a deck like CJ's is very, very likely playing an Elsa, super, super likely to be able to exert that Yzma right away. It's less of a sort of appealing proposition than Dock, which is just reliably draw 2. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Yzma inked or discarded to Angel and the Dock played right away for Maxwell next turn.
Yeah. And we definitely, of course, by getting rid of the Grandmother Willow, Max has delayed CJ a turn to be able to play the Elsa, of course, because only 4 ink in the Inkwell currently.
Yes.
So, but now has a Lantern on board again.
Does play the Yzma.
Ooh.
Really? Now that CJ's played a Lantern that turn, Maxwell is feeling quite confident that CJ doesn't have an Elsa here. Well, honestly, it might not be that bad, even if he does. Maxwell might be thinking a turn ahead of where I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, potentially.
I think he might be a step ahead of me.
Yeah, and I think with only 1 card in hand, the Yzma is kind of advantageous of next turn being able to then draw some extra cards.
Yeah, high risk, high reward, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm fine with that play.
Yeah. It's good. If it survives this turn, it will pay dividends for Maxwell.
Oh yes, very much so. So I mean, fingers crossed it will survive, because it'd be nice to see that ability happen.
There is an Elsa in CJ's hand, so gonna draw 2 with the guidebook first to see what we want to ink.
Yeah, I saw a Horseman's Strikes there. And there's a Dumbo going to ink.
And now let's see how far ahead of plan Maxwell was thinking.
Yeah.
So that's the line that we thought we'd see. Yzma exerted with the Elsa. The Madam Mim Elephant trades straight in. And now, I think that for Maxwell, it's just ink the Cobra, play Dock. Now we're going to draw 2.
Very nice.
We've got the Elephant exerted. There's a great trade with Lexington available. There we go. And now all of a sudden, we've got an Angel, Calhoun, Dock, and a Lexington versus just an Elsa. And Max is in pretty good control of the board.
Yeah.
So it's like
I think it's almost I think you're right. I think Max was really thinking ahead, and that Yzma was like bait.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You thought from CJ's position, it looks like, okay, he's all in on this Yzma. If I remove it, he's going to run out of gas. But the other card that was in hand is a Dock.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We're talking about which one he might discard to Angel. Actually, Max working out that the best plan is discard neither, disguise one of them behind the other, open the board up, not with his own effect that exerts an opposing character, but by putting a trade on the table that is so appealing and must answer that CJ simply cannot resist.
Yeah. That is big brain thinking right there. Well done, Max. Right, so...
And speaking of cannot resist, Calhoun going to take 2 from a movement of damage there. Mowgli does not reveal a last card strength. This time reveals a Cobra.
Yeah.
Not the ideal point in the game for a Cobra, but not the worst card either.
Yep, and that...
Oh, that's the top deck Demona for Max. Ink the Cobra.
My goodness, and now our Calhoun can do some
Yeah.
potential work. Get rid of that Mowgli and get that 2 lore.
3 cards in hand means Maxwell has options to immediately discard something to Angel.
Yeah. Oh, this is nice. This is a nice position for Max,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
That's a really, really high impact draw for Max.
But also, I think still notably, I mean, CJ still does have a decent board presence,
Yeah.
and as we have seen, has a lot potentially that might be able to deal with Max. So I really, personally, I really don't know which way it's going to go at this point.
Yeah, no, CJ's deck very, very capable of coming back into this game. Max discarding a card to the Angel there to put 2 damage on Cheshire Cat before challenging with Calhoun. That's a challenge plus gain 2 lore to remove the Cheshire Cat. Gonna get a quest in for 1 with Doc. And I think just gonna keep the Angel safe rather than opting to take a risky quest with that one.
I don't blame it. I think there's certain cards that you just don't really quest with because you want to keep them as safe as possible. You don't want to deliberately make them vulnerable.
Yeah, and very important that the Angel survives this turn for Maxwell as well, because as we see, looking to prep for a follow-up Demona. So before Maxwell plays that one, he's going to want to empty his hand. Well, turning cards in hand into damage with Angel is a fantastic way to do that. So expect to see a repeat of the last turn again. This time, Angel activation before Demona. Max going to draw back up to 3.
Definitely. I really love that. Like, turning cards into damage with Angel. I really love that. It's like, I fling my cards at you. Ow. I love it.
Even the artwork, it's like throwing snowballs.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Very,
very on theme.
It's really fun. I'd not really thought about it that way before. I think that's so fun.
Right, CJ
has another Ohanamin's family in hand.
There is an option to draw 3 on the table.
Yeah, is he gonna take it? Is he gonna take it? Got so many cards in hand, though. That's the thing. So many options.
Just opted to play a Genie and a Dumbo, and I think that's a very, very smart choice here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have had the discipline to resist a 3-ink draw 3.
Me neither.
Which would have, into a follow-up Demona, would have been quite bad.
Yes, agreed. That's probably what CJ was thinking, to be honest.
Maxwell discards Yzma to remove Elsa, plays Demona as the last card, exerts CJ's board.
CJ drew 1 and Max got to draw, I think, the full 3.
Yes.
Yeah, very nice.
Now on 7 ink, does find something to do with that last 1 ink. Actually quite important. If he doesn't find a 1-cost card there, he can't discard anything else to Angel because it's only 1 activation per turn. And ending that turn with 3 cards in hand versus 2 is very dangerous because an Elsa or a Demona, well, Demona would put cards in, but an Elsa on CJ's board would now exert the new Demona. Both of them would be locked down for next turn. You really want to make sure these are readying.
Yes, definitely.
So one of the things that CJ can do is play a Demona of his own this turn, and when so much of Max's board presence is represented by Demonas, very, very good for CJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't think CJ has a Demona in hand, and I can't quite see. But that would be a crazy play right now.
He does have one.
Oh my gosh, he does!
He does have one. So all of Max's board exerted now. Max draws the final card up to 3 in hand. So Stone by Day going to mean that both of these Demonas don't ready for Max as CJ challenges and takes out the other 2 characters. Max was in complete control of the game until he wasn't.
Until he wasn't! That is... Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, very big turn.
So much have changed in just a few seconds, just a few plays.
And look at the knock-on impact of that choice CJ made last turn. Didn't opt for the draw 3 with Ohanamin's family. Instead, developing stronger characters like Dumbo and Genie, which meant that following his Demona, there were good challenges available on board. Got to remove everything that wasn't one of the Max's Demonas, which we know are locked down for this turn. Yeah. Had good discipline, didn't go for the draw 3, and it's really paid off.
Yeah, and we've got those 2 Cheshire Cats have come down onto the Max's board, and we're boosting one of them and deciding where we're going to move that damage, deciding which character is best to get rid of, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be 2 from the Genie onto Dumbo.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, honestly, from Max's perspective, you might, at this point, you might need to think about taking out the Alonwi, which is just going to support CJ's Demona and enable one of these Demonas to trade up into another Demona. Max doesn't know this, but he might suspect it. If that line happens, support Demona, challenge your Demona, 5 damage on my Demona, Ohanamin's family, draw 5.
Rough.
That is a good deal for CJ.
Yeah. It would be so fun to see that happen right now.
I have a feeling that that might happen.
I think it might happen as well. We know he has that card, so.
CJ with an embarrassment of riches at the moment, I think, just trying to work out what to do with all this ink. Quest for one. Support Demona. Just as
I think we're
scripted.
seeing it. Oh
Just as
my
scripted.
goodness.
Pay 3, draw 5. Wow.
You're like a what's with the crystal ball?
An oracle.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. You're like an oracle.
I'm an oracle for lines in Lorcana that enable you to draw 5 cards for 3 ink investment. Yeah, I can sniff those out quite well.
I love it.
It's a very, very specific skill.
Oh, I mean, it's very appropriate here, of course. I love it. That was so fun. Just the absolute utilization of a Haname's family from CJ in these 3 games so far is just, as you said earlier, such a great advertisement, I think, for using that card.
It really is. And it's one of those divisive cards that players of Amber Amethyst are a little split on. Some of them think fantastic inclusion for the deck. Some of them aren't so convinced. CJ making a great case for its inclusion.
Definitely. I think it has to be paired up in the right
It does,
build, because
for sure.
you need to know that you're going to have the damage there to obviously utilize the ability. Because if you're playing a deck with lower stats and characters that can't hold damage, for example, it would be pretty useless,
Absolutely.
But with this deck, of course, it makes complete sense, and you're wanting the damage almost because you've also got your Cheshire Cat, so it just makes sense.
Very, very much so, yeah. Yes, talking of characters that hold damage well, Demona, Elsa, Madam Mim Elephant, the gang's all here. They're all in CJ's deck, and they're all threatening to draw up to 6 cards with the Haname's family.
Oh my gosh. Imagine if we saw another one in this game.
I mean, it's certainly not outside the realms of possibility.
Getting rid of that Alon, we don't want that support anymore. Go away.
Yeah.
Don't blame you. And we're boosting the Cheshire Cat to move the damage and get rid of the Grandmother Willow as well. Fair enough.
Yeah, we know that CJ is holding at least 1 copy of World's Greatest Criminal Mind. That's going to be a nice, efficient way to remove Maxwell's Demona.
And I think another elephant in hand as well. I think I saw.
One thing I'd really like to see is a Demona bounce back to hand to replay Demona.
Oh my gosh.
When we get down to that point as well. It's when you know you're entering the late game.
Yeah, I was going to say. That's crazy. I don't think I've seen anyone do that before.
No, everyone likes to bounce docks, but people are scared to bounce Demonas.
Yeah. I mean, she's expensive. It's. Yeah, I get it. But notably as well, the 3 damage on Elsa, of course. I mean, already boosted Cheshire Cat. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say options with moving
might have been able to do a little more.
Yeah.
CJ's Demona won't ready this turn because CJ has the most cards anybody has ever held.
The most cards ever.
I think it actually probably is more like 5 or 6, which is quite a reasonable hand, but it still feels very, very good at this point in the game.
The most cards that anyone has ever had in their hand.
Nobody has ever had 6 cards in their hand before, especially not at the beginning of a game. No. It might be a little while before CJ gets into a position where Demona's going to ready, but not too mad about that. No. Again, I'm in danger of losing track of Max's lore total, which is very much ahead of CJ's.
But we got, Max on 11 and CJ only on 3 at the moment. This matchup has been so fascinating.
Great display by both players, really, really giving us a good tour of the matchup. Yeah, very, very fun to watch. Palace Guard is not what you want to top deck in this position. It's Maxwell. CJ's gone down to 2 cards in hand, notably at the end of that last turn, so he is going to get to ready as Demona this time.
Yeah, and I will imagine that Max is very, very aware of that fact.
Yeah.
Clearly, we can see both very, very good players here.
So Max, at this point in the game, behind on resources, starting to think, how do we get CJ in control of the board? Max is thinking, what's a good methodical way of seeing if I can get to 18 lore so that I can make Giant Cobra a live draw for myself?
Absolutely. So there we go. Readying our Demona there, of course, and drawing so. Gonna see. I still don't really. I mean, 13 to 3 lore, but I still don't really
we
No.
thought this before,
Yeah.
and then Max won. So I'm not
yeah.
counting him out anymore.
No, no.
I've learned my lesson.
Absolutely not. Like I really do feel like it could go either way.
Yes.
Still at this point.
So well, what's notable here is that while CJ is taking a ton of actions every turn and is really controlling the board, still finds himself in the position as the player who is somewhat on the back foot, having to be the one to find those answers every turn.
Yeah.
We're really, really close to approaching the turn where CJ turns the corner here. It may well be this turn. In fact, it certainly looks like that as we go down to just a Palace card on Max's side of the board. And then CJ's going to quest for 4. That's the move that firmly says, okay, I'm in control of this game now.
Yeah.
I'm going to quest. You've got 2 to 3 turns to end this, or I will.
And unfortunately for Max, top decking at this point,
Yes.
which is not
The second
what is-
Palace, no. 2
No.
Palace cards in a row is not what Max wants.
No, that's so rubbish, and you just feel so helpless. You can't do anything else. It's like, no, just give me one more card to play, please. Oh.
It's quite sad for Max as well, because there are a lot of live draws into every dock, every Demona, every Genie. There are many, many things that can be drawn, which sort of restart that draw engine a little bit and get Max back into the game. But no, Palace Guard's certainly not one of them.
No, maybe on the next turn, top deck will be a bit better.
Yes.
Fingers crossed.
But
for Max.
with 8 lore on board plus open plays for CJ as a Dumbo comes down, Max is going to have to draw
something really, really good.
6 cards and 3 of 6. He has to draw 6 cards for 0 ink, and 3 of them have to be Giant Cobra. It's a tall order. I'll give you that.
I think it can happen, right?
It's going to be a tough one.
Oh my gosh, such a huge box.
Can I-
Oh, and there it is. No.
Well done to CJ.
yeah.
Commiserations to Max.
Yeah, well done to both of them.
Absolutely.
So
Great game.
incredibly well played
Great game.
by both players. Like such a fascinating round that was. All 3 games really didn't know what was going to happen in any of those games, and it was really, really fun. I mean, I really did. Yes, I was thinking, I know it could go either way here, but in that last game, especially, of course, with the lore count, I thought, well,
right?
Yeah,
absolutely. These Amethyst matches where both players are on 4 copies of Demona. Well, we don't know for sure they're 4 copies, but let's assume they're playing 4 copies each. The first Demona that gets played feels like it has an incredibly powerful swingy effect on the game. Right. Typically, the player playing it is the one who went first and is looking to refill. They draw 2 to 3 cards, let's say. They exert the whole board. They maybe take a couple of good challenges. It's a board state that typically you would look at and think, this player has won that game.
Yeah.
Then player B plays their own Demona back, exerting and locking down the first one. And suddenly this game that looked quite over is actually really, really even again. There's so much back and forth, way more back and forth than, I guess, previous iterations of some of these decks might have been able to enable in a matchup like that.
Definitely.
And I think, really, really good back and forth gameplay there. It's not... If you ever just see a match where one player just runs away with it, it's not particularly fun.
It's not particularly interesting, no, but that really was.
That was really, really
so
good.
much fun to watch. So many moments where we were both just like, oh my gosh.
I thought Max had it. I really did. Yeah.
Me too, to be honest. But as we say, both players played so incredibly well. Thank you to both of them for such a fun round to watch as well. And also such an amazing round to finish our day of here at the CCQ in Leicester. Like it's been an awesome day. We've had so many great rounds on the feature table.
Yeah, great day one. Let's have a quick reflection. Today we have played through 7 rounds of Swiss. All players on a 15-point or more record. That is 5 wins, 2 losses. Will be advancing to play for in day 2 tomorrow, where we will be back at 9:30. Oh, 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
We'll be back a little earlier tomorrow. Yep. 3 more rounds of Swiss to play before we cut to our top 16, where the players will find themselves competing for those fantastic prizes. And here we see them once again.
Absolutely. We went through all of these earlier. Such amazing prizing for all of our players that will be getting into the top 16. So 9 to 16 is a booster display and some Illumina's Quest sleeves.
Yep, 5th to 8th will receive 2 booster displays, Mulan promo, event playmat, and Illumina's Quest sleeves.
Exactly. 3rd and 4th will get all of the above, plus the Simba promo and a £250 travel bursary to their next tournament.
Yep, second will receive a £500 travel bursary. So even if you come second and lose the final, you still know that you're going to be having a nice trip to your next tournament to have another go.
Yes, pretty crazy. And of course, our first place winner will get all of the above and a £1,000 travel bursary, their invitation to the Lorcana European Championship, which that's the top prize that everyone here is
Absolutely.
working towards, isn't it? That's what's on the line. And an amazing trophy from our wonderful Axion Now hosts, which we still have here.
Really, really nice. Yeah.
It's really cute. I love it. I love it. But yes, so that's everything that's on the line today, which, you know, every player here is so dedicated.
Yep.
It's so wonderful. It's been such an amazing vibe. Everyone I've spoken to has been having a great time. And of course, we know that because the Lorcana community is wonderful. You know it, you love it, we all love it. And yeah, it's just been such a wonderful day and some amazing, amazing matches that we've seen today.
Absolutely. Can't wait to come back tomorrow.
Yes.
If you're not following, make sure you follow and come along and join us again.
Yes, and here is our
Come see this guy.
What a great chat. What a great.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've had such a wonderful day. I'm so excited for tomorrow with you guys. It's going to be awesome.
Yep. Come back tomorrow and let's send a player to the European Championship.
Yes, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow here again, 9 a.m. Be there. See you later.